Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the third part of Silent Night. In this massive alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki isn't a loudmouthed rookie of the Konoha Nine. He is a hardened, battle-tested veteran of the Second Great Ninja War. Growing up as an age mate to the Ame Orphans, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, Naruto's worldview is forged in the fires of a brutal civil war and unyielding tyranny. Known to the shinobi world only as the Ghost, he is a lethal, calculating assassin that even the Leaf Village dares not cross. When Ame loses its ghost, the people of the dark gain a leader. Stepping out of the shadows, Naruto becomes the Silent Knight, leading a fierce rebellion to bring redemption to his people and absolute, quiet insanity to his enemies. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Foy the Snooze Button, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 12. That's enough. Those words echoed through the air like a death bell, freezing all in their tracks and rooting them to the ground. Kakuzu felt a chill run through his entire body and his fingers twitched, still holding the face of a defiant Hogo Kunoichi he was about to kill with a well-placed water bullet to her forehead. Blue eyes shone brightly from directly behind him. Fast. The man thought as Naruto stood behind him, fully clad in his leader's cloak and his wide-brimmed hat. How did he get behind me? The man asked himself, frozen in place from the presence of death himself looming over his shoulder. The man's green eyes flicked back, catching as the masked assassin seemed to grow 5 feet taller and draped from head to toe in darkness, leaving only his chilling eyes to glimmer down at him, shaded with anger and madness. How didn't I sense him? His eyes darkened fractionally, then the corners turned up slightly as the blonde saw the scattered bodies around the waterfall ninja. Naruto whistled. Wow, you really are as strong as they say. The ghost chuckled darkly, rising higher and spreading his presence around the broken battlefield. The DC medics rushed about, unfeeling of the killer intent of their leader, as it wasn't directed at them, and hefted the injured back to the village. One brave medic approached Kakuzu and wrenched the gasping mole summoning Kunoichi out of his hand, giving the man a hateful glare and skittering back as the blue eyes of their leader briefly trained on her, warning her to leave. Kakuzu couldn't move. Kakuzu couldn't breathe. Ack. He wheezed as an invisible stone settled in his throat and on his chest. Naruto laughed, his voice deeper and more demonic and his glowing blue yes radiating pleasure. His body radiated with killer intent, strong enough to dig Kakuzu's feet into the ground to his ankles. It takes a lot to beat my defense corp, and for that I applaud your determination. But what I don't like... He placed a hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, a light, gentle hand, and the green-eyed ninja's knees immediately slammed into the ground. Is how you went about trying to get my attention. Kakuzu grit his teeth painfully and grunted. It worked, didn't it? Naruto's terrifying eyes closed as he smiled. It certainly did. Naruto's hand left Kakuzu's shoulder and the killer intent rushed back into Naruto's body. Thick black smoke flooded past Kakuzu and into the ghost, who was reducing to his normal size and normal clothing. I will give you one chance to get my bounty, Kakuzu. If you fail, I will not only kill you but I will have Waterfall's population. Whether you're acting on your own devices or not. All it took was one order. His ninjas would gladly do it. None of his allies were allied to Waterfall anyway. The man casually walked before the kneeling bounty hunter, removing his cloak and his hat and handing it to his assistant, Sueki. Try and flee and I will give chase. You should pray you have already killed yourself before I catch you. Ha ha, you don't seem so tough. The green-eyed ninja grunted, staggering back to his feet. Naruto raised an eyebrow and hummed. Oh? I was the one that pushed Hashirama to the brink. He jabbed his chest proudly. That wasn't what I heard, Naruto said. I heard he hit you around and you ran away with your tail between your legs. Lies. Calm down, calm down. Fighting me while you're so riled won't do you any good. Don't talk to me like that, I'm older than you. A new batch of Defense Corps ninjas sped out of the gates and assembled around them, creating a clean, wide circle. Age means nothing when you anger the wrong person, you're supposed to be smarter than that. Naruto tooted, talking like a teacher reprimanding a student. Sueki stood taller at that, keeping her hands out and holding her master's neatly folded robe and hat. Naruto didn't show an ounce of anger to Kakuzu, not compared to the blue-eyed harbinger of death that had been behind him, and for that Kakuzu was pissed. You're looking down on me. On the contrary, I expect a lot from you, Waterfall Shinobi. Naruto looked around with dull eyes at the DC ninjas that had formed the circle around them. You say you pushed Hashirama to the brink and I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, only as long as you push me to the brink too. Easy. The man said and held up his fists in a fighting style. His jounin flak jacket warbled with activity. You'll be dead before you know it. I like your confidence. Sueki leaned into her teacher and whispered, eyeing Kakuzu warily. I smell 5 different hearts in him besides for his own, each one is a different blood type. Is that so, the Jianga bloodline, huh? Naruto mumbled. So, he's not likely to die after one hit? That's great. The vampire bowed and shuffled backwards into the circle. Kakuzu watched her attentively. I'll get her bounty too. One thing at a time, Waterfall Shinobi. You need to kill me first. Naruto waved off the question flippantly, and at the end of his sentence his tone took a small, dark dip and he glowered menacingly to the man across from me. Then, just like that, his eyes flicked back to Genial. Now show me that strength you've been talking so much about. The waterfall ninja stared at Naruto, waiting for him to enter one fighting style so that he, Kakuzu, could read it and find holes, but his eyebrows shot up into his hairline when, after 10 seconds, Naruto still had his hands at his sides and was leaning back lazily, looking back at him with an intrigued look. Well? The greedy shinobi could see holes all over Naruto's form. All over him. He grinned under his mask and switched his fighting style to something stronger and faster, pushing his right fist forward, his left fist slightly back, his back slouched, his legs and shoulder width and bent. Interesting choice, falling meteor fist. I haven't seen that in years. Sueki eagerly jotted down his words as soon as she sealed his clothing and unsealed her jotter and pen. The style used fire chakra on the user's knuckles to scorch the target with each fast, heavy blow, whittling them down to ash. It was a very explosive fighting style. And true to his words, Kakuzu's fists faintly glowed red. The war veteran remembered fighting a whole wave of Star Country ninjas that used that fighting style. He hadn't bothered to learn it, but he knew a few nifty counter moves. Naruto cocked his head to the side and a blow blazed past his face. Humph! A column of fire exploded from his fist, and the ninjas behind their leader hastily flashed through hand seals. Hide an art, clay release, impregnable terracotta fortress. The clay rose up from the ground and formed a wall before them. The fire slammed into the wall and baked it black, cracking it. The wall fell down as soon as the fire subsided, but then they saw Kakuzu, sporting a black eye and a bleeding ear, leaping backwards, away from their master. What the dash! Those that had not been blocked by the wall could just barely keep up to what happened. After narrowly dodging the blow, Naruto's fist jabbed the man's flak jacket-protected belly 4 times. His left fist came back and sent a jarring left hook across his face, bursting Kakuzu's right eardrums and darkening his right eye end. When the older man was dazed by the 5-second fast succession of punches, Naruto reared his right fist back and let the straight punch dig into Kakuzu's face. The man tumbled onto his back, managed to roll back to his feet and skip away from the stationary ghost, as the other man followed his movements with raptly interested eyes, as if he still eagerly expected Kakuzu to pull a monumental secret skill out of his pocket. The ninjas erupted into hearty cheers at the sequence of attacks. Fuck! Kakuzu swore under his breath. I couldn't even see them coming. His ear bled freely, and his rattled jaw throbbed painfully. His stomach rumbled dangerously, still feeling the 4 fist marks deep in his gut. That was when blood and black thread rushed out of his masked mouth and he doubled over, grabbing his stomach. The human body could not accommodate 5 additional human hearts, so the 5 hearts of his 5 former victims were located at the forefront of his body, a bit outside of his stomach but still under his flak jacket, hidden from view and detection. The 4 blows the leader of darkness had given him had burst 4 of those hearts, them being nerve jabs, and leaving him with just his fire heart and his birth heart. Black thread flailed and writhed madly in his head and out of his mouth. He looked up at the man that had thrown his body and his bloodline against him, black threads spilling out of his right eye. Naruto took 2 steps forward. TZZZT. And Kakuzu found a knee in his midsection. Blood arced out of his mouth as he flew backwards, only to be caught by his nose and dragged back to Naruto. The blonde twisted Kakuzu's nose and used his other hand to lay waste to the bounty hunter's torso, peppering it with punches. Naruto released the man's nose and stepped back, nonchalantly walking around the man's form as he thrashed to get back to his feet. He muttered as his eyes flashed white with dangerous energy, and black smoke wafted off his pale form. Hide and art, lightning release, blink 1-2 step. The black markings on his arms briefly hummed with life and his black painted nails ebbed with wispy smoke, barely even seen. Want to see something cool? Naruto asked. Kakuzu hopped back to his feet and surged to Naruto again, his fists burning red with fire. Water release, snake egg torture technique. He bent out of the way of a fire-coated fist, forced the arm to point upwards so that the pillar of fire harmlessly roared into the air, plunged his fist into Kakuzu's face and exhaled. A water moccasin made out of water shot out of his masked mouth and bit down on Kakuzu's forehead, wrapping its body around the man and covering his whole head with water. The bounty hunter fell onto the ground with the fist still digging into his face and mistakenly gasped, inhaling some of the water. Orochimaru had been the one that taught Naruto that jutsu. The snake summoner's custom snake was a python while Naruto got a water moccasin. The water the bounty hunter inhaled went down his throat and entered his lungs, retaining the form of drop-like eggs and settling themselves in every part of Kakuzu's lung. Kakuzu coughed in agony as a result, swallowing some more water snake eggs. The process is very painful, waterfall shinobi. Your Jianga bloodline is ineffective against internal asphyxiation, Naruto commented as he removed his fist from the man's face, slipping it out of the water snake wrapped around the downed ninja's head. If only you had used a more sensible means of coming for my bounty, I would have given you a swift, relatively painless death. The man choked, clawing at his neck and his chest in excruciating pain, hacking and wheezing for precious air. He bent down and said in a low, demonic voice, "There is no dignity for the damned." He chuckled evilly as Kakuzu scratched at Naruto's sandaled feet, struggling with shaking arms to lift himself up and at least deliver a blow to the blonde, but Naruto shook his head with a smile. The moccasin hissed and tightened its hold, laying more water eggs in Kakuzu's mouth. His writhing became weaker and his skin began to pale. His limbs lost their energy, and he tasted iron. His body racked in the throes of death. His iris dilated and constricted wildly, before settling undilated. He coughed once more. Then he died. Naruto watched ungleefully, then he placed his pointer and middle finger on the man's neck, dispelling his water snake. He was satisfied to not feel any pulse. He straightened up and waved for his ninjas to go about their functions, discarding the body into the dark forest for the wild animals to eat. Sueki approached him and Naruto said to her, "Gather your operatives and tell them we move out to Waterfall right now." A gleam entered Sueki's red eyes. She tapped the BLAK seal on her upper arm, sending 5 pulses of chakra into the tattoo. She got 2 pulses back and she pulled down her long sleeve. "Done!" The white-haired vampire then fell down on her right knee and presented her master with his grotesquely grinning mask. 50 black operatives shimmered into existence behind their subserviently kneeling Bileke commander, all also on their knees and with their left fists on their chests. Naruto smiled at their neatly arranged formation, looked away, taking off his half-mask and sliding his grinning mask over his head, hiding his blonde hair and the rest of his face. The leader of darkness's blue eyes glowed from under his mask. Blood, 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 blood. The massacre would not only echo through the history of the country but, when discovered years later, would drive fear into the souls of the rest of the people on the continent. The first thing they did was count the number of people in the village. Well, no. The first thing they did was murder the gatekeepers. Then they swept around the borders and systematically cut down any living being they saw, thus surrounding the village, and then they stole the identities of the dead shinobi, using their chakra to allow them entry through the waterfall village's natural defenses. There were 2 ways into the village, and the 50 stormed in through both. The shadows of the country of assassins spared no one. True to their master's words, the deathly loyal group of ninjas killed half of the people in the village, wetting the floor with blood and scarring anyone unfortunate enough to see them commit the deed. Most of them weren't even sure what happened. One moment they were talking to their friends and their families, and the next they were in the middle of a bloodbath, the culprits darting through the shadows with their blood-soaked weapons. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Arrows rained down from a shadow high above the cave, skewering through 3 people, shooting out of their bodies, clanging against the cobbled floor and slicing through the hearts of 3 more people. Ai ai! A tormented voice wailed, finally signaling the death raining down from out of nowhere. The silence itself had been foreboding, but now, as some of them saw shuriken whistle out from an alley and open up the throats of another group of people, panic ensued. The exits were blocked. They were being picked off like cattle. The village didn't have any allies to worry about, and their country's daimyo was a weak-willed man that cowered away from confrontation. Any village that heard of the massacre would be wary of overstepping Dark Country's border or harming the people, including allies. Naruto was ready for the angered letters from country leaders and maybe a few kage. Deciding on the retaliatory strike didn't take Naruto more than 2 seconds. Mass genocide felt fitting for Kakuzu's attack on his border. Sueki flowed past the couple in a flurry of darkness, leaving behind a single Senbon stabbed deep in the man's side and rushed to her next target. The man's eyes turned dark red with the vampire's blood and he turned to his wife, growling like a demented beast. Honey? The woman asked hesitantly, not knowing or sensing the vampire that had just passed them. What's wrong? The man grabbed her neck and proceeded to squeeze the life out of her. When he was done, he removed the Senbon and pushed it into his ear. Phoenix dropped down from the roof of a building, landed before a fleeing woman and jammed her fingers into her chest, where her heart was, and subsequently set it on fire. She stumbled over some blood flowing on the ground and landed on her face. Act disgusting, she commented. A pair of feet entered her line of sight, and she looked up. Panda stared down at her for a moment, then he presented his left hand to her. She took it gratefully and hefted herself up. Thanks. Try not to do something so unsightly next time, the Inquisitor said as he attached a small bomb onto the back of a man speeding past him without looking away from his teammate. Lord Leader is here with us. We must be on our best behavior. Phoenix watched as the bomb went off, taking off the head of the victim. She scratched the back of her head. Yeah, I'm just so nervous. I want to impress him, you know. Don't forget your training, Panda said and slipped past her. She turned around and he was already gone, leaving to somewhere else to bring death and mayhem. Don't forget your training, the bronze-skinned Kamuri mimicked in frustration. Spoiled sport. She leaped up onto the roof and kept her ear out as her deputy captain counted down how many people needed to be killed as they were being killed. She spotted her leader walking out of the office building of the waterfall village. The masked man's fingers were threaded through the hair of the waterfall leader's thin hair. The man's decapitated head was twisted in agony as the master of Dark Country easily walked away from the blood-soaked building, where the people inside had all been mercilessly killed. Phoenix tripped as she made to leap onto another building to get a better look and fell off the single-story building, face planting into the sopping wet ground. Ugh, again? Naruto stood on a crate in the town square and scratched the chin of his mask. Some of his ninjas were milling around him in silently warbling mass of darkness, their clothes meshing with each other, and the dim light cast by the recent massacre. Gather round! Gather round! Wasp yelled from his place atop a building, perched and looking down with rapture at his leader. Master wants to say something. The other Bileke operatives not surging around their most important master corralled the remaining half of the population, forcing them onto their knees in compulsory subservience before the masked leader of the darkness. The people cried desperately as ninjas clad in black clothing hovered about them. Wisely enough, the ninja population was cut down more than half and the civilians were spared for the most part. They quieted down when a 7-foot-tall black ops wearing a lion mask bellowed for silence. I don't care about justifying this attack, Naruto began, swinging the decapitated head without a care in the world. In my profession, justifying murder is too troublesome. Just know that your leader brought this on all of you. He waved the head and people moaned pitifully at the terrifyingly twisted man's face. Bent and bloodied like his face had been repeatedly hit on the corner of his desk and then he had then summarily been decapitated with a rusty spoon. He looked like he had suffered before he was granted death. Naruto's crystal blue eyes searched through the crowd, then he threw the head at a seemingly normal man. You! Blake Kunoichi Squirrel pushed through the kneeling people and yanked the man onto his feet. He was in a Chunin flak jacket. You'll be the new leader of Waterfall. Congratulations. The ninja's knees knocked against each other as Squirrel shoved the head of the former leader into his arms and banged him back down onto his knees. Quite the promotion, right guys? He was met with silence. Lions snarled and they all bobbed their heads. There we go, Naruto said as laughter glittered in his cerulean eyes. Now I don't want any of you retaliating, okay? Or else we'll come back and finish the job. He lifted his arms and shrugged airily. This is the price you all pay for your leader's stupidity. He hopped off the crate and the Bileke operatives around him dropped onto their knees, bowing their heads. They made a path for him as he made his way to the front entrance to the village. Some followed after him in billows of darkness and speed, hopping and jumping ahead of him to ensure no one from outside was dumb enough to attack. It was funny because there was no one outside. They were all dead. Naruto faltered in his steps and turned around saying, Also, we're taking half of the money in your reserves and half of any valuables we can find. Hope you all don't mind. He didn't wait for a reply, only walking out of the devastated village as the ninjas that remained behind looted exactly half of any of Waterfall's valuables they found. This included natural resources whether already taken out of the earth or not important documents of investments across their border, jutsu scrolls, old books, new books, jewelry, and so much more. Ketsueki, the only student of the Ghost and the Blake commander, was busy in the Waterfall leader's office, stashing stack after stack of Ryu notes into storage seals, counting up to tens of millions. 11:12 a.m. The Hokage's office. Hokage Tower. Konoha. Danzo scoffed as the receptionist frantically beckoned him to wait before he could enter the Hokage's office. Unhand me, woman! He spat and wrenched his hand out of her grip, narrowing his eyes at the fearful civilian. Lord Danzo, there is already a meeting going on inside As far as I know, every meeting that goes on in the Hokage's office concerns me. No. He pushed open the door and the sand aimed to him, removing his eyes from his toad-summoning student. Hiruzen. Ah, yes, Danzo. I'll be with you in a minute. The man replied the frosty greeting and the crippled war hawk shuffled into the office, making sure to close the door after him and taking a seat before the desk, next to Jiraiya. I meant in the You are the one that summoned me here, Hiruzen, Danzo said down to his old rival. I was busy with my duties. Of course, the third said in a hard voice, restraining his frustration. He returned his attention to his white-haired student. You were saying? It's only a matter of time before darkness finds out about him, Hiruzen-sensei. Maybe they already have and are mobilizing their men to come and kidnap him. All I ask is that he be given 24-hour security, hidden, of course, unless he is with me. We cannot allow them to take this chance from us. I am still yet to believe that the look-alike is worth the trouble. He is a prodigy, sensei. You've said that already? The Kurama, they could have relayed his existence to their master already. We might even have a mole in our midst. Jiraiya said, and Danzo didn't break character, stonily blinking at both men as they conversed. He has the drive to kill the ghost. We all do. Danzo interrupted and his eyes darkened. Every single one of us desires to kill the ghost. You have to believe me, sensei. Jiraiya continued, as if Danzo had not spoken. This kid could be the strongest, most fastest Kage in all of history. He could even be faster than Lord Tobirama. I can't always be around to teach or protect him until he can take care of himself. All I ask is for us all to look after him. Listen to me, Jiraiya, the Sandaime said in a strong voice. I will not spare any of my ninjas to look after that look-alike until you give me proof he is worth any of our time. But I showed you the results of his IQ test. The Toad Summoner stammered, pushing forward a few pieces of paper to the man, showing the above 250 result of the Namikaze. This result placed him above the mental capability of a Chunin Nara. He passed the entrance examination with flying colors. Orochimaru marked it himself. The man hummed in displeasure. You said you want to teach him Fuinjutsu, correct? Hi. Make him reach level 4 by the end of next year. That's impossible. Is he not a prodigy? Hiruzen mocked with a twisted smirk. If he reaches level 4 by the end of next year, then I can dispatch my ninjas to watch him while he sleeps. That means I have to protect him myself. The younger ninja muttered in disbelief. But I have to go on missions, my spy network. I guess you have to juggle both of them. Hiruzen shrugged. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed and a rebuke burned hot on his lips. If Orochimaru had come to him with this gem, then their teacher won't even wait before the snake finished before giving him what he wanted. He stood up abruptly and grated. Fine. Take these with you. The third said and looked down at the scattered IQ result and the exam result. Jiraiya collected his things and stomped to the door, closing it and giving both older ninjas their privacy. Who was he referring to, Hiruzen? The Sandaime felt a vain throb on his forehead at his rival continuously calling him by his name, and not by his well-earned title. Minato Namikaze. Danzo's mind turned and he wondered aloud. How have I never heard of him if he is supposed to be a prodigy? The brat spends his time holed up somewhere in the library or on the mountain, no one sees him much. But that didn't stop people from hating him when they did see him. I'm surprised you don't know about him, Danzo. I've been busy gathering information from Danzo's library, sending the Root to look into the state of things in Konoha and ordering them to compile their findings while he looked into Root's past missions. In truth, the one-eyed man hadn't been out of Root HQ for days, and the dying war hawk hadn't seen Minato's existence as any sort of priority. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at the short reply. Apparently you have. Why am I here, Hiruzen? I want you to shut down Root. Danzo didn't change expression at the statement. The Sandaime perched his elbows onto the desk and laced his fingers under his head, staring down his old friend. Now, how did you find out? I've known all along, old friend. I just decided to keep quiet about it, but now your actions are becoming too dangerous. With how darkness is becoming a threat, we need to prioritize them over an imminent invasion from other angry nations. Your operation is becoming too large and you've involved orphans, Danzo. Orphans? You speak like you even care about them. Danzo fired back, taking Hiruzen by surprise. I gave them a proper home and a definite goal to reach for. They are children. I should be saying that to you, old friend. Look at the state of the orphanage and come back to me for sympathy. Danzo hissed with fractionally narrowed eyes. You don't understand. I am their hope when you let them down. I am their purpose when you gave them none. He stood up from his seat in outrage and Hiruzen remained seated, his hair casting a shadow over his eyes. Protecting the leaf is all I care about. I can't expect you to understand. Shut it down, Danzo, or I will. Danzo tipped his chin up and looked down at the festering kage. The one-eyed man felt like he had hit a sore spot with his last statement, so he prodded it harder. You will never understand caring for the great tree, not like I do. Take it all down. I will not repeat myself. Fine. Danzo turned on his heel and walked out of the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi spent the next hour staring into space, idly puffing on a cigarette. While on his way out of the Hokage's tower, Danzo mentally fist-bumped himself at his performance. Of course he wasn't going to shut down Root. His mind then went to Minato Namikaze and what he was to do with him. 1:33 p.m. Dark Country Port. Dark Country. Tomorrow will be our last voyage out of the country. It's to drop off a shipment of tobacco to Yuzushio and bring back some logs of wood. Routine stuff. The foreman shrugged. Routine stuff? Naruto asked, flicking his eyes up from the list of shipments that year, as had already been submitted to the bank. The man nodded. Routine stuff. It is by far the easiest and quickest job we have here, sir. It won't take us more than, 8 hours, 3 hours to go, 2 hours to offload and load up the ship and 3 hours to return. We only need 3 ships to do that. You can be rest assured, my lord, that we will be back before tomorrow. Good. Naruto snapped the bull shut and passed it back to the foreman. By tomorrow I want all ships docked and accounted for. Report your return to the bank so Director Amara can properly secure the boats before the snowstorm. Of course, boss. The foreman of Naruto's ships was delegated authority, from Naruto, through the council, to commandeer a fleet of 15 ships. The transportation of goods and services as well as human passengers was classified under the Trade Department of the Civilian Division. Naruto got up, the foreman hurriedly got up as well, and left the office, trudging down the planks and landing on the dock. The duo had to rush home and take a quick shower to wash off the stink of blood from their bodies. Naruto's plan for that day was to compress a whole week of winter preparation duties into one day so that his week would be more open, giving him the chance to properly acquaint Kushina into darkness. Sueki, as the Bileke commander, was never truly off-duty, for her duties also encompassed border security and maintaining connection with her Black Ops spies in other nations and ensuring the safety of dark citizens that lived in non-allied locations. Not to say that she had enough ninjas to keep a constant watch on them, but they were tasked to check up on them from time to time, albeit in secret. Dark Country Retirement Home. Western Region. Dark Country. Please, sir, you don't have to stand. Naruto insisted, taking a seat next to the 115-year-old man that had wanted to stagger to his feet and salute his leader. The dark leader smiled at the man, who squinted hard to get a good look at the younger man's face. How have you been? Well. The man coughed, and shakily wiped his bottom lip with the back of his hand. It's getting cold, but I'm doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. My grandnephew was there a few minutes ago. You just missed him. Don't worry about him. I'm here to see you, Naruto said, lightly patting the back of the man's hand, saying to the other elders in the retirement home. I'm here to see all of you. Make sure this winter won't be too hard, you know. Isn't he a sweetheart? A woman in her late 90s, seated at another table, cooed. Easy there, Rin. Another lady seated on the same table said, slyly sending a look to their sweat-dropping leader and his student. He already has a sweetheart. I know. The first woman waved off, scoffing and looking down at their game of cards. Don't they look cute? I just want to squish their cute little cheeks. A dark-skinned lady on the other side of the woman called with a wide grin. The old men burst out into laughs and some of the uniformed attendants chuckled under their breath. Naruto rolled his eyes. I'll have you know that Sue is the only one bringing cute to the table. The retired war veterans and retired civilians burst into deep belly laughs, even the over 100-year-old man seated next to Naruto. Naruto motioned to his half-masked face and said, Nothing about this is cute. An 80-something-year-old man, ex-jounin from the Suzumabachi clan, from what Naruto could guess, grabbed Sueki, who had been silently trying to contain her blush, by her wrist and said, "Look at her! She's all red!" The almost emotionless vampire decided to play along with the recreational room full of elders, clapping her free hand to her cheek and attempting to hide her face. Naruto gestured to her with a larger-than-life smile at the corner of his eyes. "See? Isn't that adorable? But you two are so skinny!" A man of 90-something years old shouted. He was a heavy-set civilian from the Pansasenshi clan. "Stay a while so we can fatten you up." "Hear, hear!" A whole section of the room cheered. They were awfully energetic for old people, Naruto thought with a laugh. "My great-grandson is going to have a barbecue to celebrate New Year soon. You can come and eat real food." Another Panther clan member shouted. "Oh-ho-ho, I'll definitely go," Naruto promised. He stood up and some of them collectively groaned. "I'll find time and visit again. This is the most fun I've had in months, kid. These old farts don't know how to liven things up," a Gato man exclaimed. "Who are you callin' old fart, ya old fart?" a Chuinka woman returned. "You're older than most of us." Naruto snatched Suiki's hand and snuck out as the elders threw light-hearted jabs at each other's age. Naruto quietly clicked the door to the recreational room closed and exhaled in relief. One of the attendants approached them with an apologetic smile. "They're only happy you came to see them, Lord Naruto." "Oh no, I'd be worried if they didn't joke around." Naruto waved off the apology. He looked at the male attendant with a slight smile. The man was in the light blue short uniform of the retirement house attendant, white trainers, and he had on a pair of thin, circular medicated glasses. He had a head of smooth, gelled-down dark brown hair and murky brown eyes. There was a jagged slash over his throat and a dark burn mark on the right side of his forehead. The former rebel leader looked well. "I apologize for not coming more, Muzan," Naruto said with a weak shrug. "I've been occupied with Dash." "Sir, you don't have to apologize. I know how hard it is to lead and I can't blame you for being busy. I'm really just glad that this country is in much better shape under you than I could ever accomplish." "Bah, don't say that. You did what you could during the war. You've saved so many people and you gave our people hope when there was none. You're a hero." Naruto's right hand flicked up and formed the dark country hand sign. "Kurono." The other man copied the sign with a shaky smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the compliment from the other legend. "Kurono, sir." Naruto dropped the hand sign and fixed the man with a strong look. "Are you happy here, Muzan? Is this what you really want to do?" The bespectacled man nodded and released his own horned hand sign. "This is what I've wanted to do, sir. These people sacrifice so much for our country, their bodies, their sanity, and their own lives. I'm only giving them the honor they deserve by taking care of them." The rare Mercury release user gazed forlornly past his leader and to the shut door behind him. "I saw, firsthand, what the war was doing to them and sending them out to repel the Royal Clan and Konoha ninjas and IWA ninjas, and it was breaking them. I did what I could to lessen the load, but these guys, they didn't want anyone younger than them going to the front lines." He looked back to Naruto, a glaze over his eyes and a lopsided smile on his lips. "They're very stubborn." Naruto had gotten the gist of it long ago. When Muzan became the rebel leader, he had been limited from sending ninjas under the ages of 40 out to do the actual fighting. All those that didn't fall under the senior ninja bracket were to protect the civilians and aid those that wanted to escape the country. Now, most of the ninjas that had helped sustain Dark Country's freedom from Fire Country, Konoha and the Royal Clan, were either retired and lived in the catering home or had retired from active duty and relegated themselves to less action-packed functions and jobs. Naruto didn't mind at all that the war veterans had settled in the background, because it allowed those they had fought for to step up and take charge. They were all supportive of their leader and had been particularly vocal in praising the progression of their country. The leader of darkness currently had more shinobi and kunoichi in his active duty roster than there was in the Civil War, and not only were they many, but they were also properly trained in the arts of the country and, if they had, of their clan. Muzan was a clanless that had been lucky enough to be born with the deadly bloodline, and he had been a pivotal part of ensuring the Civil War, and the Great War didn't run over the country. Naruto patted the man's shoulder and presented his left hand. Let me know if you need anything, Muzan. Muzan graciously took Naruto's hand with a slight bow, lowering his eyes humbly. He took his leader's left hand with his own. You have my thanks, Lord Naruto, for everything you've done. I should be saying that to you. Naruto beamed. He released the retired ninja's hand and walked past him. Sueki went up to Muzan and shook his hand, their left hands grasped, and the vampire bowed to the bespectacled man. She silently retrieved her hand and rushed to her master as he left the retirement home. By 7 in the evening, they were on the last task both of them wanted to do for that day, and that was grocery shopping and stocking up on food and clothes for the next month and a half. A smoke clone of the leader was slowly pushing forward a trolley of items while the original, not in his robe and hat but in his normal shinobi garb except for his weapons dash, was throwing items into the trolley on one side of the aisle and Sueki was tossing other things into the trolley from the other side. They murmured under their breaths as they read the previously compiled list of things they wanted to purchase, rattling down and ticking what they found as they found it. Have you found the candles, Sensei? Yeah, have you seen buckets? The vampire pursed her lips and scanned the aisle, swiftly moving up and snagging 3 plastic buckets. Got them. Naruto moved to another section of the supermarket. Another clone pulsed out from his back ceaselessly and dutifully pushed the cart as it began to fill up. He took one side and Sueki took another. Kushina's asking for sealing paper, ink and a few quills. Oh, and she wants to change her bedroom carpet. I've already put in the few injutsu things. I can come back here with her tomorrow for the carpet. His student answered as she ticked off a roll of duct tape. No, I can handle it. Are you sure? I'm sure. Kushina and I can squeeze in carpet shopping tomorrow. We can pick out some new furniture for her, and the house as well. The white-haired woman scratched her chin. The kitchen sink does need to be changed. Exactly. Naruto pointed out, grabbing an iron and his student took an ironing board. We can sort out what furniture we need tomorrow morning before Kushina and I head out. All right, if you say so. She looked over her list again and then to the 2 carts, filled with things they had tossed in. I've got everything on my list. Same here. The smoke clones made their way to the cashier, passing by fellow late-night shoppers, dumbfounded at seeing 3 of their magnificent leader doing mundane shopping with his dear student. Lord Naruto, sir! The man at the register exclaimed, bowing as they approached. Good evening. Evening. Ring us up, please. The total of the purchases couldn't possibly have fitted in Naruto's wallet, so the leader wrote a check and charged it to his personal account. He looked to Sueki and the woman made a note to check up on the account to see if the supermarket actually cashed in or simply didn't, making their purchases free. Naruto didn't like taking handouts, especially when these handouts could register as losses for the respective businesses. The vampire sealed all of their things into a scroll and tucked it into her pocket, somewhat skipping after her master as he exited the supermarket. Is there anything else we need to go? She asked as she noticed a look in his eyes. Yup, but I'm going alone. Naruto insisted as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Kushina might still be awake by now and I don't want to burden Suzuki any more than she should. Okay. She sulked. I'll wait for you with dinner. Thank you, Sue. He bent down and pressed his masked mouth against her forehead. She felt a small tingle and a small smile bloomed on her lips. Dark Country Capital General Hospital. Naruto silently crept through the white-tiled, rigorously cleaned hallway of the 4th floor of the hospital, keeping his presence down so much so he was basically non-existent to those that traipsed down the hall. His shoulders brushed the walls as he stayed out of the way of the doctors and nurses wheeling down injured patients in stretchers and wheelchairs. There were also green-gown-wearing patients, shinobi of various rank and clan affiliation, tiredly shuffling down the halls, using as much time made available to them by their physicians to exercise their bodies. The blue-eyed blonde was in the shinobi ward of the hospital, and his eyes dimmed at the number of injured comrades he saw. He recognized a few from some personal encounters. There was a clanless woman that had an arm cast on her right arm that, with as much energy as she could muster, ambled down the wide hall to wherever it was she was going. The Chunin had sustained the injury while she was corralling a herd of demon horse back into the dark forest with her comrades. There was a Hogo man that was rolling himself down the hallway on a wheelchair, his feet burnt black by Kakuzu as the man fought to repel the dead near S-rank waterfall ninja. The leader averted his eyes and kept his frown to himself, making extra sure not to draw attention as he silently stepped past all of them, masterfully utilizing his skills of wiping out his existence as he moved. The masked blonde stopped before a hospital room in the middle side of the hallway that had a silver plaque nailed onto it that read Dr. Yuma Nakamura, medical consultant, written in bold, clear words. Naruto lifted his right fist and paused, his eyebrows lowered as he thought long and hard if he really wanted to do this. He flexed his finger and steeled his gaze. Knock, knock, knock. He pushed open the door as he heard the muffled call from the other side of the door. The room had cool blue wallpaper and beige-colored carpet, with a single hospital bed placed near the window at the end of the room and a desk on the other side of the room. Behind the desk was a man in his early 30s with short dark purple hair and bright yellow eyes. He was in a doctor's coat and modest, semi-formal clothing under. The man had formerly had his head deep in paperwork until he looked up. He rose onto his feet as he registered the person peeking into the medical consulting room, different from his usual office. "I hope I'm not too early," Naruto said as he entered the office, closing the door mutely and turning back to the doctor. "Of course not, sir. I've cleared most of my appointment for today," he answered truthfully, and Naruto's frown became more pronounced. "That's not good. There could have been someone that needed your help. Your health is my priority and the priority of your people, Lord Naruto." He gestured to the chair before his desk. "Please sit." Naruto slinked his way to the chair and sat down with a huff. "How may I be of service, my lord?" Yuma asked and leaned forward on his desk, resting his arms and looking intently at the Supreme Commander of Dark Country, who didn't have on his distinguishing official robe and hat but in an ordinary set of ninja clothing, even with the Dark Country forehead protector wrapped around his forehead. He had been pushing back and postponing this doctor's appointment for years now, both because he was always being called away by his duties and another reason being that he was afraid of what he was going to hear. Sueki only knew that he was going for a regular doctor's appointment. Naruto tapped the side of his head with his index finger. "I've been having headaches. Some days my eyes burn." Yuma's forehead crinkled. "For how long has this been happening?" "Some years now." Yuma raised an eyebrow, not too amused by how flippantly Naruto treated his health. "Since after Hanzo, maybe 7-8 years ago. I think." Yuma shifted to what Naruto had done for the throbbing first. "Have you met anyone concerning the headache and eye pain?" "I met Orochimaru after an old friend of mine killed Hanzo." Yuma lifted an eyebrow. As far as he knew, his leader had done much more than anyone else in killing the former Amikage, so any subsequent death should be attributed to Naruto, and not anyone else. He put his mind back on track as Naruto went on. "But it was because of this." He flashed his grinning maw and replaced his mask back onto his face. Back then, Naruto still strongly hated Konoha, but he had set aside his hate to find out just what was going on with his body. "I didn't tell him about anything else, and I didn't let him take samples. I asked if this," he pointed his masked face, "had anything to do with my bloodlines. And he didn't know?" Yuma wasn't fazed in the least by the nightmare that Naruto had flashed him. "He said it might have to do with my lightning release bloodline." Naruto shrugged. "He wanted samples to study. I didn't give him." "Where exactly in your head does it hurt?" "Back of my head." "And you said your eyes burn?" "Some days," Naruto reminded him. "They haven't burned for, 6 months or so. When they do, my vision gets really blurry." "Do you drink alcohol?" "Not for 7 years." "Do you smoke or have you ever smoked?" "No, never." "Have you ever taken hallucinogenic, recreational or performance-enhancing drugs?" "Nope. I won't judge dash." "Ha, I've never taken any of those kinds of drugs." "What about medicated drugs?" I remember taking cough syrup for a sore throat when I was still learning from Orochimaru. The man had simply given Naruto and left it in his hands to be used at his own discretion. A bit reckless on Orochimaru's part, but the man wasn't one to care for anyone. Technically not medicated, but the guy is a scientist. Would it be fine with you if I run a test on you? Yuma still had some questions. He waved to the hospital bed by the window and Naruto looked at him, his eyes somewhat alarmed. I thought you prescribed me some painkillers. I will do no such thing as play with my lord's health, Yuma said in a strong voice, waving to the bed again. Now please take a seat there. Naruto's shoulders slumped, and he begrudgingly listened to the clanless medical expert, walking to the bed and sitting down. Yuma got up from his desk and, picking a pair of plastic gloves, he stashed them into his doctor's coat and made his way to Naruto. This is merely a routine sweep of your system. Yuma's hands flipped through several hand seals. Medical ninjutsu, full body system check. His hands glowed with green chakra and he slowly held each hand over Naruto's ears, hovering his hands over the blonde's face and moving downwards. He stopped at Naruto's sides and his hands flickered off. He took out a small notepad and wrote inside it with a pencil. Naruto's eyes raptly looked at the man and tried to peer into the pad. What does that mean? Yuma ignored the almost panicked question. He took off Naruto's forehead protector and handed it to the leader. Now I'm going to skin your head. His hands flowed through a different set of seals and he placed his right palm on Naruto's forehead, holding his left hand to the side of Naruto's head. He hummed with a small frown, shifted the hand on Naruto's forehead to the side and replaced it with his left hand, then soon after moving his right hand to the back of Naruto's head. The medical jutsu flicked off again and the doctor wrote in the pad. Is something wrong? Naruto hadn't particularly been interested in medical ninjutsu, or patient enough to learn it, though he did know basic first aid and he could keep a person alive for some time until professional help arrived. He was completely in the dark with what was happening. Yuma? Describe the pain at the back of your head, Lord Naruto. Throbbing. I see. His next question then threw Naruto off. I heard from a friend that you used a jutsu unique only to you when you fought Hanzo. Yes. What was the name? Silent Night. Can you tell me about it? This would be strictly confidential, right? I swear on my life and on my family's lives that I will not tell another soul of this meeting or of Silent Night. Naruto fixed the man with a long, hard look. Then he told the good doctor about his ultimate ninja technique. Yuma couldn't have looked any surprised. He inclined his head and muttered, Truly magnificent, my lord. To be able to do that is awe-inspiring. It solidified his view of Naruto, who now stood at the pinnacle of ninja capabilities. Naruto could perform the jutsu better now, seeing as he was older and wiser. Compared to when he was 17, and now that he was 24, his ultimate technique dwarfed anything his younger version could ever do. I've only done it once. Did you know the risks? My friends were in trouble. I couldn't care less about the risks. Before, Naruto had only come up with the ultimate technique in theory. He was at least smart enough not to play with the power and speed Silent Night gave him. Does it have to do with my headaches? Hi, for your face and skin as well. Naruto's eyes furrowed at the quick addition. Your face burned off. Naruto rubbed his eyes and groaned. I thought so. The good news is that Silent Night isn't killing you. Your body is in great shape and your organs are functioning properly. Your skin cells, however, are not healing or replicating as quickly as they are supposed to. This doesn't mean your skin is falling off or you're going to bruise easily, and it certainly won't hinder your daily activities. It just means that you will have to be extra careful not to give yourself chakra-based injuries. From what I could detect, you've had it for years and you've done well in maintaining your skin condition. Naruto exhaled in relief, feeling somehow undecided on how to feel about being told he more or less had a non-transmittable skin condition. There wasn't any discoloration on his paper-pale skin and the doctor didn't anticipate any major change until much later in Naruto's life. But if you use it again, one of three things might happen. He lifted one finger. Your brain will shut down once you deactivate Silent Night. Meaning Naruto would be irreversibly brain dead but still very much alive. Another finger joined the first. All the skin on your body will burn off. A third finger went up. Or you'll die. I haven't had any reason to use it in years. Because, and Naruto didn't want to seem cocky by saying this, he was ridiculously powerful without using Silent Night. That's good to hear, sir. He went to the drug cabinet and retrieved a small container of pills. He walked back to his leader and gave it to him. This should ease up the headaches. It should also help deal with your eye pains, but if they persist, then I might have to prescribe you glasses. I have to ask you for a blood and chakra sample so that we can come up with a lasting cure for your headaches and your eyes. He saw Naruto's eyes narrow. Our laboratory is very reliable. It's not that I don't trust you or your laboratory. I only want this meeting to be kept a secret. The very last thing he wanted was for any one of his people worrying about him or his health. They were already treating him delicately, going about him and doing things for him that he could definitely do by himself. If they discovered his headache, then that pampering and care for him would multiply by 100. You'll be using an alias. No one will find out. He pointed to the container and said, Take them once a day in the morning, and if you ever feel your headache again, then come back here and I'll give you something stronger. And again, if you still feel your eyes burn even after taking this drug, then I will have to prescribe you glasses until we find a lasting cure. I'd also prefer it if you came by for a checkup at least once a week. I understand. Naruto held out his right arm, and the man drew out blood from his arm. The leader placed his pointer and middle finger on a small scroll and pushed his chakra into it, filling it halfway. The chakra storage seal blackened slightly, and Naruto looked to the man, remembering how dangerous his lightning and water affinity chakra was to anyone but him. My chakra is very volatile. I'll be very careful. No one that could use Silent Night should ever have normal chakra in the first place. I'll keep you updated. Thanks for this, Yuma, Naruto said with a smile, hopping off the bed. It's an honor to help in any way I can. Yuma bowed. My sister tells me that Kushina Uzumaki was sorted into her class for next year. Class 1B. Yeah, she's been pestering her mother for a while now. Yuma's twin sister, Yumi Nakamura, was a teacher in the ninja academy. She also says that Kushina has an affinity for Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu. Like most Uzumaki, Naruto said and moved to the door. She's got potential to be a monster on the field. Yuma and Yumi had an older brother that was an active Jounin sensei in the Dark Country roster, who was charged to teach Suzuki Uzumaki's Team 20. The Nakamura siblings were fairly established in the country, and their parents had opened a hair salon in the southern region, where there was still an abundance of completed though unused buildings and open land, similar to the free-ranging space in the other regions plus the capital. Yuma nodded, dropping the scroll and the blood sample onto the desk. Let's hope, sir. Naruto left the hospital as soundlessly as he had entered. Chapter 13. It was another average morning in the leader's household. Naruto opened the door to his shared bedroom and walked out. He was dressed in his shinobi gear of a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, black combat pants, black sandals with white soles. The short-sleeved shirt showed the black line markings running down his arms and leaking into his fingernails, which was body art that had surfaced on his skin once he fully unlocked his dual bloodlines of lightning release and smoke release. Over the leader's torso was a black flak jacket with a white collar and a large dark country symbol drawn on his back also in white. All Jounin of the country wore the same black and white colored flak jacket. The Chunin only had a different design but not a different color. On his forehead was a gleaming forehead protector, and the ends of the black cloth trailed down to neck. The man mussed up his shaggy blonde hair and adjusted his half-mask as he stepped to his ward's bedroom door. His cerulean eyes gleamed as he knocked on Kushina's door. Kushina? He got no answer. He knocked again and pressed his ear to the door, listening. Are you ready? Kushina ground to a halt from her mad dash into her wardrobe from her bed. Her neck snapped to the door, and her eyes were frantically wide. The poor girl was still in her underwear. She looked about the war zone that was her room. Her clothes were strewn around, her bed was in disarray, her things were cluttered everywhere, and her wardrobe door was thrown open, letting out the tidal wave of clothes she had inside, some of which were on hangers, some looked to have formerly been folded, and others were crumpled beyond recognition. Naruto knocked again. "Kushina? Are you okay?" He tested the knob. It was locked. He prepared to ram his shoulder into the door. "Kushina?" The girl leaped over a mountain of dresses and pushed against the door. She squeaked. "In a minute!" Naruto's eyebrows raised and he released the doorknob. He wasn't a natural sensor, he could sense only consciously and with effort, so as an assassin he had to rely mostly on his 5 original sensory organs. His eyes narrowed fractionally as he detected the panic in her voice. If she was in danger, he and the girl already had a code to let each other know. "Be down in 5 minutes, okay?" "Okay." The man shrugged and trooped down the stairs, floating towards the mouth-watering smell of fried bacon and freshly brewed coffee. Inside the room, Kushina grabbed her hair and looked about, wondering where it had all gone wrong. She had it all planned out, the clothes she would wear for her day with Lord Naruto, her shoes and the headband her mother said looked cute on her, all arranged from the day before. Then second thoughts hit her as she came out of the shower. She stared at her clothes for a good hour, wondering if they would nice and presentable enough for her crush. She had been awake since 5 in the morning, 30 whole minutes before Naruto and Sueki had gotten up, and now both of her seniors were downstairs, about to eat breakfast, and she was still up in her room, not ready. Kushina groaned in dismay and her shoulders slumped. 4 minutes later, she ambled down the stair in a dark red and black dress that reached her knees and black shorts underneath with blue sandals. She had a gray bandana around her neck and her straight red hair looked somewhat disheveled but still neat. Naruto looked up with a mouthful of toast and smiled brightly. "Good morning." Kushina greeted dully and Naruto's mood dimmed a little. "Something wrong?" Kushina stared down at the plate of bacon Sueki swept before her, and she plucked a fork from the side of the plate. "You're not feeling well?" "No, I'm okay." Naruto regarded her skeptically. "If you're sick, we can always push this for another day dash." "No!" Kushina exclaimed, even making the vampire and her teacher jump in surprise. The redhead blushed down at her plate and stuffed her mouth with food, muffling. "To please. Today, please. Don't talk with your mouth full." Sueki tooted as she returned to the kitchen. The girl swallowed thickly, forcing the lump of food down her throat. "Sorry." The blonde leader wavered in his seat, then he said, "Well, today is gonna be really great. We've got a lot of places to check out. Your mom said she won't be able to come until next year, but that doesn't mean we can't have fun without her." Naruto sipped his black coffee and smacked his lips, saying, "She will come and see you next year, though, for the entrance ceremony." Naruto's eyes smiled humorously. "She wants to take lots of pictures." "Cool." The girl mumbled into her plate, hiding her excitement. But Naruto saw it, and he hummed out a pleased smile. Sueki only ate 2 pieces of toast, and drank her lemon tea before she dropped the dishes into the sink. "Those IWA ninjas are getting braver." Her red eyes flicked to the child on the other end of the table, and she said in quiet voice, "I'm going to kill some." Technically, prodding at their border by foreign, unallied shinobi settlements for surveillance purposes and supposedly not to cause harm fell under the authority of the Defense Corps, and until the threat became too violent to contain would the BLAK come in to support, mainly by infiltrating the threatening village and making a statement for the head of said village to command their forces away from dark territory. Naruto's eyebrows quirked at her statement, because the prodding of IWA ninjas hadn't resulted in injury or the loss of lives of either their ninjas or their civilians. Hence no need to bring in the big guns, per se. Killing unallied ninjas skimming their borders was only an extreme command that Naruto alone could make, and he had made that command after the Tsuchikage had sent back his warning letter to keep the hell away from his border or face hell without so much as a reply. Director Makoto, of the Northern Regions Defense Corporation, wants my men to send the message over to the Tsuchikage. DC operatives were to remain within the country unless they had no other option but to leave, and the mission was too delicate to give an average Jounin squad. Blak left no room for chance, and thus they scarcely, if ever, fell short during such a mission. Naruto checked Kushina, and the girl was too busy scarfing down her bacon to pay attention to them. "Give me the Tsuchikage," replied tomorrow. That man was taking Naruto and his country for a bunch of cowards. A simple message to leave his borders was ignored and sent back without comment, an unsaid way of disregarding the authority of the leader of another nation. Kumo, of all places, had kept just outside of their borders, watching them, but had made not so much as a move on them. The Raikage had responded that if Darkness made the wrong move against his village, then he would trample them. Naruto honestly didn't expect that kind of respect from the hot-blooded Raikage, but he reciprocated by having all his ninjas keep away from the Kumo ninja while at the same time ensuring they didn't break their end of the unofficial non-aggression agreement. This respect had nothing to do with their villages but between both men. Naruto had once battled the Raikage before, somewhere in Lightning Country, and the end result of this earth-rattling brawl was the man withdrawing his ninjas from aim and coercing the Tsuchikage to take his men out as well. That was a story for another day. IWA needed more than a warning letter, it seemed. "Have fun." Naruto beamed at his student, and the woman's eyes sparkled at his approval. "All right." She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and moved to the door. "I'll be back to do the dishes." No, just enjoy yourself," Naruto said and pinched Suiki's pale cheeks with a laugh. The bashful vampire slapped his hand away from her face and fixed on her plain red half-mask. "I'll be going now." Naruto bobbed his head, about to go back to his breakfast, then he noticed Kushina's glare following his student, and he called her attention. "Hey, Sue." The woman's head peeked back into the dining room. "Yeah? I think Kushina wants a kiss on the cheek too." "Wah dash." Kushina spat out her hot chocolate. Suiki rolled her eyes and entered the room again, kissing Kushina's cheek as well. "Have fun today." The girl turned an unrecognizable shade of red and Naruto guffawed. 5 minutes after the Blak commander left the house, Naruto and Kushina exited. The man turned and locked the door, leading the girl through their humble front yard garden and out of the short, black wrought iron fence. Naruto didn't have any official leader business to attend to, which was why he wasn't in the white and black leader's robe and hat, but that didn't mean he didn't have anything he wanted to do that day. Taking Kushina with him on those unofficial matters wouldn't stop or hinder him in any way. He proceeded to walk up the street, and Kushina walked behind him. The masked man looked behind him and decided to teach the girl something. It was a topic any child that intended to attend the country's school needed to have. Parents and guardians were supposed to impart this knowledge, preferably orally and not written, and thus pass the torch to the future. Naruto ushered the girl to his side and his right hand flicked up. "Kurono." As he spoke, telling her of the founding of the country and the plight it had to go through, the hellish flames that had formed them, he saw a fire grow in the girl's purple eyes. "Kurono is the pride of Dark Country," Naruto said, watching as the girl looked at her own hands as she held the horned sign. "It is our unity. It is our stubbornness. It is our shared past and outshared future." He stopped at the end of the road and the girl looked up at him, her eyes hard and charged. "There would be no darkness without Kurono, and there would be no Kurono without darkness. Lord Inyang did not travel anywhere else before or after darkness, so not too many people know him. Kurono, though, is not his legacy but our legacy. The dark legacy." The tall man looked down at the girl with a straight face, watching her flex her horn-fingered sign, still staring up at him. "Kurono is also a promise, kid." His eyes quirked up invisibly. "A promise that no matter how bad things get and no matter how bad things will get you, me, all of us." He motioned around him, and a few people stopped to listen. "We'll make it out stronger than ever." He jabbed his chest with his free hand. "And if there is ever a time you feel lost and there is no hope left in your heart, Kurono will give you hope, and it will give you strength." The people held up their own Kurono as they listened to their leader. The girl looked around in awe, amazed by how much people believed in the power of Kurono. They beamed at her, Uzumaki, Kiri, Suna, river born in the country. Do you feel it? Naruto asked. Kushina's head lowered as she felt her chest heat up. Her purple eyes glazed over as she looked at her own Kurono. Hi, she whispered. How do you feel? She looked up at Naruto, and the man's eyes glowed as he saw the small fire that had been in her eyes had turned into a raging bonfire. I feel great. He poked her forehead. That feeling, the burning in your heart and the storm in your gut, that feeling, is what it feels like to belong in darkness. Uzumaki was made up entirely of a clan, but this feeling was different. Dark Country was made up of 7 clans and clanless, and this form of unity hadn't ever been seen in any other place. Dark Country haven't had any major spats since before the Civil War, and it was during the war that Kuronos started being used. Naruto fixed the girl with a look, silent for a good minute as she looked back at him with a fiery gaze, and then he said, dispersing the crowd and leading her towards the northwest border entrance, some miles outside of the capital. Your mother wanted me to take you up as my student, Naruto said, even though Tamaki Uzumaki, Kushina's mother, had pleaded for the blonde leader to personally teach her child while she was in the academy and even after. She had done so in person after the burial of her father, and Naruto hadn't yet given her a reply. Kushina didn't need to know that Tamaki had begged him. The woman had said that it had been her little girl's dream since she first heard of Naruto. That or marrying him. Tamaki didn't know anyone else that could bring out the latent potential in her daughter, for she wasn't a ninja and her father had passed before Kushina could reach the age he could actively teach her. The ghost shrugged airily, without a care in the world. But quite frankly, I don't think you're worth my time. He saw her heart break, and how her whole expression fell to the ground. The man scratched his chin and hummed, expertly ignoring the girl's depression. You know what? She looked up, hopeful. I'll throw one question at you, and if you get it right, then I'll take you up as my second student. Her head blurred as she nodded. Why do you want to be my student? Her response was immediate. Because I dash. Naruto placed his index finger on her mouth, shushing her. No. Already predicting her fangirlish answer. I want you to think really hard about it, and tell me at the end of the day. He removed his finger. Understand? Hi. She had till the end of the day to come up with a good reason for Naruto to teach her. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. Konoha no Sato. A set of beakers shattered against the stone wall loudly, making the men and women locked in small cages cringe away in fear, huddling within themselves and ensuring they didn't make eye contact with the irate kidnapper. Another failure. Orochimaru hissed quietly, his hands curled into fists and his nails dug into his palms. He sent a venomous glare to the corpse lying on the operating table, spitting hatefully. Useless. He cast an enraged look at the sobbing prisoners. All of you. Useless. Lying on the table vaguely looked humanoid. His skin had changed to wood and his arms and legs were twisted grotesquely as he curled up into a ball, looking like an insect that had been placed on a hot pan. The laboratory wasn't that big. There was an operating table in the very center, a wall of chemicals and scientific equipment to the right, and the remaining space was filled with people in cages, stacked atop each other and left in varying stages of neglect. Orochimaru barely had enough space to walk around with his elbows jutting out, but he had to make do with this small space for now because any construction would alarm he animals, which would alarm the ninjas of the village of his nefarious acts. The man growled and his yellow reptilian eyes narrowed with disgust, getting madder and madder at the insistent whimpering of his prisoners. Shut up! He grabbed the corpse on the table and chucked it straight out of the window right of his chemical wall, leaving it to the elements and the gradually ravenous animals of the forest. It might be because of him that the animals were getting more and more feral. He had been performing human experiments since the end of the Second War, testing how far he could get to immortality, and the resulting failures were discarded for the animals to do with as they see fit, which mostly meant they ate the chemical-ridden corpses and lapped up the liquid chemical waste he also threw out without much thought. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and ground his teeth, struggling to center himself. I said, He looked up and white scales crept up his neck and speckled around his cheeks, under his eyes. Shut up! The prisoners clamped their mouths shut and covered their mouths with their hands, crying in silence as their captor paced around his table to this wall of chemicals, stepping to the window. There was a small table there with instruments littered about. He reached for a pencil and scribbled onto an open pad of paper, would cell replication, fail. He had an abundance of Hashirama cells, but the cells couldn't replicate if he placed them within himself. Only Hashirama could replicate his own cells, basically making him immortal though long dead now, and if he did inject himself with Hashirama cells without finding a way to activate the replication abilities, then it would remain stagnant and useless. The man's eyes flicked to a file seated on a tripod over a Bunsen burner. Inside was a golden liquid that sparkled in the sparse lighting of the illegal laboratory. He wasn't deceived by the bright-looking liquid. It was dangerously poisonous. This was Naruto Uzumaki's chakra in super condensed down to liquid form, not made impure by the Kyuubi's tainted chakra. This was Orochimaru's masterwork, the continent's first ever liquid chakra. No scientist had ever come up with the correct formula to change chakra into liquid form, and they probably wouldn't with their inferior intellect, Orochimaru thought with a deriding scoff. He had a lab rat drink a small portion of the liquid chakra and the person's throat had dissolved, and Orochimaru could see the throat dissolve externally as well as internally. The person's tongue charred black, blackness crept down his throat with each pull of the golden liquid, black bloomed over his chest and lungs as the liquid did its toll, even as Orochimaru forced more down his mouth. His stomach turned red and then quickly changed to black as it had been burnt all the way through, and finally the golden liquid escaped the man's ass, as pure as it had been ingested. Meanwhile, when he had chakra Jiraiya's chakra into liquid, something that looked a mix between dark green and bright orange, and made another lab rat swallow it, the person took up ugly, toad-like features, short white hair, and the red markings that went down Jiraiya's face imprinted itself onto the test subject's face. This transformation lasted only a minute before the nature chakra in Jiraiya's chakra became unstable and turned the subject into stone. The nature chakra could not be separated from Jiraiya's chakra, not like how Mito already had chakra different from the Kyuubi because of the beast containment seal. There were finger-sized scrolls organized on a corner of the table that held the parts of Mito's body. Orochimaru only really needed her chakra so that he could bring out the regenerative abilities of her chakra and make it so that he could use it on himself. Her parts were just in case he needed her DNA. In some other small scrolls was the DNA of Mito's late husband. So far, he had been unable to extract the regenerative capabilities of Mito's Uzumaki chakra. The man tapped the side of his head and looked down at the biological breakdown of Mito's liquid chakra he had written down on paper. It looked like the elixir of life, but there was one component that made the chakra truly dangerous to anyone other than Mito and probably clanmates, and this was that it was too packed together in a jumbled cluster, though the liquid itself remained smooth and light like orange juice. For example, the liquid chakra was too strong. Maybe if I watered it down. He scribbled down that note for later. There was one strange thing he knew of Mito's chakra, was that whenever Hashirama's DNA was near it, when it was not sealed up, that is, the liquid would move towards it as if it was a living organism. Orochimaru could not get his hands on the late Shodame's chakra, and it was impossible to extract chakra out of dead tissue, especially not with how long ago the tissue had been dead. Merge Mito and Hashirama DNA, he murmured as he added another note for himself. The man had been working on creating, not just a permanent cure for himself but on unlocking true immortality. He had been injecting terminal cancer into his human test subjects, and subsequently testing out his experiments on them. Failures, each one of them. When he did end up combining the DNA of Mito and Hashirama, it would only be so small it would need to be seen under a microscope. There was a slim chance that their DNA would react with one another and replicate to form some sort of tissue, but Orochimaru wasn't globally acclaimed as a scientist based on slim chances. Mito's chakra was being uncooperative and Hashirama's cells were fatal. He could change their biological makeup, but he didn't have the equipment. He could already visualize what he would do to Mito's chakra to subdue it. He made a mental note to meet the Sandaime for a mission to Snow Country. They would have the lab tools he needed. Orochimaru looked around with visible disgust. While he was on the mission, he could steal as much as he wanted and find a bigger facility to operate in. Operating on his test subjects would be so much doable them. He coughed into his fist. Another side project he was working on was transferring his conscience, his brain waves, his chakra, his nature chakra, his whole genetic makeup into another totally different body. This was only if all else failed and he was pressed for time to find a cure for his kami-damned illness. Fucking brat. Orochimaru cursed his former student. This is the thanks I get for making someone out of you. He turned and kicked a cage with a small girl inside, creating a large dent. Ungrateful little shit. The man exhaled loudly through his nose and rubbed the sides of his head with the tips of his fingers, calming himself down. He was already troubled by the attention the village investigators were giving him concerning Mito's murder. They didn't want to believe that he was with the Sandaime, while the former Kyuubi holder was being tortured and killed. Orochimaru had been careful. He had used a shadow clone to keep his teacher occupied while he did the deed himself, masterfully covering up his tracks as he left. Hiruzen vouched for his innocence, but the investigators were pressing down harder on him, throwing questions at him with the purpose of destabilizing them. Orochimaru sneered, a corner of his lips turned up in laughter. His alibi was airtight. With each passing day, it looked like the murder case was going to be shelved. The investigators were running into brick walls with each turn, and they were being sidetracked by the cases of kidnapping happening across the country as well as within the village. The scientists suspected it was Danzo, because the secretive man just looked like that kind of person, but a small portion of kidnapped victims was on Orochimaru. It was funny. 2 of the cases the Konoha shinobi investigators were looking through were concerned with him, and they weren't anywhere close to coming down on him. The man hummed and scratched his chin, sifting through his wall of chemicals. He selected a closed vial and a syringe. He sucked up the dark brown contents into the needle and tore open the door of the cage he had formerly kicked. He grabbed the girl by her hair and hefted her out, immediately stabbing the needle into her neck and injecting the terminal stomach cancer he had previously selected into her system. Any struggling stopped as the girl howled with pain. He strapped her down onto the table and a smile tickled along his lips. No better way to relieve stress, he thought with a chuckle as he savored the child's agony. The Suna farm. Half a kilometer from Dark Country's western border. Sunagekyo no Sato. Wind Country. Kushina tugged on Naruto's pants leg as she beheld the amazingly large farm. Lord Naruto. You can call me uncle for now, Naruto said as he kept his eyes on the rows and rows of sprouting crops. Farmers attended to the crops here and there were even small crowds of Suna citizens learning from Gato clan members and Dark Country civilian farmers on how best to grow particular crops. The loan Suna was taking from darkness didn't just go into creating the farm but also to maintaining it, and for now, the farmers were mainly Dark Country and the students were from Suna. Those being taught hastily wrote down what they heard and tossed questions to their teachers. The teachers were being paid to teach Suna people how to farm for 3 years, which was a smaller contract Naruto made with Sabaka no Tetsuyo, and during those 3 years, the Suna people would slowly ease themselves into planting and growing crops. The Suna farm didn't encompass animal rearing, as they left that part for their Dark Country comrade to do. Trading in animals like cattle and sheep was a subtopic in the Dark Sand Alliance. Naruto's country would process the products of the animals and Tetsuyo's country would buy the products at a somewhat discounted price. The Suna and Dark Country's military and trade relation was yet another alliance born out of both leaders' mutual respect for each other. Similar to Torian, Naruto and Tetsuyo kept in contact, and the association between both shinobi settlements couldn't have been better. Now, the whole thing with his official title to the Uzumaki clan was a bit messy. He was Torian's brother, making Tamaki Torian's daughter his niece, and Kushina Tamaki's daughter his grandniece. Tamaki addressed him as her brother, even while Torian was alive, and Naruto just went with it so as not to confuse little Kushina. Oh, okay, you Uncle Naruto? Yes? I have this friend in Konoha. Her name is Karen, but she said I should call her. She hid her mouth behind her small hands as she giggled. Carrot. Naruto smiled gently at her enjoyment. She told me that Suna was building a farm. She stared out in absolute wonder of the fields and the life shooting out of the green, imported earth. I thought she was joking. You haven't heard of the Suna farm? Naruto asked. As far as I know, it was big news all over the continent. People from all over came to inquire of the farm being built in the desert, but no one could get a definite answer on how successful the venture was because the Suna farm was a secret facility that only allowed in students from Suna, darkness teachers, Dark Sand Joint Task Force operatives that patrolled inside and along the border of the facility. High officials in both allied nations and a select few that had gotten express permission from their respective leaders. Didn't your mother tell you about the farm? My mama might have said something about it. A sweat drop grew on the side of the girl's head as she winced. Naruto patted her head. Well, you can learn as much as you want while you're here. The man then entered his teacher mode. I won't go into too much detail. The Suna farm grows crops like corn, beans, yams, even apples and the like. Things like rice and tea is difficult at the moment, and they already have a place they grow their medicinal herbs. He bent down with his right hand on her shoulder, and his left hand pointed at a troop of ninjas rushing off somewhere. Those are members of the Dark Sand Joint Task Force. They are entrusted to protect the farm and also to watch over and report any kind of strange activity going on along Suna's northern border. Dark Country border is protected by our Defense Corp, so we don't mind our ninjas signing up to be in the Dark Sand. Kushina noticed that the Dark Sand ninjas wore the Chunin/Jounin flak jackets and forehead protectors of their respective villages, but over their bodies were white cloaks with a yellow kanji for Dark Sand Joint Task Force. The white cloaks gave them uniformity, and their haste in movement made them look very professional, especially to a young girl like Kushina. Darkness has a 30% stake in the Suna farm. That means Darkness owns 30% of the farm, even when the loan has been fully paid back. So it's our duty to protect it as much as we are able. My ninjas sign up for membership and, after some really hard screening, they will be given their cloaks and their membership seal tattoos. Still though, as our ally, Darkness is obligated to look after Suna's interests as Suna as well as looking after our interests. Kushina nodded slowly in understanding. Close after Yasushio, Dark Country was very close with Suna and River. Naruto and the current River Daimyo, Kawasatoru, had established a merchants' guild for both of their nations' mutual benefit. The building itself was in River Country, seeing as that country was an acclaimed trading nation, though as long as the merchants were either from River or Darkness, there was always a place in the guild for them to trade in wares they couldn't sell while on the road or in another village. There had only been one other nation that had been close to River, so much so that they built a merchant guild, and that was Iron Country, though after the First Great War, the guild was torn down and relations with the samurai nation became solely formal. In time, Kushina would find out more about Dark Country's relationship with its four allies. The serious-faced Dark Sand ninjas went about their work. Naruto directed the girls' attention to a separate crowd of students, singling out a boy in his mid-teens with dark red hair and a large storage scroll on his lower back. The Chunin had his arms crossed and was listening in on a civilian farmer telling his class on the best way to determine if yams were ready to be harvested. That is Sabaku no Raza. He is the Sandaime Kazekage's oldest child. Tetsuyo is training him to take over being Suna's Kage after him. Out of curiosity, Kushina asked, Does he want to be a farmer? No. His father tells me that he enjoys visiting the farm and he comes as many times as possible. The Uzumaki girls searched the frowning teen's face for any trace of joy and looked up to the masked blonde, confused. He doesn't look very happy. Trust me, Kushina, I know that kid, he's happy. The Suna farm used to be a dream within a dream. At some points in time, the Nidaime and Sandaime Kazekage had given up hope of ever realizing it. Then Naruto and his country came along with the alliance proposal. During the alliance talk, Tetsuyo had brought the idea before his fellow leader, showing him blueprints and plans and a comprehensive list of crops expected to be grown there, doing everything in his power to convince his legendary counterpart to support him and his village, and Naruto, greatly surprising the man seeing as he didn't know Naruto had planned well ahead of their alliance talk with Suiki Dash. Had immediately cut him a deal. A 10 billion ryu loan, split into 500 million every year, and a small portion of ownership of the farm. The latter ownership was more for Darkness to take some of the credit for the success of the farm, though the small size of such ownership was so as to keep them in the background. 30% of the farm was nothing compared to the feeling of finally making their dreams come true. True to Naruto's words, Kushina caught a flicker, an invisible crack, on Raza's face. This farm is very important to not just Suna, but to Darkness as well. There really wasn't a way of saying this without sounding conceited, so Naruto went on. Suna wasn't doing so well. Food was expensive and water was dirty and hard to find. Darkness has contributed mostly in lowering food prices for sand and in the drilling of wells and boreholes in the desert, which is really hard. When it's harvest time, both Suna and Darkness would see a boom in trade with unallied villages and countries for the crops. He looked to the child. Do you understand what I'm saying? The girl bobbed her head. Yes, uncle. Food prices would be the same between Suna and Darkness, but it would be higher for anyone else. Yes, even for Naruto's other allies, not unless they reached an agreement with Suna or they bought Suna produce through Dark Country. 30% ownership didn't give Darkness authority to change price of crops going to unallied. The quality of the produce would be high, that much was undeniable, so once others got a taste it would be in high demand. Dark Sand would have their work cut out for them in defending the farm. The leader then rubbed his hands and said to the knowledge-absorbent Uzumaki. He nodded backwards to a willow tree behind them a short distance from the entrance to the exclusive farm. We'll rest under that tree. The dark leader huffed as he sat down, leaning back into the tree and inhaling calmly, enjoying the fresh air. Kushina hesitantly plodded to him, and sat down by his side, crossing her legs and squeezing the end of her dress in her small hands. The masked blonde opened an eye and asked her, "What do you think of the Suna farm, kid?" It's big." She then turned to the man and asked, "Does Darkness have its own farm? Like this one?" "Something like that," the man began. "We have a farm just as big as this one in the western region, and there are smaller farms all over the west and south. Unlike the Suna farm, the big farm in the west rears animals. There's the bee farm in the northern region managed by the Suzumabachi clan. The clan of wasp holders," the redhead filled in her head. There was only one bee farm in the country, and it was the one that controlled the circulation of honey. There is also a fishery in our southern region, also within Pansasenshi region. Our farms have been operating for the past 6 years now, and they are mostly managed by the Pansasenshi clan." "The Panther people?" Naruto nodded with a smile. "Yes. Their history is steeped with hunting, cooking and growing their own food." This, among many other things Naruto had told her and was going to tell her, was a topic that was going to be taught in the Ninja Academy, but the man didn't see any reason to keep the girl in the dark until next year's resumption date. Though he had to inquire, "Do you want to know their history?" "Yes, please." Naruto told her a short version of the history of the Pansasenshi clan. The clan of shapeshifters used to live on an island south of the continent. The island was wild and near inhabitable, with all the wild animals, killer infections and natural death traps here and there. They had persevered and stayed on the island, hunting and gathering. A way for the clan to not fall into the despair after losing a clan mate, or from a lackluster harvest, was in cooking. The Panther people had been living in houses in the trees, so predators found it very hard to reach the source of the tantalizing smells. Then one day, the earth just stopped yielding. There was no reasonable explanation. The soil turned into black silt, the trees withered and were unable to hold the houses in their branches. Even the water around the island and in the island became poison, forcing them to venture outwards in search of cleaner water to bring back. The first recognized clan head in their history ordered them all to pack up, and they did so, setting sail northwards to the continent, where they encountered the Kamuri Smoke clan and the Suzumabachi already inhabiting what would later be known as Dark Country. Dark Country was the second oldest human settlement on the continent, and the clan of Panther shapeshifters made their homes in the western and southern regions, where the soil was fertile, coincidentally bordering wind country. Some years later, the Kurama would come in from the west, the Chuinku would come from the east, the Hogo emerged from their burrows, and the Gato would come out of the earth of the northern region. The young Uzumaki sat there, amazed. Have you ever seen one shape shift? Kushina searched her memory for a time she had ever witnessed a human being change into a panther. She shook her head. It easily is one of the coolest things you'll ever see. Really? Naruto said with a sure nod. You'll get to see it when you start school. The girl looked down to the grass and a whirlwind of things rushed into her head. First was the fascinating sight of seeing a human change into clay and seamlessly merge with the ground. Suzuki had shown her what her teammate could do when it came to fighting, and Kushina would admit without a shadow of a doubt that it was friggin' awesome. Then there was the Wasp clan and their ability to see nearly all around them, and also their pinpoint archery accuracy. She was also interested to see how they could use their colonies to battle, because Sueki had told her how deadly a Suzumabachi wasp could be for other people. Then there was Naruto's clan, the Kamuri, that had been born with 2 chakra affinities and could create truly staggering jutsu. The Kamuri she had seen on the training ground yesterday did not really use their smoke release, but rather they used water or fire release, but they were wildly strong. Now her idol was telling her that there was another clan of people that could do something as awesome as changing form from human to animal. The prospect of attending the Dark Country Ninja Academy was becoming more and more appealing for the girl. It was probably the first time in her whole life that she wanted time to fast forward and she could be able to sit in class and learn more about the country she intended to serve. She might have the chance to access the Dark-born citizen assassination technique classes, though this didn't dim her enthusiasm. Naruto chuckled at the light tremor of the girl's hands. He could see the girl's true behavior slowly peek out as she continued talking with him. Tamaki had said that Kushina was a rowdy, impulsive, boyish girl that was occasionally hard to control because she had so much pent-up energy. Kushina's mother had even said that the girl had an adorable verbal tick. Naruto had yet to hear it, though he eagerly kept his ear out for it. This home of ours will be nothing without the contribution of each and every person. Clan or no clan, and now that we have 4 great alliances with 4 cooperative places, there really is no stopping us now. The leader smirked. Then his eyes dimmed fractionally as he asked, While you were in Konoha, did you ever get a chance to look around? My mama said that I shouldn't go anywhere without Granny. Your mother is a smart lady. Kushina visibly brightened up at the praise to her mother. Was Mito able to show you around? Sometimes. The girl shrugged, looking back out to the fields and the hard-working people on it. Granny was tired most of the time, so we couldn't only go out for walks together once or twice a week. Then she added with a faint stutter. But Uncle Nawaki took me to the park whenever he's not on a mission. That's Tsunade's younger brother, right? Yes. Was there anything you noticed there? There weren't that many of my clanmates in the village. Naruto conceded to that point. Yes, true, what else? Things cost a lot. Kushina reluctantly supplied, a bit unsure of the point she raised. While she had been in the village for 6-7 months, Tsunade had enrolled her into the village's ninja academy, and the Senju had been visibly surprised by the school fees the director had put forward. Another time, Mito was taking her and Carrot to the market to buy fruits, and the seller had called 3 times the price for a bunch of bananas than they could get in Dark Country. So Mito ended up asking Amara Kurama to contact Naruto and ask if he could send her the items on the list, which Naruto quickly did through the Kurama clan head. Mito Uzumaki refused to be ripped off. Good, Naruto said, both at the point and in relief that Kushina hadn't ventured out on her own into the darker parts of the Leaf Village. He got up and watched as the girl rose back onto her feet as well, dusting down her dress for errant specks of grass. Are you tired? No, the girl answered. We'll take a walk to the northern region and I'll show you the dark forest. With some luck, we'll be able to see some animals. After that, Naruto would take the girl to see a blind test of strength happening in the Hogo clan compound. The blind test of strength was a yearly tradition of the clay people that occurred before winter. Anyone was free to attend. The Hogo people would put up a complex demonstration alongside their clan's mole summons in a show of might. It looked like a play to outsiders, but it bore a deeper importance to the mole people, as every action told the story of how the very first Hogo child was abandoned in a dark cave, and how the mole elder had taken the child in, and raised him as his own. The highly traditional clan performed this play every year to remember their humble beginnings, and show the rest of the country their current strength. Naruto had met the staggeringly old mole elder once before, at the insistence of Nanako Hogo, the clan's head and director of the Southern Region's Defense Corporation. This meeting had happened in the real world, not the summoning realm, and it occurred 2 years after the Civil War ended, when their country was gradually rebuilding itself and Naruto had been less swamped with his duties. The old summons approved of Naruto's strength and had given the leader his blessing. Then Naruto and Kushina would move back to the capital and watch a puppet show a popular Suna entertainer was to hold an hour after midday. The story, as advertised by the entertainer as she asked for Naruto's permission, was of a samurai princess who had given herself the task of freeing her lover from the demonic possession of 7 entities, 1 for each day. The woman had promised that it was packed with action, suspense, and romance, and it was a story for all ages. The puppet master had a flair for the dramatic, and she had a good following back in Sune village with more than a few puppet masters. So Naruto was nothing if not interested to watch the story. They would rest and have lunch in a cafe for 30 minutes, then proceed south to see how they could help families there prepare for the forecasted snowstorm. The southern region was the place first and worst hit by the blizzard, and Naruto wanted to make sure they felt included and thought of. It would give Kushina a chance to mingle with the children and learn how the people there reinforced their houses and property against the inevitable snowstorm. Helping them could take a while, and Naruto wanted to ensure that Kushina had time to have fun, so it would consume most of their time, but that was fine. By evening, the leader would take the girl to the Choyinka clan compound in the eastern region concerning Amara Choyinka's invitation to watch her clanmates perform their last practice before the ballet dance that would happen in the end of the term festival of both academies. The clan head and director of the National Bank wanted the man to come and watch in case he was too busy to see it happen during the festival. Naruto wanted to use that chance to expose Kushina to another clan of Fuinjutsu masters, besides her own. The Grim Ink release users had an astonishing way of making and using seals. It should be about 8 or 9 in the night when they were done, so they would return to the capital and do some furniture and carpet shopping to end their day. If Kushina remembered the question he posed to her by then he would decide if he should or shouldn't train her. He wasn't going to remind her. It was all up to her. They began an easy trek towards the Hogo clan compound in the northern region. Several hours later. Grim Ink Theater. Choyinka clan compound. Eastern region. Dark country. 123, 123, 123, 123 dash. Amara clapped her hands and tuned to her counting. Her eyes kept track of each of the 10 ballet dancers fluttering across the stage, elegantly strutting and posing, pirouetting and skipping to the beat their clan head was making. Fast-paced music began playing off the stage. The dancers were in perfect sync, spinning on the tips of their toes in circles, flicking out their other legs and bounding forward as one. The ballet dancers were in dark green leotards and airy white skirts. They danced on green ballet flats. 10 more dancers came in from each side, a few men and a few women, 6 from the left and 4 from the right. This new group were in black leotards and misty black veils over their faces. Their horns gave their veiled faces an even more eerie look. A spotlight from above the stage flicked on and singled out a single girl, wearing a tattered red dress that floated with each step, black tights and black ballet shoes. Her horns were painted a hypnotic red and white that seemed to turn with her as she moved about the stage. Amara's voice receded as the dance went on, eventually becoming a low whisper till the woman said no more. The red dress-wearing dancer spun across the stage, then she was dragged back by 3 of the green leotard-wearing dancers, away from the snapping grasp of black leotards and their ill-intentioned looks. Fear entered the main dancer's face as she fled from the demons. The green leotards threw themselves after her, blocking the evil dancers from getting a hold of her. 10 green leotards reduced to 2 and the 10 black leotards went up from 10 to 18, converting the fallen protectors to their side as they elegantly pursued the Jade Phantasm. The music became more hurried. The spotlight diligently followed the red-clothed ballet dancer, the Jade Phantasm, keeping careful track of the fright and alarm awash on her face. Two demons finally grabbed onto each of her hands, pulling her back and forth as the others heckled and laughed, throwing the Phantasm's last protectors into the backstage. Her turning red and white painted horns stopped as the main dancer cried mutely, pleading for help. Naruto, his head perched on his fist and raptly watching the performance, honestly wondered how it would end. The red and white of her horns turned pure green and her red dress also flickered to the color of the forest. The demons began to panic as power gathered into the girl's eyes, but a single demon grabbed the girl from behind and whispered sweet, alluring words into her ear, smiling devilishly as she drained the phantasm of her strength. Finally the main dancer fell limp in the tempting demon's arms and the light went off. The spotlight beamed down once again, this time showing the main dancer sluggishly walking, her eyes dull and empty and her tattered green dress now taking a weaker hue of emerald. Her striped horns were completely black. 5 kids, not older than 7, yipped and skipped around the main dancer, crowing like imps. Kushina grasped her heart with shaky hands, already expecting the worst. This was cemented as the main dancer fell onto her knees and curled up into a fetal position, soundlessly crying into her knees as the short devils jeered and insulted her, all without making a single sound leave their lips. The music turned mournful and riddled with pain. The Uzumaki girl gasped into her hand as the main dancer stopped breathing and the last trace of green on her clothing leached out of her body and into the ground. There was absolute silence as the stage once again faded into black. A lady in a pure white bodysuit bound onto the stage, passing where the phantasm had previously been lying, lightly and quickly stepping on her toes as she exited the stage. Another woman, this one in a black bodysuit, passed the pitch-black stage, her pale white face bobbing and bouncing gracefully as she too left as quickly as she had entered. Suddenly, a tree made out of green, red, black and blue ink rose up from the place the main dancer had previously been, its branches sprouting far and wide and creeping outwards like living tendrils. A large dark red eye opened on the wide trunk of the tree and pulsating, glowing red fruits slowly began growing from the branches. Light gradually returned to the stage to show weapons and human bodies littered about the base of the demonically gazing tree. Low white mist rolled from the right and covered the bodies of the dead warriors. The 10 original demons re-emerged from the mist and clambered up the ink tree, mutely chattering as they fought to reach even one of the tree's fruits. Several tendrils wrapped around the demons and yanked them into the branches, never to be seen again. Silence returned to the stage, and half a minute after witnessing the semi-satisfactory demise of the demons that had murdered the Jade Phantasm, a young girl that was clearly a princess of some unknown land, danced her way onto the stage and looked up into the branches of the tree with wide, intrigued eyes. The red eye flicked to the girl. A branch lowered itself, bearing a single red fruit. The princess took the fruit and bit into it. The light went off for the last time and the music stopped. Naruto shot to his feet and clapped loudly. Amazing! Spectacular! Well done! Well done! The light on the stage came back on and all the dancers, even the main dancer, flooded back on and took a deep bow to the clapping man. Naruto's ward joined in, after wiping her tears, and began clapping in appreciation. The dancers turned to their right and Amara walked before them, clasping a clipboard to her chest and beaming proudly. She too took a bow. The ballet dancers talked among themselves in hurried, excited voices, immensely pleased that their leader was happy with their performance. Amara hopped down from the stage and walked up to her leader as he retook his seat. The dancers left to go back to their dresser, far too cheerful to keep their voices low. The young clan head took her seat beside Naruto, making the number of people sitting in the audience 3, except for the Ink Clan guards standing in strategic places within the theater. Naruto didn't like going about within his country with guards, so the green and white-haired lady took it upon herself to give Naruto a security detail whilst he was in her care, the biggest threat being some of her clanmates who couldn't control themselves around him, preferring to throw themselves at him without much thought. Was that a true story, Amara? Naruto asked and Kushina looked too. I'm not sure. It's based off of a dream my grandmother had. She claims it's real, but it seems too far-fetched. Long ago, people lived in a time of wonder and discovery, or so you told me. Amara was an archaeologist after all. The woman had dug up and dated many priceless artifacts after the Civil War and put them up for display in the National Museum. It might not be impossible for a god tree, whatever that is, to be born from a dead spirit. Amara teetered. Some dancers began clearing up the stage. I don't believe there were actual spirits and imps walking on the earth at any point in time. There just hasn't been proof. She saw the look in Naruto's blue eyes and she scoffed. For my clan, it's different. So, you believe your clan's origin story, but you don't believe in spirits. There is actual proof for our own. The goth shot back to the blonde, trying to be respectful in her retort. In the bone formation of long dead, old members of my clan we found at the bottom of the ocean, arguably the first ever to step on the earth, they have small outgrowths on their backs. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Similar to wings, yes? And, Amara continued, standing on her ground. In the base of their skull is a drawing of the sun and moon, and we have determined years ago that they weren't etched on but rather came naturally. Hey, I'm not insulting your clan origins. I know, Lord Naruto. I just feel like I should explain it better. Amara visibly calmed down and cast her lime-green eyes downwards, subservient to her lord. The petite lady cleared her throat and tucked a stray strand of her green and white gradient hair aside. Pardon my behavior, my lord. Come on, Amara, it's fine, Naruto said, waving off the apology. Keep on defending your heritage stubbornly. The Grimming clan had a belief that the first two clanmates were born from the sun, on a boat far east of the continent. The children had wings and horns, the former of which was shed and the latter remained till date. It was argued within the clan whether or not the children were actually defective angels that had been abandoned by Kami, or were simply offsprings of the literal sun. All signs pointed to them being born from the sun. Amara was of the opinion that they weren't abandoned angels but children of the sun. The Grimming clan and the Paint clan were cousin clans in respect to their fascination with art. Amara jumped when Naruto abruptly asked her. I was wondering, could you give Kushina here a small demonstration of your Grim Ink release bloodline? It's to expand how she sees and perceives Fuinjutsu. No problem, my lord. Please, let's go to the training grounds. She made a few quick hand signals to the Choinku security team of their precious leader, and they nodded curtly, running ahead of them to clear out a training ground as well as ward onlookers away so as to give them privacy. The Uzumaki seals weren't in any way faulty, seeing as some of their seals were being used all over the continent for various purposes. The same could be said to the Ink clan's method of creating seals, though they kept their seals closer to their home than the clan of Redheads. There were many Uzumaki created or improved seals across the continent. The sun had begun setting as they reached an isolated training ground, an average-looking place with short grass and spare tress, and the woman began. A paintbrush shot out of her sleeve and Naruto admired the dark blue darkwood and the white horsehair collected at the top into a smooth point. Black ink leaked from the base of the brush head to the tip of the white horsehair fiber and Amara swiped through the air, writing a basic X stroke in midair, holding up a half-tiger seal with her left hand as she placed a quick poke to the center of the X. The seal bolted to a tree a large distance away and Amara muttered, Katsu! Boom! Kushina marveled as Amara looked at her from the corner of her eyes, a smirk glinting on her face as hot air rushed past them, casting a faint glow to the woman's pale face. The girl had heard of how an Uzumaki that had chakra chains could use the chains to draw a seal on a surface and activate it, but she had never seen someone draw the seal in the air and cast it to its target. The girl immediately began brainstorming on how Amara could summon ink without a visible storage seal and how she, a budding sensor, couldn't feel any chakra from the ink. Kushina was still on the basic stroke practice phase of her now on and off Fuinjutsu training with her mother, so she couldn't think of any rational seal that could pull off the amazing feat. The clan head looked to Naruto, searching for approval, and she got a wide smile from the cerulean-eyed man. She felt her heart flutter and she swept around to the fire being doused by Naruto's security detail. This time she swiped her brush downwards. Black ink flowed from her brush and formed to parallel vertical lines. She finished the seal by slashing the 2 lines diagonally and tapping the center once again. The seal cracked and split on 2, one shooting left and the other careening forward in a blur of black ink. The one flying left imprinted itself onto a rock and the other stapled itself onto a tree. Hidden art, grim ink release, inanimate object switch technique. The tree changed place with the rock, going as far as even the roots digging their way into the earth. Though seeing as the rock had a wider base than the tree, there was a visible patch of earth around the tree that it couldn't fill. The secret to Amara not bringing out any pot of ink to cast seals was that, as a rite of passage before a Chuinku clan member could truly be recognized as a ninja and brought into the fold, the person would have to make his own painting brush and the brush fibers from scratch, meaning they had to enter the dark forest, take a branch from a dark tree that felt warm, plucked hair from the animal that allowed them and combined it all together to get a strong, sturdy brush. When this was done and the brush was created, the ink clan member would have to draw 3 micro-storage seals onto each and every fiber on the head of the brush, push their chakra into a large vat of ink presented to them by the elders and use the tiny storage seal on the brush to suck up every last drop of the ink from the vat. It was a whole ceremony. It was also a close secret to the clan, and people's minds never went to micro-storage seals because that idea was simply impossible. The only outsider that knew the clan secrets the only outsider that knew all the secrets of all the clans in Dark Country was their supreme commander, Naruto. Ketsueki Sakanomi was a member of the secretive clan, so she was privy to this knowledge, though she didn't truly apply it to herself, seeing as she already had her own thing going on, what with her blood manipulation and the Vampire Empress moniker. The vampire was the only exception to the centuries-old clan tradition. The clan had made ink saban rain down from the sky and, with each needle embedded into a surface, blew them up in a blaze of glory. Amara's last display had Kushina's mind reeling. The woman summoned ink into the air and formed an upside-down V, what the redhead recognized as the basic seal for cool for when an item was hot dash, drew a stroke resembling a lopsided T and tapped the center. Hidden art, grim ink release, inanimate object transformation. The small rock the seal landed on visibly warbled and white smoke burst outwards. The smoke dispersed an ordinary-looking cardboard box. Naruto sent a glance to the woman and she shook her head slightly. She couldn't tell Kushina about how this could come about. It was against clan law, and it could only be broken by an order from him, Naruto. The clan secret being that Chuinku chakra had the power to physically change the form of an object and a person for a specific amount of time, depending on the strength of the user and the amount of chakra being used. So far, only Amara and 2 other clanmates could do this. The limitations to this being that once the chakra ran out, the object or person would turn back to normal. If, say, an object was placed into the box and it changed back, then the object would be stuck in the center of the reformed rock. Depending on the amount of chakra and ink used, the complexity of the transformation and the detail put into it, the strain on the user was monumental, and so they couldn't keep, for example, a human transformation on for longer than 10 minutes. It took time to create 2. Aside from this, Chuinku fighters were very proficient in their sealing art and in their martial arts, seeing as they were close to mid-range fighters. Their brushes could be refilled once the ink had been used up, and there was constant study to create more seal combinations. Naruto tapped his chin and made a mental note to ask Amara for a spar later that week, probably after the end of the term festival. Lady Amara, I have a question. Reluctance flashed through Amara's face. She smiled quickly and stashed her brush into her pocket. Yes? Is it possible for someone outside of your clan to do all of that? Naruto saw that she didn't want to break Kushina's hopes, so he spoke for her. Their chakra is keyed specifically to manipulating ink, kid. So far, no one else can do it. Kushina's face fell and Naruto rolled his eyes. He then slyly suggested, though it's possible for someone super smart and super skilled to replicate it. The Goth clan had noticed what her leader was doing and nodded in agreement. No one has ever done it right. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked away, humming lowly. But I don't know, can you do it, Kushina? The fire from the morning burned in Kushina's purple eyes. I can do it. Pshhhh, I don't know. I said I can do it. Her voice was low, rumbling. Did you say something? Amara hid her smile behind her hand as she watched Naruto casually cast his eyes away from the girl as Kushina, that adorable little runt, stood before her idol with her hands balled into fists so tight her small knuckles were white. Her teeth was grinded against each other at the offhand dismissal of her abilities, and her straight hair separated, forming 9 dangerous-looking tendrils and waving about as the child struggled to put a cap on her emotions. Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets as Kushina whispered mutely, her eyes closed hard. I don't quite hear you, kid, I said. She grabbed Naruto's flak jacket and roared right in his face. I can do it! Dada Bane! Silence bathed the clearing, before Amara erupted into chirping laughs, holding her belly as Kushina finally realized herself. Ah! Her face was horror-struck, taking an unhealthy red hue, and her lips wiggled with embarrassment. She released her crush's jounin vest with a wild jolt and stumbled backwards, falling onto her bottom. Ah, Amara cooed, pinching her red cheeks. Clan law wasn't being broken if Kushina found her own way around the puzzle, instead of being fed by an ink user. It was certainly the first time someone had taken an interest in deciphering another way to manifest seals, seeing as Uzumaki preferred to continue using their own Fuinjutsu style, and Fuinjutsu itself was a complicated art that needed total dedication. Amara saw seal work as enjoyable, and the determination she saw in Kushina reminded her of when she first began studying seals. I believe in you, kiddo. Root Main Hideout. Somewhere in Konoha. Fire Country. Danzo hummed to himself at the report. He's not leaving anything for chance, huh? His face didn't shift with emotion or indicate the frustration he was feeling inside. He also entrusts the boy to Tsukumo Hatake when he goes on missions, Lord Danzo. One of the 3 blank-masked operatives mumbled, deferring to his master. We are unable to approach the Hatake clan. Danzo turned away from them and said quietly. It seems Tsukumo isn't as resentful of Minato as the others. I can't allow such a child to live. What do you want us to do, master? Keep an eye on him for now. The man answered as he looked at a priceless painting from the Kurama clan head of a 4-headed tiger raising down a village. Take him down once you see your chance. The 3 stoic ninjas knew their master didn't care if, after the assassination of the 7-year-old boy, they were killed. They were his tools and he could use them as he saw fit. Mist's very own home furniture, fixtures and appliances. Dark Capital Market District. The capital. Dark Country. Naruto was man enough to admit that the obnoxiously named Kiri store had basically anything and everything any average family would need to furnish their home. Of all Naruto's 4 allies, the one Darkness had with Mist was more cordial than anything, even if the Kage, Genjutsu Hozuki, as flamboyant as he was, continually encouraged his shinobi and his civilians to make the dark people in his village more welcome. Their alliance was in the traditional format: military aid for whoever needs it, defense would come at any time as long as it could be provided, traveling between both places was allowed, shops and business could be set up as long as it abided by the law, and finally, families and individuals could settle down as long as their entrance seals permitted, unless occasionally renewed. It differed from the alliance with, say, Suna, because that alliance went deeper and was less formal than anything the Sand Village had ever done. Ninjas could go on joint missions, visitors could stay in the village or country for up to 5 years before they had to renew their entrance seals, citizenship could be given though under strict scrutiny. The Dark National Bank could provide loans or financial support to Suna citizens or Suna-born Dark citizens, and vice versa. Suna extended more permission for Dark visitors to access some facilities and services other allies could not attain, and one significant thing was the establishment of the Dark Sand, one of the ultimate signs of a village joining forces. Naruto didn't see anything truly beneficial in the alliance with Kiri. It could be that Genjutsu and Kiri scouted out darkness and saw the future prosperity, wanted to get a slice, and so the Mizukage sent out an alliance request. The best things that came out of their alliance was that his ninjas were getting more adept in fighting in low visibility, though training in the desert gave dark assassins more heat tolerance over time, in the biannual genin evaluation examination, which would occur between both shinobi settlements, pitting both of their ninjas against each other in all-out warfare, tournament style, to find out which genin squad was more qualified for a promotion to Chunin. This event only occurred between darkness and mist, but Suna and Uzushio wanted to get in on the action as well. River too, though the trading nation was more reserved in its request to enter the biannual exam. The exams have happened only twice, which is 1 year. The battles fostered common respect for both of their ninja forces, and when time came round for the event to take place, there was a rapid surge in businesses being temporarily or permanently set up in the host location, increasing revenue and money circulation in their respective economies. So Naruto wasn't too against the alliance anymore. The opportunity for his ninjas to see and witness the power of the three-tailed turtle was also something Naruto enjoyed. Yes, the turtle preferred to wade the water far off Kiri's shore, but it was still within the country's border, and it hadn't posed any problem for centuries. It was similar to how Suna kept the one-tailed raccoon in check. Tetsuyo used his iron sand to weigh down the beast and keep it docile in a remote cave somewhere in Sunagakure territory. The furniture and appliance store Naruto was in, Mist's very own home furniture, fixtures and appliances, was set up by a small caravan of Kiri civilians. The blonde even remembered the day and time the small group had come by his Kamuri office to ask his permission to set up the business. There hadn't been any formal alliance with Kiri as of that time, so nearly everything had to pass through Naruto before it could come to fruition. Now, when outsiders or citizens wanted to establish business, they would have to go to one of the many offices in the civilian division's headquarters in the capital, or to a branch office in the 4 regions and formally file for permission, instead of meeting Naruto, seeing as he delegated that power to them when business requests became too many to investigate and scrutinize. The group of Kiri traders informed him that they had been bolstered on by their kage, and openly admitted that they were taking a big risk in setting up shop in the Silent Nation. Now look at them, 3 years later. Their business had 3 floors of merchandise and services, including plumbers and electricians. Best part, to Naruto, was that the Kiri business pumped a great deal of money into Dark Country. Kushina was looking over a few shelves of small, square carpet samples before him, and the masked man was eyeing a dark blue couch on display. It wasn't too fluffy or flashy, but it looked dangerously comfortable. There was a saleslady, clearly from the Hozuki clan, with her shark-like teeth and her black scara and blue pupil eyes, making subtle motions to the couch. She knew who he was, obviously, and she also knew how business would boom once word got out that the leader had fallen asleep on one of their couches while he was testing it out. It would give a big advantage over the competitors within the country, like an equally popular home furniture and appliance store owned by a dark-born Uzumaki couple. The man was jerked out of the tantalizing thought of slumbering on the couch by a small tap on his shoulder. His turned around and his eyebrows furrowed as he tried to remember the person standing before him. The person, carrying a hook staff strapped to his back, a long coat over his ninja garb and a Kiri forehead protector, mumbled in disappointment. "It's Yagura, Lord Naruto." "Ah, yes, Yagura," Naruto said with a nervous chuckle. "I was just about to say that." The Mizukage's prospective successor frowned. "You keep forgetting my name, sir. What brings you here, Yagura?" Naruto asked with a smile, shifting the conversation away from how he found it hard to remember the man's name. Yagura's eyes narrowed fractionally, then he shrugged. "I was looking for new tiles for my kitchen. I plan on spending winter here." Naruto didn't bother asking what was wrong with the tiles already in the kitchen. Owners of their houses were at liberty to alter the decoration of the rooms as they saw fit. Only renters couldn't do that. So Naruto assumed Yagura had purchased his house. Natural-born citizens including allied nations born in Dark Territory had the privilege of getting free housing and accommodations, aside from hotels, motels and goose houses. But allied foreigners had to either pay rent of their accommodations or buy it at the average price used around the continent, the former option was better, seeing as they had to renew their entrance seals every once in a while. Healthcare was cheap and affordable for the foreigners, meaning they paid for it, but the cost wasn't obnoxious or unattainable, and education was completely free. Allied foreigners paying for housing and healthcare contributed to the increase in the country's money reserves. Non-allied foreigners were not allowed entry into the country. It was one of the reasons unallied nations and villages were curious, and threatened, by the secret prosperity of the silent nation. "Where's your apartment?" Naruto wondered. "Eastern region. There are some flats that were recently completed and I moved into one of them." Naruto had been informed of the completion of one of the many houses. One of the things he did yesterday was issue an order to the civilian department to not build any more houses or accommodations anywhere in the country. There were over 100 unoccupied houses spotted around the country, and Naruto's council didn't estimate any drastic increase in population until 10 or so years. The other order he made to the civilian department was to finish any building construction and to regularly maintain the houses until they were rented or bought. "Are you aware that winter in the country is very harsh?" "I'm aware. The reason I'm spending it here is to help in any way I can." A corner of Naruto's eyes quirked up as he smirked. "That's nice of you. I don't mean to offend Dash," the next Mizukage hastily said, thinking the worst. "No offense taken. I'm sure your ninjas have the situation handled," the other man explained. "Genjutsu-sensei recommended I come and lend my support." He bowed and said, "I am in your service, Lord Naruto. Glad to have you, Yagura." As Kushina rubbed a carpet sample in her hands, the Kiri ninja muttered to Naruto, "Is that the Kyubi Jinchuriki?" "Yup. The beast seal, is it? I wouldn't risk the safety of my people if I wasn't sure the seal would hold the 9 tails down." "And the people know of her status?" "Why wouldn't they? The villages I have gone to have not been too friendly to Jinchuriki. It was why the 3-tailed turtle and the 1-tailed raccoon were not sealed into people." Naruto knew the history of Jinchuriki running wild with beast chakra and unwillingly rebelling against their superiors. It had happened twice in Kuma within the past 2 years and twice in IWA in 1 year. The man observed how Kushina freely went down the aisle in search for the perfect carpet. "With all due respect, why is here any different?" "Well, for starters, everyone in the country, shinobi and civilian, has, to an extent, passed through our academies. They know the basic fundamentals of how a seal works." The Kiri ninja acknowledged to that fact. He had heard of how, during the rehabilitation and re-education phase of rebuilding darkness, every person was given basic education. This phase was to reinforce the confidence the people had in their ninjas. "Next is that I trust Mito's seal, the late Uzumaki being a Fuinjutsu master at the peak of art. Toryun had also inspected the work before he passed. And last is that I have my best seal master from the Chuinku clan look over the seal every once in a while." Yagura smiled lopsidedly at the man's caution. "I'll have to hand it to you, you are very careful. When it comes to the well-being my people, and my allies, I should be no less thorough." Part of the reality was that, since Naruto was at ease with living with the holder of the most powerful beast on the planet, then his people followed his example and relaxed around Kushina. Any decent leader in my position would prioritize the lives of their people over all else. Those same words would echo through Yagura's minds for years to come. No wonder people respected Naruto so much, the man murmured in his mind. The Mizukage, the Kazekage, the Reikage, the past and present river daimyo, a whole slew of people important shinobi across the continent, they had the utmost respect for the man standing before him. Then there was another portion of the world that absolutely feared Naruto. That side couldn't muster up the courage to openly call him by his name. They referred to him by the title he had been given during the Second War. The Ghost. Among the things Yagura considered very important was for him, personally, to not get on the bad side of the infamous ghost. He heard what happened to Kakuzu. It wasn't that much of a secret around the country, and among Naruto's allies. Yagura had been brainstorming for a long time on what to do once he became Kage that would cement Kiri's mutual relationship with darkness, hopefully until the end of time. Not out of fear of the ghost, but out of desire for his village to grow with the darkness. Sunagakure had the Dark Sand Joint Task Force. River had the Merchants Guild. Yuzushigakure was essentially brother nations with darkness. The Chunin exams was a step in the right direction though. He momentarily shook the thought from his head and Naruto asked him, "If you really want to see how you can help, report to Amara when you can and inquire if there's anything for you to do. If there's nothing, then we'll put you on the shinobi reserve list." His blue eyes glanced to the man briefly, returning back to his ward. "You know what that means, right? If or when I see someone in need, then I lend a hand," Yagura recited. It was basically what any other person in the country did. "I apologize if your winter is too uneventful." "An uneventful winter is what I hope for, my lord." Naruto chuckled and amiably slapped Yagura on the back. "That's exactly right. Uncle!" Kushina waved, holding up a small square carpet sample. "This one." Naruto jerked his head towards an attendant and flicked his eyes to his charge. She quickly rushed over and politely collected the sample, leaving for the back room to bring the whole carpet out. Kushina went on ahead and selected a wallpaper sample. "Have you found the kitchen tiles you were looking for?" The future Mizukage shook his head. "Not yet." Naruto pointed at the couch he had formerly been ogling, 3 similarly colored chairs, a coffee table for his parlor and a few shelves, because he was planning on turning the house's attic into their personal library and storage unit for old items. For the old furniture they were replacing, Sueki had proposed she take them to a pawn shop to sell. Naruto collected the storage scroll, sifted through the items sealed inside and paid for them. He waved goodnight to the Kiri ninja and proceeded out of the store with Kushina. The sun had set by this time, so the street lights illuminated the road and police officers were on their rounds. So far, only a few shops were open, and they were restaurants and bars. Some carriages rumbled up and down the road, transporting families and trading wares about the capital. A couple of officers bowed to their leader as he strolled down the sidewalk. The blonde nodded back to them and squinted up ahead at a tarp-covered building that towered over everything. It could almost be seen all the way from the different regions. The contractor, by Naruto's order, had put a halt on the building of the leader's tower and postponed it until after winter. The lights coming from the site were just workings reinforcing the building to strong winds and the cold. The building was now covered because it was in its last week before completion, and they wanted it to be a surprise for their leader. Naruto was excited. The contractor said he only made a few infinitesimally small changes to the original plans, but it was no less a tower fit for their master. It would be the center of the country. It would be a physical show of the power of darkness. The grand reveal and opening would come before the academies were opened for the new semester. There was a cheerful, jittery, hyper-enthusiastic buzz going through the people in preparation of the historical event. The masked blonde looked down when he felt a tug on his pants leg. He smiled at the girl, still a bit distracted by the tower. I have the answer for your question." "Which question?" "The one from this morning." "Oh." Naruto snapped his fingers in realization. "Yes, right. What's your answer?" "I want to be your student because—" Churning purple orbs clashed with jovial sky blue. "Learning from you and training under you is the only way I can become the next leader of darkness." The girl experienced a lot today. She had seen how important each ally was to Dark Country and how, in turn, Dark Country was important to them. She saw the fervor and eagerness people put into everything they did. She chatted with the children that also intended to attend the ninja and civilian academies next year, and how they didn't want to see any harm come to their dear country. She experienced the emotion of loss a significant portion of the people felt during the war. They told her stories of their plight during the dreaded civil war. Naruto told her the plans for the future he had for his precious country, and that it could only come to be with the cooperation of his people. Kushina glared up at the man as he laughed lowly. "Whether or not I'm allowed to take assassination technique classes or not, I will be the next leader, so that I can be the one to protect everyone." "Oh really?" Naruto asked with a mockingly raised eyebrow. Databane. Chapter 14. Time skip, 1 month later. 3:01 a.m. The wind howled violently, whipping and thrashing against the humble suburban home of the leader of Dark Country. Sueki shivered and shuffled backwards, snuggling closer to the ball of warmth behind her. Naruto, spooning her, gently tightened his grip around her middle and mumbled incoherently into the sleeping woman's ear, too deep in his own slumber to realize anything. The white-haired lady breathed quietly and a light smile came to her lips, in spite of the sleep, fully content. The torrential snow might have been falling outside, but inside the house, much like any other house in the country, was warm and toasty. The temperature inside the house was regulated by a seal that was in turn powered by the sun so that those that could not use their chakra could manually turn it up via a simple dial, and at the moment the heat was cranked all the way up, pushing out the chill. Nothing could really replace the feeling of snuggling with her mentor, under a thick blanket. Her master's hand unconsciously snaked under her baggy black t-shirt and ghosted over her pale belly. She giggled breathily and wiggled her hips into his crotch, eliciting a groan from the blonde. The haze of her dream lifted somewhat, though she kept her eyes peacefully shut. Heat rose up from her gut, and she exhaled in need, mentally contemplating on whether or not to wake the man behind her up or not. Sueki felt the bulge press against her behind, and she bit her bottom lip, humming and moaning in indecision. Just a minute. She whispered in her mind and reached behind her, running her hand up and down her master's impressive tool. It'll be quick. Ease some stress off us and all that. Oh ho ho, the man chuckled as he felt her in his pants. The woman was about to fish out Naruto's meat from his sweatpants, taking a short moment to rub her butt against the front of his pants and feel up his abs, gasping to herself in anticipation. Her thin fingers found their way into his pants. The intricate Bileke seal tattoo on her upper left thrummed. She ignored the call and sighed shakily when she felt her master in her hands. Her other hand lowered from pushed aside her underwear. She cursed silently when the seal thrummed again, this time 2 times. "Damn it, Wasp!" she whispered. She put her teacher's dick back into his pants. She pushed aside the blanket and sat up, rubbing her eyes and trying to reorient herself in the dim room. She could hear the storm wailing outside the window, thumping vainly against the window. Warm orange light poured in from the thin slit underneath the door, from the light bulbs in the hallway. Good, she thought, the country's generator was still operational. She lightly got off their bed, making extra sure not to make a sound as she stealthily crept to their wardrobe. Naruto grunted and turned over, facing her as she bent into the wardrobe and searched for her Bileke gear. His blue eyes glinted in the dim light coming from the streetlights outside, stubbornly shining light on the street despite the blizzard going on. "What's going on, Sue?" The woman found her pants and hopped into them, pulling off her baggy sleeping shirt and tossing it aside. She glanced back to her master and said in a hushed voice, "Something's happening." She found bandages and proceeded to wrap them around her chest, making sure it was secure before she put on a black short-sleeved shirt. Her eyes briefly widened when she saw him groan, about to sit up. The woman rushed to him, skidding on her knees and forcing him to lie back down. "Don't worry, I've got this." "You sure?" "I'm sure." The vampire got back up and put on a pair of black shin and forearm guards, strapped a kunai and shuriken set onto her thighs, sat down on the edge of the bed and grabbed her black sandals from underneath, wearing them. She then snagged 5 boxes of blood-filled medical needles and sealed them in a storage seal on her right arm. Lastly, the Bileke commander grabbed her bat mask and plodded to Naruto, kissing him on his forehead. "Sleep well, sensei." A ghost of a smile wafted over her stoic face. The woman clicked the door shut and stepped to Kushina's room. Swiping her thumb over the girl's doorknob and turning it, she peeked in and the little redhead was swaddled under a pile of blankets, snoring soundly. Sueki smiled faintly and closed the door as silently as she had opened it. The Bileke commander quietly walked down the stairs, putting on her mask as went up to the front door and let in her deputy. Wasp slid into the residential home and went down on one knee before his superior, referring to her with the title only those in her team were allowed to use. "I apologize for waking you up, Bat-senpai. It's fine." "What happened?" Her face under the mask remained neutral and her voice gave nothing away, not even to someone as smart as Wasp, who could detect minute emotions. "The dark forest gate fell down and a few animals have escaped," he said, reporting of the first problem for that morning. "Any civilian casualties?" "No, ma'am, all civilians are indoors." Because no sensible person would have anything to do outside when frozen hell was roaring at them from the sea. "The barrier seals around the houses are performing properly. And I send out an order for all genin to remain indoors." "Good, they are not yet qualified to withstand this snowstorm." "What measures have been taken to round up the animals?" "There are operatives in the south that are herding them back north, and Lord Daikihara Pansasenshi and Lady Amara Chuyenko are driving them from the west and east respectively back to the forest with Defense Corporation. The dark animal conservationists are pleading that we not harm the animals." The members of that department in the civilian division were the ones that were in charge of ensuring the malevolent animals of the dark forest thrived but remained within the evil, fenced-off forest. The civilians of the Dark Animal Conservation Office situated near the forest had told them that the gate had blown open on its own, but the DC were running an investigation on the claim. Black's function in this ordeal was mainly supervisory in nature, watch over the situation and enter when it became too out of control. The Gato members of the Defense Corp were confined to their desks within the respective offices. Their clay release became brittle and fragile every snowstorm, so Naruto had ordered for them to work in the background, indoors, so that none of the clay people lost their lives to the cold. Normal ninjas of the country filled in their positions, acting as temporary support for the DC that could come out during the blizzard. There was something else BLAK operatives were attending to while the other shinobi herded animals back into the forest. "What else?" "We are giving chase to 15 IWA ninjas that have breached our borders." Bat's eyes hardened. "Our comrades have tracked 11 but the other 4 are nowhere to be found. The snow is making it hard for our trackers." "Leave them to me," the vampire said, and Wasp bowed in deference, sending the message over to the other members of BLAK via Morse through their BLAK seal tattoos, telling them to inform any allied foreign shinobi to stay out of their commander's way. The man opened the door fractionally and blurred into the snowstorm. Bat closed the door after herself and disappeared into the white blackness of the blizzard. Still within the dark capital. Normally, it was the function of the Defense Corps to search for and apprehend any foreigner that forced themselves into the continent, but due to the dangerous dark forest animals escaping and the Gato clan forced to stay inside until the storm subsided, normal ninjas covered up for them. The police were simply to keep track of civilians, and make sure that the storm didn't sweep anyone off into the sky. In such a case as 15 unauthorized individuals entering the country, and the DC was handicapped, then BLAK was the prime authority in handling the matter. Panda bowed stiffly to his commander as he sensed her approach, the hooded coat he wore over his usual Black Ops uniform, shading part of his mask and making the already silent man even more eerie in the howling wind, did nothing but chill the 11 captured shinobi to the bone. They were all in various stages of damage. Some had black eyes, some broken shoulders, one had a neglected sword slash cutting through his stomach and possibly nicking his intestine, bleeding freely and unhindered. Another had lost visible stingers protruding from his torso, through his IWA flak jacket. Most of the other masked dark country operatives wore black coats or parkas or ponchos or even buttoned-up cardigans and sweaters, billowing in the wind as they mutely surrounded the kneeling, freezing cold ninjas. A path was created and Bat, this time wearing the thick, hooded parka and black gloves Phoenix had graciously given her, strolled into the small circle. Panda waved his right hand over his head and a seal covered them all, forming a protective dome against the cruel elements. Bat stared down at a defiant man, meeting the red-eyed vampire's gaze without fear. The way the other powerful, masked operatives bowed to her in submission, it was obvious he was their commander, and those red eyes couldn't be mistaken. Blood, the vampire empress. Student of the ghost. The man glared at her hatefully, unwavering as the lady bent down, her masked face dangerously close to his. She hummed and briefly closed her eyes. 11 heartbeats. She echoed in her mind. The woman inhaled deeply. 15 different smells. The IWA shinobi might have already been close before this failed invasion, she surmised in her mind, hence why she could perceive the minute smell of 15 people on this one man, even with how the snowstorm mist billowed outside of the sealed dome. The woman straightened up and turned around. She said in an airy, uncaring voice, "You can kill them now." The operatives poured down on the kneeling ninjas. Bat focused on the memory of the 15 cents, removed the sense of those that had already been captured and summarily flowed through 20 hand seals. Hide and art, demon blood release, bloodhounds of killer intent. She ended the sequence of seals by tossing 10 blood-filled saban to the ground, embedding them into the ground. The red liquid inside her needles began to bubble and rankle inside their containers, before they broke out. The blood expanded and replicated, assimilating the snow that attempted to overcome it, and dissolving it with the potent white blood cells of the vampire. The masked lady's blood snapped and barked formlessly, streaking out into the white night, howling along with the blizzard. Bat stood rigidly for a moment, her eyes lowered in concentration. Each hound bounded in different directions, spreading out her awareness and her blood-sensory abilities. The woman felt hearts beat in the back of her mind, blood of her citizens rushing through her mind, and the curiosity of allied shinobi that saw the curious-looking red dogs bounding past them. The quick report of her team told her that the IWA shinobi had been looking for something in the country. The tactic the rock ninjas used was fairly standard. A majority would divert and misdirect the country's ninjas while the minority went towards their objective, using the cover provided by their other comrades. 9 of the IWA ninjas had been spreading out from east to west, mindlessly fleeing from the silent, animal-masked assassins that mutely gave chase. The other 2 captured had been in the capital, moving towards the library. Hot blood pounded in the vampire's body, driving any cold that threatened to freeze her in place. Her red eyes flicked up as a couple of her dogs caught a scent. The woman's focused blood to specific points in her legs, mixing the blood with chakra. She squatted down, grazing her fingers in the knee-deep snow. She was gone with the gale. Civilian Division Headquarters. Dark Capital. A pair of red eyes opened from far above, soundlessly beaming down on 2 ninjas that were trying to pry open the door to the large civilian building. The protective seals on the door were stubbornly fighting back. They had just managed to slip past the protective dome around the headquarters, the one keeping unauthorized personnel away and protecting the area from the brunt of the snow rushing up from the south. The vampire's bloodhounds notified her that the other 2 were attempting to break into the back door of the massive structure. Bat's bloodhounds of killer intent were, for lack of a better word, an extension of specifically one aspect of her consciousness, her sense of smell. When she had used this same jutsu against her teacher the Spar while they were in the exclusive Kamuri training ground, she had toned down the smell senses of her dogs and amped up the killer intent, sort of like projecting her wrath and anger away from her position like what master ninjas did with their voices and sounds. The jutsu was different from shadow clones in the sense that the wild dogs were mainly for tracking and intimidating the opponent, and requirement that prevented anyone else from being able to use it was a few drops of blood and chakra, exclusively the chakra of a demon blood release holder. The vampire spent a moment watching them from above, hyper-suppressing her presence. Bat's eyes glowed when she felt a sort of rush well up in her body, feeling like a predator stalking her unknowing prey. The woman skidded down the side of the building, raptly watching the 2 fumble with a scroll of possible counter-seals to the one guarding the door. She had to commend the invaders for not yet tripping the alarm of the building. Bat's feet touched down on the thick snow, and she proceeded to creep up to them, not leaving behind her footprint. "Hurry up, someone's coming! I've got it, dash! Damn it, why didn't Lord Sechikage want us to infiltrate sooner? That would have been much easier than this. It's that ghost piece of shit. He's getting cocky." Bat felt her eyebrows twitch, though she got a handle of her emotions quickly enough. "I'm just saying. We could have gotten a map from Suna, hell maybe even from River. Keep your voice down, idiot. Who's gonna hear us? We're in a fucking whiteout. This seal is already a bitch and a half without you bitchin' in my ear. Grimink don't make anything easy," the shivering man complained in response. The person with the scroll of counter-seals looked from the scroll to the door, using an ink-dipped brush to draw seal after seal over the complex seal already on the door. "Just fucking, Keep quiet for 5 fucking minutes. That's all I ask? 5 minutes. We'll get those items, plant the bomb, and get the fuck out of here in no time. Hurry up then. What did I just say, dumbass? The Urk Seal Master hissed over the wind, turning his head to his annoying partner. He found no one there. Teru! He shouted lowly, looking about. Teru! This is no time for joking, dumbass dash! A saban found its way into the base of his skull and he knew no more. Bat watched the man slump forward onto the wall, still standing, and hummed to herself. Map? Those items? She snapped her fingers and the dull-eyed Seal Master sprinted around the building to where his comrades were, leaving Bat with her first victim, lying swirly-eyed on the ground and bound in ninja wire. The commander bent down and searched the man's ninja uniform, checking his pants pockets and hidden flak jacket pockets. There wasn't anything on his body to tell of their objective in the country. Their forehead protectors weren't even slashed out. Her recently created zombie knocked out the 2 ninjas struggling with the seal at the other end of the building. Bat began stripping the unconscious man naked, emotionlessly looking for a storage seal on his person or on a scroll. She found nothing of the sort. I would have thought someone as arrogant as Oanoki would give them mission specs. She wondered idly, disregarding the violent shivering coming from the nude man below her. He didn't order them to slash out their forehead protectors and they still have on their flak jackets. The commander sent out a quick Morse code for her men to come to her position. Well, torture it is. Lion, wearing a black cardigan, landed before his mistress in a crouch and picked up the half-frozen IWA ninja, leaping off and sprinting north to their base in the dark forest. She felt her arm buzz lightly, telling her that Squirrel, Badger and Horse had retrieved the other captured ninjas and were en route to their secret base. Bat tapped her chin and casually thought, strolling through the storm as her men hopped and ran about her, protectively flanking her. Team 29, probably. Team 29 of BLAK specialized in gathering information, hence torture and interrogation. Rat, Weasel, Cockroach and Squad Captain Raccoon were trustworthy operatives of darkness in retrieving sensitive information from the most difficult of places, not excluding the human head. Weirdly enough, the members of that team, acknowledging their strong suits and utterly devoted to their supreme commander, Naruto, had been the ones that signed up with those animal names themselves. Team 30, just to be on the safe side. BLAK Team 30 were just as sly as 29. Matter of fact, BLAK Teams 25 to 39 was masters of torture, interrogation, information gathering and compiling their findings. Normally BLAK operatives were jack of all trades, and they mastered a select few aspects of being assassins. The Black Ops were the elite shinobi of the country, unofficially dubbed shadows of the assassin nation. Those that preferred to train themselves in their specialties were properly grouped together into teams, while those that didn't lean too much into their specializations were placed in other squads so as to balance the teams out. The Dark Country borders secured once again, with normal ninjas and the other half of the DC, namely Hogo-most clanmates and a sizable section of non-Hogo clanmates, including people from other clans and clanless patrolling the edges of the country or hunkered down in sentry posts. The animals were returned back into their forest enclosure and all ninjas, allied foreigners and dark citizens, were fully accounted for. It took the 2 teams a full hour to extract the information, but at the end of it all, the IWA ninjas finally cracked and the words spilled from their lips, not unlike water from an uncontrollable waterfall, unable to stop once they got started and only halted when the need for precious air and the need for water became too much to suppress. It was almost sad how much information they released. The cold men and women of BLAK that had been approved to watch the proceedings, namely Bat, members of Team 11, Polar Bear, Pony, Komodo Dragon and Koala, the 4 of whom were in Team 12, under Squad Captain Koala. The team after Bat's own rank second strongest in the admission test into the Black Ops, a feat upon itself, seeing as Team 11 were undoubtedly close, if not equal, to the strength of the clan heads. What they discovered didn't really shock them. Oanoki had been infuriated that his scouts were personally sent back to him in small wooden boxes by dark shinobi, specifically BLAK Commander Bat and her operatives Dash, and he began making plans on how to acquire information about darkness before he could decisively take it down. The IWA shinobi didn't know how Onoki had known that the info they needed might be in the civilian division, but that Tsuchikage had told them to steal a map of the country, a copy of the entrance seal which definitely was in the civilian division, particularly in the Citizenship and Migration Office. The two teams filled in their minds find any document that at least gave them an idea of what to expect from dark ninjas so that any strike they executed against their assassin counterparts would go without hindrance and without stumbling. Bat handed it to the Tsuchikage. The man was smart enough to know that if you attack darkness, it better be fatal or else the retaliatory strike would cripple IWA forever. The last item the infiltrators had been tasked to retrieve was a way to bypass obsidian steel weapons. Luckily for Iwagakure, the infiltrators hadn't injured or killed any dark ninja. Though, at the very same time, unluckily for them, they had defied their leader's warning to leave their borders alone. That was unforgivable. Plus, Onoki wanted the infiltrators to plant bombs in the civilian division headquarters and blow up the building once they were clear. This was to, at the very least, place some doubt in the minds of the civilians on the ability of their leader to protect them from harm, seeing as they had destroyed the place all civilian activities flowed through. The two teams turned to their commander, silently waiting for her decision. Bat was stuck. Only Naruto could permit them to invade and collect their pound of flesh from IWA, elite shinobi suborganization or not, especially seeing as there was no loss of dark life. Killing them while they were within dark territory was out of the question. The storm raged outside, pushing and roaring against the hidden building as Bat furrowed her eyebrows and ran through the confessions in her head. It won't feel right if I just let them go. She flicked her wrist to the captors and the interrogation teams slit their throats without delay, stonily staring at the IWA shinobi as they gurgled and choked on their own blood, fighting the encroaching blackness of oblivion. And I don't feel like another warning would suffice. There was also the mystery of how IWA knew of the important civilian building. No country on the continent, not even Dark Country's allies, had a comprehensive map of darkness. The map itself remained within the country and never once left. Then the safety of dark citizens in unallied nations aside for the blacklisted three, Kumo, Snow and IWA, though their identities and affiliation with the Silent Nation remained as quiet as their leader would have wanted it, and any telltale signs, like entrance/citizen tattoo seals on the back of their left hands, became unseen once they left for unallied territory. Normal ninjas of the country went on missions to regularly check on the well-being of their comrades in unallied territory, and there had been no noise or attention raised on them, so far. Any attack would be transmitted through the seals on their hands and help would be sent immediately. No alarm had been raised. True, IWA had once been among Dark Country's oppressors back in the Civil War, and they had taken their fill on the precious resources of the once suffering nation, so it was possible that they were using old knowledge to find their way to the civilian building. Problem being that, with the end of the war and Naruto's ascension as leader of darkness, the country's physical and mental structure had been drastically shaken down and reformed almost from scratch. For once, when the administrative building used to be in the eastern area of the country, now it was at the center, and Dark Country had an actual, well-defined capital, as well as properly defined regions and regional offices. Institutions and power were delegated but not decentralized, as all power and authority of officials and high-ranking ninjas went straight back to Naruto, who stood at the very peak of power in the country. Duties were shared and were accountable to their leader. Any relic of the past was either torn down completely or refashioned for other use, so much so that it was unrecognizable to even those residing in the country. Important structures like the civilian and ninja academies used to be temples of the royal clan, the headquarters of the ninja division used to the main rebel camp, and the structures that were currently the water and electrical boards respectively used to be places the royal clan kidnapped and tortured clan members. There was no way on earth anyone, barring allied nations to a small extent, could know of the extreme, sweeping changes made within the country. Unless the patiently waiting subordinates of the Bieleke commanders shared looks when they saw, under the vampire's bat mask, her red eyes harden. Plant man? What she and Naruto had gathered about the man on their few encounters pointed out that the creature had sneaky ways to enter the country without alerting them. First off, inform our seal masters to incorporate nature chakra sensory and tracking seals to the border. Tell them to focus on sentience and the nature chakra not being recognized as darkness or allied. As far-fetched as it sounded to them, it meant that any nature chakra that moved on its own was to be tagged once detected. Sueki would have to inform the ninja division that they would need to update the entrance/citizenship seals to encompass this addition, as well as make it more difficult for animal summons from allied nations to gain entry unless they directly met the gatekeepers. When the seals finally caught wind of sentient nature chakra, a rarity among even animal summons, then it would key into that particular strain of nature and place a lasting tag on it. The tag that had been placed on those IWA infiltrators had been blurred out by the harsh weather, and there was research being done to sharpen the chakra tag. The present seal that was being used didn't repel unauthorized people from the village but rather alerted the officials and placed a tracker on their chakra, a sort of beacon that couldn't be removed unless the person was caught. This seal complex had been useful in catching and detaining anyone that did not have the entrance/citizen seal or wasn't properly processed to enter. Currently, the Grimmink clan were working on a way to not only detect and tag the unauthorized chakra, but also to repel and restrain them. The woman's subordinates did not once think their commander had lost her senses. Some turned on their heels and went on to deliver the message to all Fuinjutsu masters in the Black Ops sub-organization. We'll also send these people back to their kage and burn down a few of their sentry posts, just to send a message. Lord Naruto's personal message to the Tsuchikage would be sent when he is made aware of this. For the First Order, as long as it didn't end up killing anyone and the purpose was defendable, then it was fine. Hi, Lady Commander. It is when they refuse to listen. I will seek permission from Lord Naruto for us to kill Onoki and his extended family, whilst covering up their presence in the mass murder, of course. They watched as the interrogation squad sawed off the heads of the dead IWA ninjas, set their bodies on fire, and encased the agonizingly screwed faces of the corpses into wooden boxes handed to them by, and finally sealed the boxes into scrolls. The other masked men and women trooped out of the interrogation room. Bat was the first to leave, and the vampire, without looking, collected a copy of the interrogation from one of her ninjas, storing it on her person to show her master later. Clearly civility wasn't going to do for IWA, seeing as their kage had ignored a letter from their own leader, disregarded the scouts dark ninjas had slayed, and in return sent more spies to find out the weak spots of the silently prosperous country. Naruto would be the one to decide on any further action against IWA. Some hours later, after delivering the severed heads and razing down half of Iwa's northeastern sentry posts, the master of the Dark Nation awoke and was made known of the matter. Just like with Waterfall, Naruto took a drastic decision. Though not exactly like how darkness halved Waterfall's total population, Naruto purposely poked at the one thing that Iwagakure feared most of all. The fear that their overwhelming number in shinobi wouldn't be enough to stave off attack. Naruto personally went to Iwagakure to speak with the Tsuchikage, Onoki, leaving his country in the capable hands of his council to manage for merely a few hours. This time, the ghost wasn't wearing his grinning Bieleke mask, but rather his usual plain black half mask and spiky blonde hair, looking like he had just gotten out of bed a few seconds ago. The masked man strode into the older kage office and took a seat before the silently glaring man. I don't remember permitting you to enter my village. Naruto crossed his right ankle over his left knee and said, his sky-blue eyes glittering and the corners turned up somewhat in a half-hearted smile as he frankly said, You tried to blow up my civilian division, Onoki. The fat-nosed man spat almost immediately. That's Lord Onoki to you, boy. I'll call you whatever I damn well want. Naruto replied in a subtle hiss, fraying the nerves of the hidden shinobi in the Tsuchikage's office. The man seated before their lord had been able to match the rakish speed, using a variation of Seize Lightning armor to battle for 1 straight hour. Doubt crept into their minds on whether they could intercept the assassin before he could kill the IWA kage. Can you imagine how many lives would be affected if that building was to go up in flames? Naruto asked, staring emotionlessly to his IWA counterpart, and slowly tapping his right pointer finger on his knee. Do you understand what would have happened if your plan was successful? You killed my ninjas when they did nothing. They encroached on my territory. Naruto interrupted coolly, annoying the other man across from him at his apparent lack of care. I sent you a formal letter to leave my borders. You chose not to reply. You chose not to heed my warning. The Dark Leader chuckled lightly and sat back. You've forced my hand, Oanoki. You, as the Tsuchikage, deliberately sent your ninjas to steal from my country, and not just that, but to also blow up a highly protected building. Damn brat. Oanoki spat venomously, clenching his hands. Cocky little shit, my ninjas were sent back to me in boxes and you expected me to sit on my arse and not retaliate? To be honest, I hoped you would wise up and see how serious I am. It is this childish naivety I cannot take seriously. The fat-nosed man grated with disdain. The best you can ever be is grunt on the battlefield, though when it comes to leading a nation you are green and complacent. Clearly the Iwa Kage hadn't heard what Naruto and his ninjas did to Waterfall yet. Not that many people have. A slew of angered letters from daimyos and other village leaders flew to his Kamuri office searched for traps and bombs by his Smoke Clan security detail, of course, and Naruto graciously answered each and every cowardly squeal of outrage. A warning for anyone that dares enter my lands or harms my people. Try me. The warning sent chills down the souls of even the bravest shinobi. Prominent and well-known dark citizens in unallied nations were now being treated carefully. The people walked on eggshells around them, fearful of what would happen to their own village or country if so much as a mark appeared on the bodies of the Dark Leader's people. Naruto smirked lightly. I'm naive, you say? Brainless and cowardly is better. Hiding behind your so-called letters and your ninjas, trying to make a name for yourself against a power as mighty as the Wagakure. Your place should be nowhere near administration, brat. Naruto laughed again, his shoulders trembling a little as he momentarily bent forward. As eloquent as always, Oanoki. Why the hell are you in my village? Retaliation. Naruto said with a wide, close-eyed smile, and screams erupted outside the building. Oanoki stood up abruptly and went to his window, peering out. He only saw a large crowd of his people milling around one point in the market. A minute later, a ninja burst into the Tsuchikage's office, panting and gasping for air. Lord Oanoki, Councilwoman Hinata! Her eyes were bugged out and terrified, flicking about the room and visibly flinching away from Naruto as the blonde looked over his shoulder at him, his blue eyes glowing darkly. Sniper! Oanoki rounded on Naruto, a complex cube of his dust release charging up in the hands of the enraged. You bastard! Settle down, Oanoki! More screaming ran through the air as another member of the Iwa Council was bolted down to the ground by an arrow to his neck. You bastard! I said. Naruto said lowly, sending a message for another council member to be assassinated. Settle down! 2 more were snuffed out and more people panicked, fleeing about wildly to the unseen archer picking off the members of their council. Find them! The Kage bellowed, canceling the atom-splitting beam and closing his fists tightly. Find them now! I doubt you will, Naruto said with a smile, motioning back to the seat. Sit, we aren't done yet. 2 more were brought down, this time in the safety of their homes. The arrows simply cut through the air, broken through the kitchen windows, clanged against the tiles at a narrow angle and impaled their targets. These victims were ninjas. The sound of more screaming ripped through Oanoki's mind and he contemplated whether or not to dive at the calm man sitting before his desk or to run out of his office and search for the snipers himself. See here, Oanoki, Naruto said, lifting a lecturing finger. People from the Suzumabachi clan are virtually impossible to locate once they settle down in a hiding place, and they are comfortable enough to kill anyone at any angle deemed too inconvenient by normal archers. As he said this, his words were punctuated by another round of wailing rocking the rock village. This time it was a prominent jounin that was a member of the Shinobi Council that had been skewered while he was leading a squad of ninjas to find the culprits for the wave of murders. See what I mean? Stop this! The older ninja growled, falling into his seat and holding his shaking fists over his table. Tell them to stop. Naruto scratched his chin in thought. I wonder, is it possible? The man behind the desk leaped onto his feet when he heard a window breaking on the other side of the room. Yes, very possible. 3 arrows had ended the lives of 8 different ninjas that formed the 20 ninjas that prepared to storm the room Naruto was currently in, ricocheting and bouncing until the tips of the arrows ended in their last victims. Order them to stay out, Naruto said with finality. The ghost then turned in his seat and looked at each and every ninja hidden in the office, humming out a genial smile. You're free to stay if you want, just try not to make noise. The masked man rolled his eyes at the gathering chakra that was the Tsuchikage's rage. Well? Kaya. A councilwoman, this one also a ninja that was hurriedly searching for the snipers, was nailed to the wall by an arrow that passed through her left ear and a few inches leaving from the right side. The dull-eyed corpse hung limply against the wall as the wasp venom on the tips of the turned her brain to soup. My ninjas can keep picking off your council. He faced his IWA counterpart and said in a tone saturated with pleasurable darkness. Now sit down. I will burn darkness to the ground. Onoki roared madly, his eyes deranged and flicking about his office in case an arrow was to come in and kill him. I will not take this attack lying down. Darkness will die. Naruto tooted. Aside from the idiocy of threatening the person that's whittling down the number of your strong ninjas, I am confident that if IWA find their feet in spite of this great tragedy, they will indeed walk all over darkness, with your allies that is. Well, I have allies too, but I'm getting sidetracked. The ghost shook off his former train of thought and went on. It would be wise to recognize your impotence in this situation, Onoki. Your ninjas have been searching for my ninjas for. He looked up and calculated the time in his head. 20 minutes or so. Yes, sounds about right. A barrel-chested man caught 3 arrows aimed for his chest, neck and head respectively, though he roared and fell down onto his knees as the corrosive wasp venom on the arrows burned his hands down to the bone. In the delirium of his pain, an arrow thunked into the back of his head. Your family is currently hiking somewhere along your northern mountain range, am I correct? Onoki's eyes silently widened and Naruto snapped his fingers. I am correct. Well, I have a few archers aiming at them now. Dash. Wait, don't dash. Their orders are to make their deaths painful. Naruto nodded with false solemnness. Your 15-year-old son, your 13-year-old daughter, your wife, your sister, and your brothers. They're all sitting ducks. Naruto, don't do this. I thought I was brat, Naruto said with a twinkle in his eyes. Childish, brainless, naive. Cowardly. Wasn't I any of those things before? That was your 4th to the last councilman. The elderly man had been hunkered down under the staircase of his family house, and the arrow had soared in from the living room window, bounced against a mirror, rebounded off another wall at a somewhat reduced speed and ended its careening path in the forehead of the old man. Our next set of targets is your family. Onoki hissed under his breath, cursing the smiling man before him. I'll order my ninjas to leave your borders. Naruto wavered in uncertainty in his seat. That won't be enough. He motioned to the window, to the pandemonium going on outside. You see, this whole ordeal has greatly inconvenienced us. We could have saved up our energy for more worthwhile things, like making sure the snowstorm doesn't undo anything. If my ninjas are to encounter yours while on missions, they are strictly to avoid them. Go on, Naruto said, motioning for the other man to continue and perching his head on his hand. The man grit his teeth and his nails dug into his palms. Money dash. Nah. Try again. I'll advise my allies to leave darkness alone. That'll have to do. This day would force the Tsuchikage to realize something he didn't want to acknowledge. That, maybe, Dark Country was as formidable as their ghostly leader. Maybe they had approached the matter wrong and prodded the wrong sleeping animal. Maybe Onoki undermining and underestimating the leader and his ability to lead directly resulted in the gruesome deaths of his council. Back in the Civil War, breaking into Dark Country and stealing whatever they got their hands on was easy. The former Tsuchikage, Mu, was the one that had ordered the rock ninjas to pack up as much they could carry and bring it to the village. The rebels of the Silent Nation had been fighting on my front lines, wearing themselves thin, so they could adequately protect their resources, their people and their country against all the invaders and leeches sucking them dry. The archers that were now shaving them down to the bone had not been as effective back in the internal war than they were now, seeing as the royal clan had been privy to the secrets of the Wasp people and communicated this to Konoha. Naruto and Sueki returned to their home country, and their fortune turned around. The Purge. That was what it was called both inside and outside of the Silent Nation. Any unallied foreigner that so much as stumbled as they fled the country would be mercilessly brought down and used as animal food for the creatures in the dark forest. The resentment for the leader of Dark Country did not begin there. It started when the Raikage had strong-armed him, Oanoki of the Dust Release, into withdrawing his ninjas from AIM. Every daimyo and village leader on the continent not allied to Dark Country hated how they didn't know what was going on in the Silent Nation. No person from an unallied nation was even allowed over their borders, even if they sent formal letters requesting entry into their country. They hated how they couldn't easily identify dark traders and merchants. They hated how darkness settled into the background, while making waves through their allies. They hated how they couldn't just launch an attack on darkness because there was no reliable source on the planet that would cooperate and describe their military might, so that they could gauge their chances at success, whether or not to attack and force the truth out of them. Attacking based on hope was also out of the question, for this same hope could betray them if or when they found out that dark military was something to not laugh about. They hated how dark allies kept their lips sealed and any business they conducted with darkness was also as muted and subtle as their assassin counterparts. They hated not knowing. Naruto knew this fact very well, and he honestly couldn't care less. The settlements that had found out about their exploit in Waterfall were now whimpering and receding into the background, yelling in outrage over letters while at the same time making sure not to trouble known dark citizens in their lands. Inquiring on the prosperity of their country to those people was also out of the question, for those people who were confident enough to reveal their close affiliation with the Silent Nation were well protected by their own people and their own allies. Try me. That last line on the ghost's short reply to the alarmed letters of the other leaders, a warning in on itself, was greatly unsettling. Tell your men to leave my village, Oanoki said silently, feeling subdued and lowering his darkly churning eyes to his desk. How about this? I might withdraw all of my ninjas, or I withdraw some, just so you behave. The older man didn't reply, not even looking up to the quietly tittering ghost. The blonde got up and looked down at his IWA counterpart with shaded, evil blue orbs. I trust you will behave yourself, Oanoki. The man slowly, silently stood up and met the assassin's eyes, unafraid. You have made a great enemy today, Ghost. I'm aware. The masked man answered, his face clean of emotions. Remember this day. Remember how your staggering numbers couldn't find a few snipers hidden in your midst. The unsaid words echoed in Oanoki's head and the man fell down onto his chair, slumped backwards and swiveling it so that it faced away from the ghost and away from his window, so that he couldn't see the hysteria going on outside. He closed his eyes, perched his left elbow on the arm of his chair, covered his face with the hand and nodded once. Have a nice day. The Lord of Dark Country waved over his shoulder and left the office with a flurry of his black and white leader's robe, passing the mutely glaring IWA ninjas without so much as a sliver of fear or hesitation. 2 squads of BLAK ninjas, 8 ninjas in total, jumped in from the shattered window and flanked their master, effectively watching his back so that their blonde leader didn't waste his strength doing so himself. Team 11 walked ahead of him, and Team 12 came up behind, blankly staring back at the hate being poured on them by the shaken-up IWA ninjas. There would be the need to evaluate their strength all over again. Today had proved something they hadn't yet grasped as of yet. Numbers weren't everything. Especially not against snipers as proficient as the Suzumabachi. Unknown to the Tsuchikage and the people of Iwagakure, Naruto ordered all his ninjas to leave the village. BLAK operative bear or polar bear in select circumstances heavily plopped down on a bench in one of the female locker rooms in the secret Black Ops facility. She was wearing a thick black woolen, turtleneck sweater that had her flak over her torso, a black skirt that scarcely passed her mid-thigh, and black knee socks with plain black trainers. She pulled off her warm black gloves and ran her hand through her hair, naturally white roots that turned black as it reached the tips. The girl took off her mask. One of her Black Ops comrades glanced at her and winked. "Must be nice being so close to Lord Naruto." The half-naked female, changing into her BLAK uniform of choice after coming back from a hot shower, clapped a hand on her blushing cheeks and sighed dramatically. "I'm jealous." The 19-year-old ink user rolled her eyes and got up, swiping her thumb over her locker and throwing it open. She dropped her mask inside and said, enviously eyeing large mounds on her friend's chest, "It's not as nice as you think." "Pshaw!" A younger girl, probably 17, crowed from a row of lockers behind them. "You get to talk to Lord Naruto, don't you?" "Sometimes, yeah." A bronze-skinned beauty that was leaving the showers, rubbing a towel in her hair with one hand and holding up the towel around her waist with her other hand, pretty much baring her modest chest for the other females to see, scoffed, and unlocked her locker and proceeded to dress up in her uniform. "Lord Naruto's mostly all businesslike with us," BLAK operative Phoenix of Team 11 said as she rubbed her skin down with cream. The clumsy Kamuri pouted sadly. "He doesn't want to burden us with too much stuff, and he doesn't want to distract us. He's just too kind," an operative said as she entered the locker room, pulling off her cheetah mask and sliding up to her locker on the far end of the locker room. The ladies changing and returning from the showers listened in. "Lord Naruto just told a bunch of us that we could go home and relax." "Are you?" Squirrel, Polar Bear's big-bosomed friend, wondered aloud as she sat down on a bench and pulled on her ninja pants, quietly thanking Polar Bear as she helped her with her chest wrappings. "Going for that break, that is." "Not really, no. I think I'm going to request a mission, maybe somewhere in the southern region." The women bobbed their heads in agreement of Cheetah's decision. Polar Bear voiced what they were all thinking. "Technically, he didn't order you to go home and rest." "Precisely," Cheetah said with a sharp, feral smirk. "There's so much more things I can do to help out during this blizzard." They didn't voice how that they stayed on duty mostly because they wanted to make their leader proud, and how they wanted him to personally commend them. A whole section of the locker room hid their flushed faces in their lockers. "Hey, PB!" A lady around the same age as Bear called from a corner in the wide locker room. "How's it feel to be in Team 12? Polar Bear neatly tucked in a corner of the white bandages serving as Squirrel's chest wrappings and straightened up, removing her flak jacket and preparing for a shower herself. "Intimidating. Commander Bat expects a lot from us and Lord Naruto relies on us a lot." Team 11 was the only team in BLAK that was entirely selected by their precious leader, and Team 12 and the teams that followed were put together by their commander. Everyone in the Dark Country suborganization had fought and clawed for a spot in the coveted Team 12, the second closest team to their leader. Polar Bear was the youngest member of either teams, and BLAK operative Panda, the strictly professional Grim Ink user of Team 11, had taken her up as his understudy. The plan was to fashion BLAK Teams 11 and 12 as their master's security detail when he was to leave the country. The Black Ops organization still comprised of elite jounin, special jounin and chunin, that much was an undisputed fact. There was no place for anyone less than the best. BLAK operative Squirrel, for example, was a clanless woman, the daughter of an arable farmer and a tailor. She graduated the academy 6 years ago among the top 2, second only to Polar Bear, and she had climbed the ranks of the country, clawing with stubbornness and determination until she applied for a place in BLAK in the recruitment base in the eastern region. Eventually she was picked for the second phase of training and screening, personally overseen by the commander herself, which took 6 long, hard months. Finally, after fulfilling all the criteria for being classified as an elite jounin, Squirrel was officially issued her flak jacket, given her tattoo, and she chose her name during the private induction ceremony held in the headquarters. The brown-haired Black Ops had to admit that she was at first envious her best friend had been picked to be in Team 12. Anyone not in those two teams was, though she and they wisely stayed professional and settled in her place on Team 16. Her 6-month training in the main base had instilled in her mind and in her whole being that such emotions as sadness, envy and anger have no place in BLAK, similar to how happiness, joy and the human conscience shouldn't cloud judgment during missions. This being because it would reduce their effectiveness and efficiency, and may even ultimately jeopardize the mission, putting their comrades and their charge in danger. That was something all Black Ops in the country wanted to avoid. Failing a mission meant a harsh reprimand from their commander, and not just that, failure meant disappointing from their supreme leader. No one BLAK, DC, Dark Sand or normal ninjas wanted to disappoint Naruto. The 19-year-old Shoinka prodigy was almost overwhelmed by how much her lord trusted in them. 8.5 months after the formation of BLAK and 8 months after first being inducted into Team 12, and Polar Bear was still trying to comprehend the level of trust Naruto had in their skills and abilities. Sure, mission success rate for both teams was at 99.9%, and they were reputedly the strongest teams in the sub-organization, though she couldn't wrap her head around that kind of trust. It warmed her right down to her soul that her master relied on her to that extent. "Well, your face is red," Squirrel poked teasingly as she strapped on a pair of painted black, clawed gauntlets to both sides of her hips so that if there was ever a need to wield them, then all she had to do was jam her hands into them, and use them however needed. The 20-year-old lady was in a long-sleeved black shirt with normal ninja pants, a black flak jacket, and a large, thick parka over her body. The winter coat had a fluffy hood that she flipped up over her head once she had on her squirrel mask on. "I'll be leaving now. Later. See ya, PB." The clamless lady left the locker room and walked with clipped steps through a long, sparsely populated hallway outside of the females' changing room. Doors leading into the other 5 changing rooms lined the hallway, and she exited into a spacious resting area for both genders, leading through the door on the other side of the room, different from the door that would have led her to the males' hallway of changing rooms. The complex space was mostly underground, including training grounds, and there were rooms where the Black Ops could sleep in for the time being whenever necessary, though it was 3 per room and opposite genders were strictly not allowed to venture to the other's room. The people that slept in the base were usually those that had no family and had zero social life, thoroughly and utterly devoted to their duty in BLAK. The latter point wasn't bad, rather it was encouraged, though for the former, the commander had made it a rule for operatives to not sleep in the base for more than 3 times a week unless it was an emergency. Naruto wasn't building an army of robots, so the leader encouraged the operatives to spend time outside of the base and outside of missions conversing with the people of the country and their allies, not being in their uniforms, that is. This was to remind them what exactly they were fighting for. Some operatives struggled in following the order, for they had almost no personality and were reclusive in nature, but associating with citizens and allies alike did indeed remind them of why they fought day and night on high S-class missions. Squirrel met up with her squad captain, Beaver, and she and the man marched with hurried steps, soon accompanied by their other 2 squad mates, Rabbit and Mouse. The team silently went down several flights of stairs, deep into the belly of the dark country sub-organization, and entered a room that had dark red painted walls and black carpeting. Beaver walked at the front of his team as they crossed the room. He raised his fist and knocked on a pure white door on the other side of the room. "Enter." Beaver opened the door and moved in. Rabbit closed the door after herself. Swakey glanced up from her paperwork, looking at each person on the team of 4 with a quick flick of her blood-red eyes, then rising to her feet and selecting a scroll from the pending side of the wall of missions. The room had no windows and the dark red walls and black carpet matched the empty room in front of her office. She only had a simple desk, which she was presently seated behind, a tall bookshelf for scrolls of past and pending, the past being bigger than the pending, and lastly there was a large dark country flag behind her, the kanji for darkness written with white ink on black cloth. There were no chairs before her desk. Her bat mask was placed on the right side of her desk and her weapons were on the left. Team 16 fell onto their knees and bowed their heads once they entered her office. The white-haired vampire reclaimed her seat and gingerly placed the scroll on her desk. Exactly 1.5 minutes ago, we received an alert from the seal of a pharmacist in Ichiraku, Wind Country. He informed us that a band of bandits have ambushed him and his family on their way to another town. The pharmacist in question knew only a few words in Morse code, and the ninjas in charge of surveying the seals of dark citizens outside of the village, all of whom did so from a cluster of offices in the main base, had pieced together the bundled message and quickly delivered it to their commander. "I want you four to go there and rescue him and his family." She narrowed her eyes dangerously and said in a stern voice, "Their safety is your priority. Failure is not an option." "Hi, Lady Commander." Swakey nodded, and Beaver got off his knees, stiffly marched to the desk and collected the mission scroll with both hands from their commander, making sure to bow as he did so. His eyes flicked through the scroll from behind his mask, and then he rolled it back up. The vampire, now busy sorting through other missions for the 5 summoned Bileke squads waiting outside of the office, waved her hand. Dismissed. Missions like those were usually meant for normal ninjas, but for the moment they were relegated to the Black Ops. The reason being that all ninjas of the village were needed in the country to shovel away snow. They had forecasted a reduction in the strength of the blizzard in an hour's time, and it was the best time for people to come out of their homes and run errands such as grocery shopping, or have fun in the park, snowball fighting, sledding, snowboarding, or skiing. Plowing the streets for snow and clearing out ice from wherever it wasn't meant to be was what every ninja but volunteering allies and concerned civilians was to be doing for the next hour or so before the country would briefly reopen and activities would spark up until the next wave of snow. The blizzard would pick up again in the next 20 hours. The ninjas were going to keep a careful eye on the weather in case there was a surprise change. Team 16 left the office and Team 17 entered, awaiting their own mission. Emergency alerts from the seals on the back of citizens' and allies' hands were not to be used indiscriminately. This rule extended to those outside of dark lands. They were strictly to be used for emergency situations, such as kidnapping or even attempted rape. Simply placing a drop of blood on the seal activated the alarm, transmitting the signal all the way back to a nearby DC office, and tapping the hand would send a Morse code of what was happening. Unfortunately, there had been some people arrested for abusing the seal. Another side project the Grimming clan was working on was for the seal to personally assess and determine if a situation outside of the country was too dangerous to be handled by the bearer of the seal. The next team's mission was on retrieving the child of a kidnapped traitor from the hands of a group of B-rank missing ninjas, which happened only 5 minutes ago while they were in their home in Land of Tea. Strangely enough, a ransom letter had been left before a sentry post, addressed to Naruto 7 minutes before the kidnapping, meaning that it had been methodically organized for a while now. The kidnappers were demanding Naruto pay the sum of 200 million ryu within the hour, or else they would chop up the child and mail him to the leader. Any attempt at finding them would also result in the child's death. Naruto scoffed at the threat, and Swakey gave the mission to Team 17. They were to find the boy, kill the kidnappers, and track down each and every participant in the kidnapping, making sure that all of those involved were erased off the face of the earth. 7 Jounin, or 10 Chunin, was the combination commonly used for this sort of mission, though in this case, only 1 BLAK squad was more than enough. Time skip, 1 month later. Dark Country Ninja Academy. Dark Capital. Darkness. A handful of days after the grand unveiling and opening of the Leader's Tower, the civilian and ninja academies were also opening for the new semester. The winter still blew a few wisps of cold air about, though not bad enough to prevent people from attending the opening in droves, breathing in the fresh air of the countryside and appreciating how nature itself was thawing itself out from the ice. As per the tradition set up since the schools reopened 6 years ago, the leader of the country attended the entrance ceremony of either of the academies while his clone went to the other and gave the commencement speech. Last year, it had been his clone in the Ninja Academy, though now it was the real Naruto in the Shinobi School. Naruto, garbed in his leader's robe and wide-brimmed hat, was in the middle of giving the speech. "This year we have many bright faces and many sharp minds. I trust in the capabilities of the teachers to educate these children on the best way to be productive in this our growing society, and what they can do to make our country prosper, no matter how small or how insignificant it seems. Every little detail is important, and no knowledge is a waste. The blue-eyed man looked over the beaming faces before him, new students and returning students, and he smiled back. The teachers and parents that were sitting behind the large cluster of new students, some holding on to the younger children they had with them, or else taking pictures of the man speaking at the podium. He could spot Sueki there as well, sitting beside Tamaki Uzumaki not in her ceremonial Uzukage robes and holding up a camera, recording his speech while Kushina's mother took pictures. To the leader's sides, left and right and a few steps to the back, were the top brass staff of the school, the director of the Ninja Academy, the deputy, the head of the school's store, the head chef and the social director. The leader cleared his throat. Much like the previous years and like the ninjas of this school that have graduated, making great names for themselves, this generation of students bear promise. He directly addressed the students this time. You all bear our hope. The reality is, not all of you may make it out at the end. Some of you may leave and some of you may choose another field. Though, despite this, I am confident that whoever, no matter what happens, you lot will find a way to make our great nation grow and make it prosper. The children nodded resolute. For the returning students, you may notice new faces among you and you may notice old faces missing. The masked man's eyes twinkled. The reason being that, for the very first time in our history, students of allied nations have transferred over to this school and we sent over willing students to attend their own academies. The families of those students that had volunteered for the exchange program were all comfortably set up in the allied nations they were transferred to. 20 new exchange students grinned up at the lightly chuckling man. Only River had been able to send 5 prospective ninjas to darkness, though the majority of the exchange students went to the civilian academy. The exchange students were in their second year and upwards. As your parents or guardians have told you, you will have the option of switching to being ninjas of your villages or country only 1 year after being a ninja of darkness. He opened his arms and said, talking to all, You are all welcome to this school, and it is my hope that this institution makes great men and women out of you all. Thank you. He bowed slightly and the hall erupted in applause. The blond man stood back and a teacher politely led him down the row of people that had been standing behind him, introducing them like he didn't know them already, and Naruto smiled and shook their hands, amidst the standing ovation from the parents, guardians, staff and students, both new and old. The last person on the row was the director, and Naruto clapped his right hand on the wasp holder's shoulder, shaking his hand with his left and laughing at a muted comment from him. The director of the Ninja Academy, Ginkgo Suzumabachi, bowed to Naruto as he released his hand and proceeded up to the podium to deliver his own speech and inform the students of basic rules they had to follow. Naruto took that chance to amble down the stage and hid himself in a back room until the end of the ceremony. As the parents and children were speaking to each other, the parents throwing some advice to their children and trying to wrench any younger sibling off the prospective ninjas, Naruto snuck out from his hiding place and went to his students and the Uzukage, who was attending the ceremony, to see off her daughter. There was 10 minutes before first period and the 2 adults, one Kushina's teacher and one her mother, waded through the throng of greeting parents, who split their attention between introducing themselves and their wards to paid mind to their children and cheered them to do their best. The Uzukage, being represented in all the way back in Uzushio by her younger cousin, was in a simple bright yellow sundress that had white whirlpool designs at the bottom of the skirt, black tights and black sandals. Her straight, long red hair flowed down her back to the small of her back and a purple flower sat on the side of her head. The beautiful Uzumaki woman lowered her camera-holding hand and sternly told her daughter to not make trouble for the school, not to cause fights and to damn not get expelled. Tamaki went back and forth with her brother in all but blood, over little Kushina's head. The petite, girly girl lady good-naturedly sniped at Naruto to not go easy on her child. It was a contrast in her genially polite, calm disposition, and Naruto, while telling Kushina to not mind her mother, sniped back at Tamaki to stop scaring her child. The kind woman was determined to get at least a few tears from her daughter, so as to get a good picture of her to serve as ammunition and blackmail material in the future, but Kushina was determined to not let her mother win, lifting her chin up and walking with her chest puffed out. The stubborn Uzumaki was holding her camera at the ready for any flash on her child's face. Naruto and Tamaki were tossing few worded pointers, encouragements, or discouragements, and advice to the girl, somewhat appreciating the partially open space Ginkgo and his teachers made for both Kage, when Sueki called, lifting up her camera with a hidden smirk on her lips. "Sensei, Tamaki, say cheese." Tamaki looked up from Kushina, now partially bent down on her knees and sharing a hasty and honest, whispered talk with her child, and smiled beauteously. The man whirled around, his black and white ceremonial robes swishing with the movement, and grinned at the camera, placing a hand on Kushina's forehead and throwing a thumb up to his camera holding vampire student. The camera flashed, and the first period bell sounded. Tamaki threw her arm over the much taller leader's shoulder and blew a kiss to her daughter. "Have fun, Nana!" The girl, waving as she walked backwards. A black-haired boy with dark purple panther ears and wearing a neon green superhero gloves, boots, cape and a thick pair of white goggles glanced back, casually ignoring his dramatically sobbing father, who, surprising enough, was a businessman in a perfectly ironed suit. His eyes widened up when he saw who the redhead beside him was waving at. So also was a fellow first-year girl. This one had frizzy blonde hair, that was in a blue and white tracksuit that had the image of a bear stamped on the back and the dark country insignia on the right side with blue sneakers on her feet. "Bye Mama! Bye Auntie Sue! Bye Uncle Ruto!" Naruto waved back and laughed with Tamaki as the two curiously dressed first years began talking to her. "Yeah, she'll be fine," the leader commented. Tamaki rolled her eyes with a wide smirk at Sueki from behind Naruto's back when the vampire glared at the Kage for still having her arm over Naruto's shoulder or trying to. Naruto jumped slightly when his student jammed her pointer and middle finger into his side. "Oh! What did I do?" The vampire pouted. "Sensei, there's something I want to show you back in the tower." Naruto opened his hidden mouth but Tamaki beat him to it. "Oh hey bro, didn't you promise me we'll go and try those famous Suzumabachi honey cakes?" The masked leader, miraculously feeling the tension between both women, sighed heavily and shook his head in exasperation. "Alright, you two, behave." Somewhere on the continent, darkness has reduced this once great village into the role of its slave. Our Kage is now simply a simpering, whimpering lap dog that follows the ghost. Zetsu, disguised as a shinobi of the village, said down to the silently glowering boy. "We gain absolutely nothing from the alliance, and yet our people see and say nothing. Our glory is lost and our people are brainwashed by the ghost's honeyed words. It is our Kage's fault for falling for the ghost's trap, and his unwise decisions, favoring darkness most of all, will one day lead to our doom. He is at fault for listening and following the ghost like some lost animal. Then it is the ghost's fault for hypnotizing our people." The boy glared at the ground, unspeaking. Zetsu smirked. "You see the truth, child, not like all these sheep." He bent down and looked into the child's eyes, hiding the sadistic grin under falsely gleaming, hopeful eyes. "You know what to do." Chapter 15. Time skip, 15 years later. The Third Great Shinobi War. It all began 5 years ago, when a landowner from Hot Water was found dead in his house beside the wife of the deposed fire daimyo. An investigation was done and it revealed that the Hot Water landlord had been blackmailing the woman, holding her immoral, illegal sexual addiction to young, adolescent girls over her head. The woman had been paying for the man's silence, until one day the man demanded more than money from her. A year into the illicit affair between the man and the woman, disgusted by the affair with the over-bloated man, killed the man, but, as she was about to flee the house and subsequently the country, she had tripped on the blood spattered on the floor and stabbed herself with her knife. Loyalists to the deposed fire lord refused to take the thorough investigation, for the simple fact that it was exclusively done by hot water ninjas. The current daimyo, Wakono, had refused to spare any of her ninjas or her samurai to investigate the death of her murder. She was 17 at that time, but she could still remember the depth of corruption that had eaten her family alive when she was 7, and her monk older brother had hired a caterer to take her out of the country for her own protection. She resented her family, more so when her brother had been found in his room in the Fire Country Monastery, dead from stress, still in a kneeling, praying position. The monk was the only brother Wakono would ever acknowledge she had, and the uprising of the people of Fire Country that deposed her father, and had her ascend to the throne, had her immortalized the humble monk by making the site he was buried, within a copse of trees tended to by the monks of the Fire Monastery, a holy place and an important national monument. She struck her 2 older siblings' names out of the family tree, denied her father's existence, and ostracized herself from her own birth mother. They were to stay in a small, isolated hut on the fire-hot water border, where they were exiled until they all died, and if they so much as got close to the capital, not to even talk of the Fire Lord's palace, they were going to be executed on the spot. The Loyalists, on behalf of the docile former daimyo, began making trouble in hot water for besmirching the name of their disgraced Fire Lord, which got more and more serious as time went until they set a bomb in the wrong hot spring, killing a delegation of Kumo officials who had wanted to exchange natural gas from hot water with money. The hot spring was close to a pocket of natural gas in the ground, and the blast linked up with the pocket, ripping more hot springs out of the ground and incinerating more people and more important delegations that had been there either to relax with their families or to trade. The Raikage Sea exploded and attacked Fire Country with the Spring Country daimyo, Rantan, who had lost his father in the tragic inferno. They had murdered 4 whole villages on the northeast part of the country. Fire Lady Wakono, enraged that Kumo and Spring were attacking her country for what was essentially her father's sin, first of all executed the Loyalists, and launched an attack on Kumo, burning down Hidden Lightning's supply chain and stealing the food produce for their own. Kumo called on its allies, and Fire did so as well, using the control it had on Leaf to attack as well. Konoha didn't need much reason to attack Kumo, Iwa or Spring. More and more villages were pulled into the bloody quarrel, until the whole continent was under siege from itself. Save for the 3 safe havens and 1 gradually safe shinobi settlement. This time, Naruto didn't intervene. The glasses-wearing man had purposely taken the time to warn his allies to tighten up their security, reinforce dark ranks, stockpiled vital materials, established a private and secure communication line with his allies, and implement contingency plans that he and his council had prepared in case there was another major war. The Ghost didn't interfere because his country, and his allies, were well ready for this war. They saw it coming and they were prepared. The blonde didn't feel like investing his time in mediating and murdering the warring factions. He had better things to do. Matter of fact, Naruto had assigned a team of his ninjas to carefully record how the war began and the events that occurred, merely for educational purposes for younger generations. One undisputed point was that the Third War was far worse than its predecessors. There were more specialized ninjas running about, communication was faster and easier, and there were more major landmarks that were being targeted and destroyed. Like how Naruto had heard that a genin in Team Namikaze of Konoha had been half crushed by a boulder after successfully destroying a main, though hidden, supply bridge for Iwagakure and Hidden Stone. The Rock Village took their revenge by forcefully sealing the 4-tailed beast into the female member of Team Namikaze about a year or so later, while they were on another mission. Their plan was to release the unstable seal within Leaf and have the angry beast wreak havoc. Kakashi Hatake had killed a number of those ninjas, and, reportedly, the girl had impaled herself on a Raikiri from Kakashi. The young copy ninja had fled the scene when IWA reinforcements arrived to retrieve their tailed beast, unable to take her along with him, and that was when the story became a bit blurred. A person appeared and decimated the ninjas by himself, taking the girl's body with him. Naruto sometimes felt like the war was mostly the villages swiftly retaliating to one another. His concern was in evacuating his people from unallied nations ahead of time. The only oversight the Ghost had when it came to the war was on how quickly it could escalate, with the 3 warring great shinobi villages Iwa, Kumo and Konoha — their respective countries and their allies. It had all happened, from the investigation to Fire Lady Wakano's retribution, within 2 months. A field 5 miles from Suimosa village. Water country. The battlefield was chaos. It was a shock that it had only been 2 people that had caused this level of devastation. Well, they were Kage level. Naruto tiredly pinched the bridge of his nose. Genjutsu, you jag off, what have you gotten yourself into? The aforementioned man breathed out shakily, clasping a hand over his bleeding abdomen and sitting up against an inclined rock, which looked like it had risen out of the ground at an angle. The thin-whiskered man chuckled weakly at the jab from his longtime friend, keeping his bleeding left eye closed and replying as he cast a mild glare to the man hovering over him. Well, good afternoon to you too, Naruto. The dark leader's eye widened a little as he noticed the blood pulsing out from the Mizuki's stomach. He went onto his knees and pressed his right hand against the wide-open gash, soaking his hands in the other man's blood. You should have waited, Dash. He just attacked us, Genjutsu said tiredly. Naruto tapped his cheek to keep him awake. Civilians, we're in danger. Keep quiet, damn it. Naruto spat, his black-rimmed, medicated rectangular glasses almost fell down his nose. His crystal blue eyes glazed over and he ground his teeth. Save your strength. Naruto threw a hateful glare to the culprit, Mu, the immediate former Tsuchikage. The bandage-swaddled man was lying on his back, blankly staring up at the sky with his bright green eyes. His lower half was crushed between in the grasp of a clam and there was a worrying green ooze leaking from his side, the acid Genjutsu had used on him. The man looked closer to death than the Mizukage he had hated so much, hated since they were genin. There were lifeless clams scattered about him, their chakra was saturated in the air, so much so that it nauseated a non-sensor like Naruto. Trees were upturned, the earth was shattered like glass and the grass was scorched black. The Mizuki's guts were threatening to spill out of Naruto's hold, his left arm was ripped off at the socket, freely pulsing out blood and there was a gaping hole that passed through his right lung, cutting it in half. Naruto's breathing quickened as he saw the light leave his friend's eyes. He spared his other hand and slapped the man again, lightly. Don't close your eyes, jackass. I'm real tired, Naruto, 1 minute. The man whispered and Naruto ran a jolt of lightning through his body. The man laughed under his breath, thrown back awake by the electricity coursing through his body but no less dying. Let me die, everything hurts. You're not dying on me, Genjutsu. I'm not going to let you die. The dark leader's blue eyes reflected through his glasses, flicking up and down the battered man's form. He contemplated how fast he could run back to the Kiri and dark team he had come with, who were all approximately 100 miles behind him, so that he could yank a medic back to his friend. The teams were running as fast as they possibly could, but the ghost, in his panic, had left them behind in a blast of white lightning. The silent former Tsuchikage closed his eyes and Naruto grit his teeth, his mind thrown into a rush of what to do. Yo, Ruto, I've got 3 last things I want you to do for me, the man panted. 'Fore I die. Shut it, Dash. Naruto murmured quietly. A smoke clone melted out of his back and sprinted away in an explosion of lightning. Naruto used his body to shield his friend from the debris. I've gone to get help. Under my bed, in Kiri, burn all my porn, I'm begging you. No one must ever know he was into zombie porn, he swore in his dazed mind. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned forward, unconsciously placing his forehead on the side of the man's only shoulder. Can you take anything seriously? It's a habit. The man gasped as a sharp pain ripped through his body. Oof, everything hurts, it all hurts. Then shut the hell up and save your strength. Naruto grated quietly, sitting up and hurriedly looking back to see if his clone was back. Take care of Kiri for me, okay? I will, of course, but you'll take care of it with me. You're not going to die, Genjutsu. Do you smell that pork roast? The man closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Naruto tapped his cheeks to get him back to reality. Come on, man, you smell it too, don't you? Tell me, I'm not crazy. You've lost a lot of blood, you're delirious. Smells delicious. The man cracked a grin and turned his head to the silently mourning leader, who was looking back to where his clone had gone. Like, your weirdo wife's cooking. The blond man snorted and hid a smile as he lowered his head, making his shaggy hair overshadow most of his face. Help's almost here, creep. Hang in there. Genjutsu looked forward to the bandaged man's corpse and said, He said he was gonna kick my ass in the afterlife. The man chuckled, blood spilled forth from his mouth, and he closed his eyes peacefully. I shouldn't keep him waiting. I'll toss him round, trust me. Naruto bowed his head, his hair shadowing his face and his fingers taut on his Genjutsu's bleeding stomach. The man sighed sleepily and whispered through pained breaths from his critically damaged lungs. Don't get hung up about this, Genjutsu muttered, losing strength as he lost more and more blood. The Mizukage knew how hard it hit his friend when the Torian, former Uzukage, had been reported dead. Naruto knew exactly what the man was referring to, and he shook his head a bit, refusing to listen. He said in a clear, quiet voice, Let me go, Naruto. Just keep quiet. Naruto hissed weakly, refusing to accept that, once again, he was losing another great friend. Stop talking like that. You're not going to die. Let me go. Naruto pressed his hand harder into the open slash in Genjutsu's belly, still not looking at the dying man. Genjutsu Hozuki, Nidain Mizukage of Kirigakure no Sato, felt warmth sweep through his whole being and his eyes became heavy. He exhaled with a smile as he felt the small tremor coming from his blonde friend. The light left his eyes and his ragged breathing stopped. Naruto kept his head bowed, slowly releasing his hand from the open wound on the other man's stomach. He placed his left hand over Genjutsu's forehead and gently brought it down, closing his friend's eyes. His hand didn't move from the Mizukage's eyes, and Naruto closed his own, clenching his bloody right hand and perching it on his thigh, fighting down the tears that wanted to spill out of him. There was a white flash from behind him, and Naruto remained unmoving, even as his clone dragged him away from the corpse as 3 Kiri medics swept to their Mizukage and began rushing to revive him. Naruto was silent. Limp. Numb. His clones supported him, keeping him on his feet as the man watched his friend being fretted over by the 3 ninjas. The carefree, easy smile on the man's lips tore through his mind as he stared. Adrenaline isn't working. Clear. Thump thump. Hit him again. Clear. Thump thump. Still no pulse. The leader's clone gazed with an empty expression on his face at the scene, the medics working themselves hard to bring back their gradually cooling Kage. The clone breathed out and turned the original around, stumbling away from the 3 and into the forest where the Kiri civilian merchant and his family were hiding. The ninjas that had been with the Mizukage were also there, their numbers lowered from their encounter with the former Tsuchikage's initial attack and the supporting IWA ninjas. They had just rounded up their own battle with the rock ninjas, forcing the latter to retreat. Naruto's head was tilted to the side, his gaze was cast aside. A dead look on his face. The Kiri ninjas stormed past him and the clone lowered his master to the ground, leaning him against a tree. The official report was that Kiri ninjas were conducting a rescue mission to help a family from their village relocated from IWA and back into Kiri. Rock ninjas got wind of the presence in their village and attacked. Leading the charge was the former Tsuchikage, Mu. The attack was radioed in back to their home base in Mist, and Genjutsu leaped out of his office once he heard that a Kage-level shinobi was ripping through the ranks of his ninjas, posing a big threat to the civilians that only wanted to leave the war happening in IWA to their relatively peaceful home village. Genjutsu directed the attention of Mu and all the IWA ninja, while the remaining Kiri ninjas took the civilians somewhere safe to lay low for the moment. The Mist reinforcements Genjutsu Outren finally arrived and led the IWA ninjas away while Mu and Genjutsu battled. Genjutsu Hozuki was the last person that had signed the original alliance with darkness. Now he was dead. The first to go was the old river daimyo 15 years ago, a good friend of Naruto's and a reliable advisor when the masked blonde wasn't sure what direction to take trade within his country. The man had died of natural causes. He died a happy man, the only reason losing him didn't weigh too much on Naruto's mind. Next was Torian Uzumaki, Godame Uzukage and Naruto's brother. The man had died from a series of admittedly bad decisions, starting from when he first trusted Konoha and the Senju clan based on their shared history. He had rectified this by taking the Kyuubi out of Konoha, ripping the Uzushio's alliance with Konoha to shreds and removing all Uzumaki influence from the leaf, aside from those redheads that couldn't leave for being too deeply rooted in the village. His death had been painful, as his remaining Uzumaki life force was leached out of him and directed into the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the reason being that the latter man refused to permit the 9 tails from being taken out of his village and Torian was adamant, thus violating the blood contract. The next person to go was Sabaka no Tetsuyo. It was hard to stay positive and optimistic in Naruto's line of work, and in the case of his Kazekage friend every day was a war on his conscience to discard logic and embrace naivety. Years ago, during the thick of the Third War occurring outside of his village, the Kazekage was reported to have left the village for a routine visit to an oil field within his territory. The guards he took with him were later found dead, scattered around the desert in various warped positions of death and agony, and Tetsuyo was nowhere to be found. Naruto shrugged off any worry, because he trusted in the strength of the Iron Sand user and that if the man was in any real trouble, then he, Naruto, would be the one to be contacted first. As was to be expected from both villages, they conducted a joint search of the desert for the man or his body, scouring every inch of the sandy area, turning every rock and flooding through every cave and underground cavern for any signs of life. Worry started setting in when, after 3 months of rigorous searching, there was still absolute no sign of the man. The Dark Leader recruited his best investigators, 2 top-ranked shinobi who purposely weren't in Bileke and provided assistance to his police force on difficult cases, and those 2 were added to a small team of sand investigators. The detectives found a patch in the desert, long since blown over by the wind and somewhat covered from view, that glistened with patches of melted metal and, after swabbing, contained traces of an iron-corroding acid that would release noxious, deadly fumes once in contact with metal. Sabaka no Tetsuyo was officially pronounced missing, but most of the village couldn't so hopeful, Naruto included. The assassin had seen a lot of things in his life. A memorable few of them were from when he was no older than 10, and those thoughts didn't reinforce confidence in him. At that moment, the musing leader looked to the good things that have happened since, as traitorous as those thoughts were to the memory of his late friends. A week after the Sandaime Kazekage went missing, Sabaku no Raza was instated as the Yandaime Kazekage, and one of the first things the Gold Sand user had done was sign his name on the very same Dark Sand alliance his father and Naruto had done all those years ago. The stern man had told the older leader that there was no point discarding such a mutually beneficial alliance with Dark Country after so many years of joint prosperity. The signing had happened in the very same tea house Naruto had signed the alliance with Tetsuyo, and they shared a pot of tea, some biscuits, and a discussion of what they projected the future of their nations to be. Raza had brought forward his own ideas to the Dark Leader, almost like how Tetsuyo had formally introduced Naruto to the idea of the Suna farm, and Naruto didn't see any reason to not support 4 more main roads leading back and forth Suna and Darkness, as well as begin working on other projects as years went by. A tickled smile came to Naruto's eyes, lifting up the darkness in his orbs as he remembered that day. Raza had been honest with that point. That much was obvious to Naruto and those from their village that had witnessed the signing. But what the hard-faced Suna leader didn't speak on was that the alliance with Darkness was a good constant for both nations, and moving forward together would help ease the wound of Tetsuyo being gone. On a number of meetings since then, Raza had openly said that when he decided to settle down with someone, Naruto would be the godfather of their children. Naruto was 9 years older than Raza, and he was fairly close with the hard-ass man and his father. So the Dark Leader reciprocated by saying that if he and his wife ever had children, then the Gold Sand user would be their godfather. The Yandaime Kazekage broke his frowning image and laughed. The present river country daimyo, Kawasatoru, instated 15 years ago, was making waves with Naruto in their countries. Aside from establishing the Merchants Guild, a place where traders from the 2 countries come converge in and sell their wares when they couldn't find the opportunity to travel around, and where they could also find affordable, optional lodgings while they stayed in river country, the 2 men had gone into more detail on their alliance, opening more chances. There really wasn't enough to be said about the Dark Whirlpool Alliance. Recently, Uzumaki could now become members of the DC, though couldn't become directors or deputies but only limited to captains and squad leaders. Dark Shinobi and Uzushio could now become sentry officers. Uzushio's version of the DC, and the same limitations were placed on them as well. The Uzushio Whirlpool was now placed on the back of Chunin and Jounin flak jackets, a small red spiral on the upper part of the back, while the dark symbol was placed on the same place of Uzushio Chunin and Jounin flak jackets, which was a pair of curved white horns pointing downwards on a circular black backdrop. This was to show the brotherhood between both countries. Curie citizens could now stay for longer in the country, 2 years to be exact, before they had to renew their entrance seals. They could also now take loans from the National Bank, within limits of course. In turn, dark people outside of the country and in unallied nations were added to the list of people Curie ninjas routinely checked on every once in a while, in secret and without drawing attention to themselves. The clans in Curie built accommodations for dark citizens within their clan compounds, a privilege that had never been seen before for people outside of natural-born Curie citizens. Naruto's eyes flicked to his clone as he coughed. "You need to wash your hands, boss." Yeah, okay." He held out his hands and the clone poured a bottle of water on his hands. The bespectacled man scrubbed his fingers of Genjetsu's blood and took out a red handkerchief from his pockets, tossing it over his shoulder, and watching his clone set the damp material on fire with a small campfire jutsu. The man held up his right hand and the clone grabbed it, helping him back to his feet. He glanced down at the blood on his clothes and sighed, forcing out the dark thoughts that wanted to permeate into his head once again. No doubt IWA ninjas were going to come for the body of the other man, the masked blonde said. "I'm going to make sure Genjetsu goes back to Curie safely. Out of respect. Check if Sue is back from her mission, and if she is, tell her what happened. I'll be back in a few minutes." Wave Country. There were a total of 4 places on the continent that were not overtaken by the Third Great Ninja War. Life in those places went about as usual, and the ongoing war outside was scarcely noticed, not unless the people ventured out on their own or the occasional ground-shaking explosion from a neighboring country or village. Sunagakure, Yuzushio-gakure, River Country and Darkness. Kuryagakure, to a lesser extent, was unaffected by the war, but ninjas from other countries were coming in from all sides to use it as a battleground. Active effort from ninjas of the village and Darkness was being made to expel them from Mist. Unlike other villages, Curie didn't send out shinobi to attack other nations but focused its effort in keep other warring villages out of their borders. The 4 or 5, if you count Curie-named locations, didn't have any unwanted foreigner within their borders, and the border patrols did their work in making sure this didn't happen. There were 2 major reasons that the war didn't affect activities going on inside the country, and as they associated with the other war-free nations. To start off, they were geographically close to each other already, with Suna being west of Darkness and River just 1 country after Dark Country. Curie was further than even Uzushio, and the latter was an island country with natural defenses. They all shared in solid alliance with the long-since silent nation and took to adopting some of the political beliefs and perspectives of said country of assassins, which was what led to the second reason. River, Sand and Mist were warless. There were already a few unallied foreigners within their borders before the outbreak of the war, and those foreigners were constantly supervised. They didn't freely welcome those sort of foreigners, and any small infraction resulted in them being kicked out. Unlike Dark Country, they welcomed everyone into their country but under condition of them to obey the law. This wasn't to say that for a pickpocketing crime, they were ejected from the territory, rather for anything worse than robbery. They were wary, but they were also considerate. The paranoia of the Hermit Nation spread to their allies, and 15 years later there were no signs of war in the country, no non-allied external influence, and no obligation to enter the mad fray. These 5 nations were deemed safe zones for those fleeing the destruction of war, and entry into them was under strict conditions. Naruto too bent his own order and created 2 refugee camps that just barely touched the border he had with Fire Country. In the case of Naruto's country, they would be guaranteed safety and protection, clean water, a good supply of food, occasional classes from volunteer teachers to provide basic education, and a humble space in the camp they could call their own on condition that they are not allowed into the country at all. The dark man knew exactly how bad it was to be a refugee, and he felt pity for the children of people running away from the carnage. He did what he could for them, but he did not, underline not, permit them to enter his country, and his defense corps enforced this to the letter. That was as far as Naruto's compassion went. Uzumaki Kushina knew how uncaring, borderline emotionless, her legendary assassin uncle could be. She knew this very well. He was her teacher after all. There were an exclusive list of people Naruto gave a damn for: his people and his allies, and anyone outside of that were basically considered walking piles of useless meat. The leader had not once visited the 2 refugee camps he had established, but he constantly received news of how the people there deeply appreciated him for sparing their lives. At that moment, the young red-haired lady was on an A-rank mission to evacuate a family of dark citizens that resided in Wave Country, a melting pot of fighting and bloodshed. The country was being used as a battleground for Konoha, Hot Water, Kumo and Frost, none of whom were allied to anyone, so it looked more like a strategic free-for-all. The purple-eyed Jinchuriki looked up sharply when the house shook right down to its foundations. Her eyes pointedly looked out of the window, and her senses stretched far and wide, pinpointing the warring factions as well her mission-assigned teammates that repelled the other villages from their position. She redhead turned back to the children and smiled warmly to them, putting them at ease. "Hurry, we've only got 10 more minutes before we have to move out." The children, 5 young teenagers, bobbed their head quickly and continued stuffing their bags and backpacks. "Don't worry about overpacking, I'll still seal it all up." She turned back to the window and kept vigil watch for anyone that slipped past their ranks. They had a long road ahead of them back to darkness, especially since they were going to be traveling at a somewhat fast civilian pace. The 22-year-old Uzumaki was wearing her combat gear for this mission, a bright red short-sleeved shirt, black shinobi shorts that just reached her knees, and bright red ninja grade tights underneath that stopped at her ankles, with red ballet slippers that had been made for combat. Her straight red hair was tied up into a long ponytail, leaving 2 fawn-like bangs to fall down to her chin, and there was a black bandana that had Dark Country's white horns dotted all over it, wrapped around her neck. The standard shinobi weapons were strapped to her hips. The only makeup she wore was dark purple lipstick, but she looked no less radiant. There was a Dark Country Jounin flak jacket over her torso and a single-sheathed katana on her back. The sharp, cutting edge was made out of obsidian steel, and the rest of the sword was made out of whirlpool metal. The handle was wrapped with white tape, and the guard was circular. There were 9 seals that resembled whirlpools that ran down the flat sides of the sword. It was a present her uncle, aunt, and mother had gotten her when she acquired her Chunin vest. The symbolism of the sword didn't escape her, similar to how Torian and all of Yuzashio had gifted Naruto with his ninjato. Her Dark Country hideout glinted on her forehead. The tombish lady lightly tugged on her red bandana and frowned. "Kisame," she called, and the shark man standing outside of the room peered inside. He too wore a frown, an oddity on the nearly constantly cocky man's face. "You feel it too, huh? Something's not right." The Kiri-born dark ninja had been among the exchange students that had been inducted when Kushina had started in the academy, though Kisame had gone to the 2nd year. He frequently bullied her about her red hair and her pudginess, which refused to leave her until she was about 13, no matter how hard she worked out and trained with her uncle. He tormented Kushina's 1st and 2nd year, but eased up when Kisame was in his 4th year, where he was too busy trying to reach a passing score in his exams so as to become a full-fledged dark ninja. Her first 2 friends had done all they could to ease up the bullying, but even they were at the mercy of the shockingly powerful academy student. His bullying was never physical, for even he too was smart enough not to leave evidence, but they were brutally verbal, belittling her every step of the way and bringing her down, no matter how hard she yelled back and derided him. Naruto and Sueki had been worried for her, more so when the girl refused their help and insisted that she would get through this without any help. It was probably her Uzumaki pride kicking in. Her Auntie Sue had even threatened to make Kisame disappear, though the redhead told her to let her fight her own battles, surprisingly grown-up words from a 9-year-old girl. Kushina had reported the bullying to her homeroom teacher, but the punishment of a whole school term of detention with the head of the school store, going about and maintaining school property until late in the night, and giving the shark boy basically no time to sleep and recharge, didn't feel satisfying to her. Kisame stopped his verbal bullying when he entered his 4th year. Kushina used that respite to prank the living hell out of her aggressor. Then, when she could stop dividing her focus amongst passing her classes and dodging him in the hall, she held nothing back. The pranks were absolutely brutal. The pranks and fights between them got so bad that the director of the Ninja Academy had to personally mediate. That was a time Kisame could have gotten permanent spinal damage from one of her more merciless, destructive pranks. Her uncle had harshly scolded her for almost destroying the school and almost ending the future career of a prospective ninja of the country, but she could see the twinkle of pride in his eyes for her tactful pranks. Overall, Naruto stayed professional and sent her to clean up the mess with Kisame, to give them a chance to at least talk to each other without throwing insults and deriding comments. It still felt weird that she was close friends with her former bully. Kisame had gotten her into rock music and she had gotten him into reading manga. Though their preferences differed and they argued over which was superior almost constantly, it didn't feel as bad as it was when they were still students. The Uzumaki's friends had been wary to welcome Kisame into the fold, but they eased up their suspicion after a while of nothing major happening. She was made to understand by her uncle that Kisame was from a broken home. His alcoholic father beat his mother during their arguments, and this violence surpassed the harmless attacks Kirin ninjas used on one another. The shark boy had to flee his home on those occasions and find sanctuary somewhere else, returning only when he saw his father lumber out of the house and leave for a bar. His father had once accidentally killed his younger brother with an unrestrained punch to his face, and the ninjas of the village had taken him straight to prison for it, though not before he crippled his wife in a tense, life-or-death hostage situation. The only bright side in his life was when Samahata, the spiky-scaled, sentient blade of the 7 Swords of the Mist, had chosen him as its next user after the former had died on a mission. He had never once ventured out of the village, so when he heard that anyone could feel at home in Dark Country, he took every means possible to secure a place among the 6 exchange students slated to transfer to their allies' academy. He read and fought, and clawed and bit his way onto the list, spending his whole first year surpassing his classmates until he was first listed to go to darkness. The Dark Country was exactly how he imagined it to be. He was immediately made at home, settled down in his very own apartment with a caterer that came to see him without fail, making breakfast, lunch and dinner, occasionally sleeping in the house and taking him to school every day. He found out about the supposed princess of Whirlpool living with the country's leader, and he despised her luck. She was born into the Uzumaki royal family. She was to him privileged enough to live with Naruto and be able to call him her uncle, and she had traveled around a fair bit while he had spent most of his life in Kiri. He didn't understand how hard it was for the girl to suppress the Kyubi and keep it from influencing her thoughts. Kushina shook her head and discarded the memory as the tall man bent into the room and ushered the children to hurry up. "Have you heard anything?" Kisame shook his head as he sealed up an entire wardrobe into a scroll. "Nothing." Radio silence. It wasn't strange, and they weren't too worried about he lives of their Jounin comrades because they still sensed them. "I don't like this, Kisame." The blue-skinned man gave the woman a long, hard look, before he pulled out a headset from Samahata's serrated maw. He stood up and spoke into the microphone with a gruff voice, automatically tuned into the private radio signal of their mission-assigned teammates. "This is Jounin Hozuki, is anyone there?" There was silent crackling on the other side and he repeated, "This is Jounin Hozuki, is anyone there?" Kushina kept her ears peaked and listening in as she simply sealed everything in the room into a storage scroll. "Hello? ZZZZT, Nami ZZT, Namikaze." Kushina and Kisame shared a grim look. "Take ZZZZZT, take the civilians and ZZZZZ, get the hell out of there." Chapter 16. Kushina Uzumaki was by no stretch of the imagination an assassin. No matter how long or how hard she observed and attempted to copy, or replicate, the dark country assassination techniques her teammates used, she was never able to use it even close to their proficiency, not unless she was born in dark country and taught by the same teachers that trained her teammates in the academy. Dark country's assassination techniques were scarily similar to any clan's hidden art. They were closely guarded, could not be learnt, and could not be copied by anyone not personally taught by master assassins. They were also skills and techniques that could only be used by people born in dark country. It wasn't hereditary, which was why Naruto pronounced that any person born in his country who had parents, or a parent, from an unallied country, that wanted to be a ninja must be a dark ninja and not a ninja of even his allies' country. This was to preserve the unique trait and keep it special. The ninja could then decide to have a child outside of the country, but that child would not have the affinity for assassination techniques. The subtle, unheard of art patented and utilized by ninjas of the dark was at first deemed pointless to learn by those not allied to darkness. Then their opinions changed immediately when they bore witness to the proficiency and skill of the ninjas. Naruto's training did not once bend towards his country's secret techniques. Rather, he performed his own scrutiny of his youngest student to discover her strengths and weaknesses of his students so that he could evenly counterbalance the two and fashion a training regimen to surpass anything Kushina could vaguely guess she could do. The redhead was a powerhouse. Plain and simple. Yes, she could be as silent and methodical as any other ninja, but her strength ventured past normal logic and branched into monstrous. Naruto too was initially a powerhouse, seeing as he was from the Kamuri clan, a clan of smoke users that were widely known for their stamina, their muscular resilience, and their skeletal toughness. But Orochimaru had covered all his bases, all the basics, and raised his other skills up to his strength, leaving the blonde to choose which way he wanted to take his shinobi career. The man ended up honing his speed, dexterity, intuition, and creativity alongside his natural-born strength, and the rest was history. The girl was awfully creative when it came to defending herself, and she could conjure up risky though effective counterattacks on the fly. Her swordplay was jagged and raw, but, like all Uzumaki, she could fine-tune that with time. Her Fuinjutsu bore potential, but the leader couldn't actively train her on it, seeing as he was at level 5 and Kushina could very well reach the coveted and much fabled level 10. So he gave her books and helpful pointers until she reached level 5. Where she would take her Fuinjutsu training into her own hands. Most importantly of all, Kushina Uzumaki was stubborn. Oh, the girl was stubborn as hell. Their initial spar had lasted a measly 10 minutes, but the girl had refused to take defeat lying down, even going as far as coming at him on all fours when the man's killer intent had broken her into the ground. She had no fighting skill whatsoever and her movements were sloppy, but she made up with fervor and passion. Naruto took Kushina's strong point and crafted a training regimen for her, beginning from only a day after she swore to become the next leader of Dark Country to the present, molding and forming her skills till it had a lethal edge. It wasn't easy, for Kushina. Not in the slightest. Naruto was a hard teacher to please. She would have to do something truly exceptional to wiggle a compliment out of his lips. When she reached 17, she got better and the compliments and praises came out easier. She grew into her massive chakra reserves, possibly among the largest in the whole country, and as such she was able to throw around monumental, chakra-draining jutsu without feeling so much as a twang on her chakra reserves. Whenever she felt tempted to be cocky about her reserves, she reminded herself on something her uncle told her after a particularly heartless sparring session only a few years ago. It doesn't matter how large your reserves are, what matters is how well you use it. Is everyone ready? Kushina said in a quiet voice, hiding her haste and urgency under a gentle smile, and lightly ushering the family out of their back door. There were in total 5 members of the family. 2 teenage children, a boy and a girl, their parents and the paternal grandmother. The swordswoman took the lead, holding the 2 teenagers' hands, who were just about 12. So they didn't like their hands being held all that much, but they shoved their dislike away because the person holding their hands and looking after them was a redhead so beautiful that it looked like there was a halo around her face. Kushina looked down to them and grinned, feeling the roiling uncertainty and shyness welling up in their gut. Oh, she knew that feeling very well. Every time she was with her Uncle Ruto. The parents plotted between them, their hands more or less free of luggage, for the Uzumaki had sealed all of their possessions away for the time being. They looked about with frantic eyes, trembling and holding each other. The grandmother was behind them, shuffling as quickly as her body allowed her. The swordsman came up their rear, his eyes swiveling about the house and the subsequent garden at the back. His hands clenched and unclenched, ready to defend at a moment's notice, and the pool of chakra inside Samahata, both his own and the chakra of his victims, bubbled in anticipation. Thum! Kushina turned to the parents and addressed them all. It's all right, that wasn't near here. They nodded quickly and steadily trekked out of the garden. The boy opened the back gate and they ambled out of the small compound. It was a great loss that the parents and grandmother would have to abandon their businesses and wave. They only had time to scrap up their profit, their invoice, and a few items in their inventory before Kushina's team came in and insisted they hurry out. Kisame and the Uzumaki had remained behind to personally watch and reassure their safety, while the other 6 jounin went out to keep the combatants deep in the country away from their location. They would get some compensation from the National Bank, but said compensation wouldn't be as much as those that had heeded the leader's advice to vacate any unallied territory. For those that listened and acted without fail, they would get everything they lost back, but for those that didn't, they would get only half. At that moment, the older members of the family were lamenting why they didn't follow their leader's advice and returned home. It wasn't out of defiance or disobedience, but rather they wanted to milk out as much money as possible and then send their dues back to darkness. Part of the money would go to the family's account, and the rest would serve as their obligated payment to their home country. The small group ventured onto a thin footpath through a thin group of trees. The footpath would lead out of the forest and onto a row of fenced-off backyards. They were to skirt around the island and reach a hidden junction on the port facing Fire Country, board a boat that was waiting for them, proceed into Fire Country and stay close to the edges, as far away from conflict as possible, and then they would enter Dark Lands, which were safe grounds. Kisame laid out the beginning part of the plan to the scared family, keeping the rest hidden until they reached specific checkpoints. This was because there could be hidden listeners about. Their ghostly leader had informed them of the plant man. The creature could be listening in on them, watching them at that very moment, and not even a sensor of Kushina's skill could pick him up unless the plant man physically surfaced out of where he was hiding, whether it was a small bulge forming his head or his whole body. None could sense him unless they were in tune with nature chakra. Another way of saying, only sages could sense the plant man. Tzzzzzzzzt, come in Jounin Uzumaki, this is Jounin Sakana. The redhead took out her own receiver from her pocket and promptly responded. Are you, TZZZ, there Kushina? I'm here, what is it? ZZZZ, Port 150 has been compromised. I repeat, Port 150 has been compromised. The sounds of battle permeated through the receiver and the person on the other side remained cool, speaking in a low voice. We're being ZZZZT, surrounded. Konoha ninjas, TZZZT, engaging. The red-haired woman stopped and turned. Kisame nodded that he heard as well. These bastards, Zatsa, too stubborn. No major casualties here. We've got authorization, TZZZZZ, use port T112. Got it, sit tight, Sakana. We can ZZZT handle ourselves, keep TZZZZ safe. The family overheard this and began to panic, so the two began speaking so as to distract them. Kisame and I have been on dozens of rescue missions and we haven't failed anyone. Our teams have not lost a single life and no bodily harm has come to our charges. The family shriveled up into themselves and nodded again, quietly paying attention to the serious Uzumaki leading the way. A part of the older members' minds felt guilt that it was because they didn't follow helpful advice that their home was causing focusing this much protection on them. Sure, Darkness had many active ninjas and a few reserve shinobi to fill in somewhere they were needed, but they wouldn't even be splitting their attention between keeping invaders out of the country and rescuing civilians in unallied nations if they had simply come back home. Naruto held nothing back to get them back home safe. 2 jounin teams and a secret, fully protected though temporary port and boat to take them off the island country. Their gratitude for their leader increased tenfold. That he would still see them as this important and value their lives to such an extent humbled them. Rescue missions were different from escort missions, given the current war. Dark ninjas were deployed to save citizens of the country from the war-torn country they were residing in at that time. Such missions were usually done by Naruto's ninjas alone, for his allies also had citizens trapped in war-ravaged countries that need to be rescued, though when the situation demanded it, they would team up or make use of the defense corps throughout the mission. Presently, the DC was only in the last part of the mission, when they got into dark territory. Kushina continued, striding with quick steps. On a mission like this, your lives are our priority. We don't care about any injury that comes to us, but nothing must happen to you. Do you get me so far? They murmured yes. Kushina stopped at the other end of the forest, releasing the hands of the 2 children. She looked about and walked out, motioning them to remain where they were, while Kisame finished for her. You 5 have to do everything they say you should do. They watched as 2 golden chains with a lethally sharp tip spiraled out from both of her shoulders, slinking out from under her short-sleeved red shirt, and began writing on the ground with her chakra, crafting seals with each step. She patted down her jounin flak jacket twice. Living body switch seals. The seals were tiny and barely seen, though they glowed with red-tinted blue chakra. The woman unsealed 5 small wooden logs from her jacket and placed them over each switch seal, drawing 5 seals and thus placing 25 logs on the ground, neatly arranged and hiding the level 8 seal. The second and third seals differed ever so slightly from the rest, and were just a hair-breadth bigger, but that infinitesimally small difference was quickly blocked by the 5 small logs of wood. The seal master got to the end of the row of backyards, which led to a path that bent and curved around some low hills until they got to the secret port. Boom! Kisame shook his head and Kushina sent him a thumb up. Okay, so, one at a time. He pointed at the first switch seal on the same spot Kushina had released the children's hands. You will touch only 1 log and it will take you all the way there. Staying at the back, he pointed at the girl. Touch only 1 log, close your eyes and count to 3. The girl did as she was instructed and Kushina, on the other end, did her own part. The censor had previously gotten attuned to the chakra signature of each member of the family. Even if they were not trained in any way to use their chakra, they still had chakra cores. She focused on the chakra signature of the girl and, in her mind, gave a mighty yank towards herself. Poof, 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 poof. Kushina bent down and caught the girl as she hurtled to her. Gotcha! The girl was clearly nauseous from the lightning-quick succession of switches. Kushina eased the girl onto the ground and caught the boy as he switched over to her. It would have been much easier to use their clones and pelted all the way back to darkness, but, as a rule Naruto set up, utilizing clones for such a thing was forbidden during a rescue mission. This because the clones only had a fraction of the strength of the user, and not even that many people had the chakra reserves to create strong, corporal clones. The clones could not be strong enough to fend off an attack, thus putting the civilians in danger. The leader only permitted the use of clones, real, physical clones, during extreme emergencies. In combat they were free to use whatever clones they wanted to use. This method of writing a switch seal was a bit flashy, but it was efficient, and it got the job done. It was a skill that people only knew Kushina could do. She could write seals using her chakra chains and her chakra on any surface. Her known limit was that she could write 10 different seals at the very same time. Naruto applauded her for it, and the boyish woman carried herself with a smug lift of her chin for months on end. Kushina caught the rest of the family as they switched to her, gave them 5 minutes to shake off the dizziness, before they continued on their way. The dark ninjas meant to pick them up at the secret port that were combating the ambushing Konoha ninjas were outnumbered 5-1, and the ones they had left behind in the middle part of Wave Country, in the thick of the conflict, were also outnumbered 6-1, but they were trained to know how to properly deal with those situations. There was a particular skill the outnumbered teams used to even out the playing field. Misdirection. This was a skill any decent ninja was meant to have, but in the case of dark shinobi, it was different. Kisame ran over to them, drawing Samehada and scraping the bandage-wrapped sentient sword on each seal to absorb the chakra and shatter the seal. He strapped the sword onto his back again and continued on the procession through the path to the port. Something that got him curious was that he had been on a few missions with Kushina, and this situation of being ambushed by so many Konoha ninjas and in such a coordinated fashion was new to him. Kisame and Kushina, first off, weren't on the same time, so they didn't often go on missions together, though the ones they did go on were mostly to faraway locations like Frost Country, Iron Country, Hidden Salt Water Village and places like them, which were countries and villages that were in no way close to Fire Country. Next was that their positions and escape routes had been compromised. Their mission had been tight and members of the rescue teams rarely spoke out loud the plans, only doing so within the safety and privacy of their home country. Kisame had purposely done so when the niggling feeling in the back of his head didn't leave him. It might have put their teammates in danger, but the pair had confirmed one important thing. They were being watched. They were being followed. Their radio signal was being jammed too. The channel they used was an exclusive one assigned to the rescue teams for this particular mission, and would be abandoned when all was done. Communicating in the channel was easy and clear, no matter how many of the 12 members of the rescue teams, meaning 3 teams, spoke at the same time. The channel was private and encrypted, so they were positive no one was listening in on them speak, though they were sure some sort of countersignal was blocking them from freely communicating. A radio channel used a signal, and there was only one countersignal to that channel, no matter how private. The channel could be difficult to pick up in the air, but once it was done, then engineers of the other village who could come up with a countersignal could begin jamming their radio. They were definitely being targeted. Kisame gnashed his serrated teeth, ensuring that his bubbling anger didn't show on his face. Konoha, Kushina said with her glowing purple eyes as she sent a look over her shoulder to her silently festering friend. She knew this because no other ninja from any other shinobi settlement, not even Fire Country ninjas or samurai, were actively attacking them. The Kiri-born dark shinobi hated how the plant man's singular influence was making their job harder. He glanced over to Kushina, who was holding the teenager's hands, and the woman, without peering back, shrugged invisibly. She might be their objective, or better yet the QB sealed in her. Another target could be the unseen entrance/citizen seals on the backs of the civilians' hands, seeing as the 2 ninjas could very well cut off their hands and set them on fire before they could allow Konoha anywhere near them. The civilian family didn't even know basic self-defense, making them easier to pick off. The Leaf would think that once they got their hands on one of those seals, they would break it down and perfectly replicate it so that their own ninjas could infiltrate the elusive nation. Both were logical targets. Kisame wasn't cocky enough to think that Konoha wanted Samehada. They should know that no one but him or anyone he permitted could use his sword. The blue-skinned man grinned toothily, scaring the parents and the grandmother, and he said, to break the tension, "Who's up for a game?" The father teetered and then shrugged. "Sure, why not?" Kisame looked around, scanning the low hills and the twisting, bending path ahead of them. "I spy, with my little eye, something that begins with B." This one was obvious, and the girl pointed it out in a muted, fearful voice, afraid that she was going to be heard or that raising her voice any louder would jeopardize the rescue mission. "Burrow. Rabbit burrows." They were spotted over some of the hills, and some were covered by a few tufts of grass on level ground. "Correct. Your turn." The girl looked around the plain world around them, unsure. I spy with my little eye, something that begins with B." Her brother looked around Kushina and raised his eyes incredulously. "Again? This one's different," she exclaimed in outrage, just about ready to toss a wild kick around Kushina to nail her brother in his gut. Her eyes widened and she looked up to the lady holding her hand, who giggled quietly. She breathed out and waited for her answer. Given time, the partially silent boom countryside would be overtaken by the war at its center. They could already see smoke stacks rising far to their left. Kushina felt sad that such great scenery was going to be destroyed over a stupid argument that people were gradually forgetting and were now simply fighting for fighting's sake. There was a thick black smoke coming from the fighting area, floating in the sky like death itself, blocking out the sun and choking those unfortunate enough to be under it. She guessed that the smoke would cover Wave in about a week. "I don't know," the brother murmured, looking around. He then looked up and pointed. "Bird!" Kisame grinned savagely. The girl grunted sourly, not noticing the evil etched on the two ninjas' faces. "Whatever. Kushina?" Yeah, I'm ready." The single bird circling them, a falcon with a seal dangling around its neck, squawked loudly and shot down to them. The redhead swordswoman summoned dozens of golden chakra chains and wrapped them around the parents, slinging the two children onto her shoulders as she bolted to the right, away from the diving bird, while Kisame scooped the old grandmother into his arms and dashed to the left as the frail old lady wailed and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Aie!" The bird screamed as it smashed into the ground. Kushina and Kisame skimmed the edges of the rising smoke bomb in the center, their charges safely in their possession, and shrieking at the commotion. 4 yellow flashes burst from the thick smoke bomb. Minato swept his arms aside, blowing away the smoke, and stood with his comrades, looking out to the 2 high-class ninjas that skidded to a stop back together, some distance away from them. Kushina made an active effort not to blush as she saw the stark facial similarities between the Konoha ninja and the leader of darkness. The other 3 ninjas never let their eyes waver from either opposing ninjas, very well knowing their reputation. Kushina and Kisame knew their reputation too. Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, Hyuga Hayashi and the leader of their group, Minato Namikaze. The 2 Uchiha and the Hyuga had all their Dijutsu activated. Minato smiled brightly, his blonde hair shimmering and his crystal blue eyes glittering. "Sup, Kushina? Those 4 look heavy." "I can barely feel them," the woman answered with a wide smirk. "They might be heavy for a prissy like you, but I'm good." The man laughed good-naturedly. I see. I'm just saying, someone as cute as you shouldn't burden yourself in such a way." The Uzumaki's eyebrows slowly slithered up her forehead, surprised. "That's awfully forward of you." "I mean it, and I also think a lady of your class shouldn't waste away in a place like Dark Country." "Oh? We," he said, motioning to his teammates, "are here to take you back to your real home. Sorry to disappoint you, man, but I've got a pretty good thing going on back in Dark Country." "That's because you haven't fully experienced all the leaf can give you," Minato exclaimed with a genial smile. "How about it? Won't you come back home with us?" Peacefully, the redhead said in her mind, finishing what the blonde man didn't voice out. Suddenly, Hayashi sighed and mumbled. "Minato." His pride couldn't allow him to finish what he wanted to say. He only shook his head and palmed his face, the thick veins on the sides of his eyes pulsing. Mikoto bashfully coughed into her fist and Fugaku, the ever-frowning man, grumbled in frustration. "You've been talking to an illusion this whole time, idiot." It was Minato's turn to sigh, his own heavy and his shoulders sagged tiredly. Kisame and Kushina looked at each other and grinned playfully. I know. He looked to his comrades and quickly said, "But wasn't it nice to think that they didn't trick us?" The general area around the 2 ninjas rippled, like a drop of water falling onto a still lake, and the color scheme changed, warbling and meshing together, recombining to show that the 2 dark ninjas still in place, but the 5-member family shifted and morphed into 2 plain black-clothed ninjas wearing blank white masks. The plain-masked Kunoichi standing beside Kisame adjusted her mask with fidgety hands, and Hayashi noticed that there were thick glasses over the eye holes that deflected any attempt from him to peer under to see her face. The root ninjas stood between the 2 chakra powerhouses, and the one by Kushina, noticeably male, flexed his hands. To the absolute shock of the watching Konoha ninjas, all of the illusionary chakra entered into his ring palms instead of being dispersed into the air. For some reason, the Dijutsu holders also couldn't look under his mask. While Zetsu had been feeding information to Konoha, via one of Jiraiya's most reliable spies, A series of events had been happening behind the scenes that no one but those involved knew about. Flashback, 10 minutes ago. Root base. 16 miles from Wave Country. Fire Country. With all due respect, Auntie Amara, I'd like it if you stayed back and watched the base, Onion said as he marched down the almost dark halls of the root base. His head was buried in a scroll he had received, where detailed information on the physical attributes of the family of 5 dark ninjas we're rescuing was written down, previously by a Kurama clan mate a few minutes ago. The message had come through a headset when an order from the top changed the rescue mission first plan to the second. At that moment, Carrot was trotting behind her younger brother, buzzing into the same headset and memorizing the clothes the family was wearing, not really paying attention to the 2 Kurama talking ahead of her. Danzo is still unconscious and there are not enough guards at the moment. Amara cast a baleful look at her busily ready nephew. I can be of great help, you know. I'm sure you will, but Master said he only needs Carrot and I. The woman shrank up into herself and huffed, pouting petulantly. If I see Master, then I will ask him if there's anything for you to do. The woman smiled and slapped his back. Thanks. They reached a dead end, but Onion continued in his stride, passing the camouflage illusion and walking up a short flight of stairs to a forest. He pushed open an old, heavy-looking door and exited into the semi-silent forest. He looked up from the scroll and checked around him. No fighting, no near explosions, and the forest was dense enough to cover any chakra smoke. The place they had even exited out of was the trunk of a large, artificial tree. They were very close to Wave, though not close enough to warrant attention. Here should be close enough to Wave. Carrot came forward and began drawing a seal on the tree 10 feet, or so before the fake tree root entrance. It was the same seal Kushina was drawing at that very same moment in Wave Country, except it had the same slight difference the second and third seals had. Long-range living body switch seals. As she drew the seal from memory, she began reciting the specific clothing articles the members of the family had on, right down to the color of shoelace the boy wore and the tint of yellow the girl's head tie was. She was speaking, crafting the complex seal, and her younger brother, the reincarnation of the first Kurama clan head, nodded solemnly as he moved his hands about, expelling illusionary Kurama chakra about him and molding it along with the words of his sister. It was like looking at a rainbow-colored painting in the process of being made, completely alive and partly sentient as it followed the specific movements of the man's ring palms. It distorted and pushed very hard against the realms of reality. The parents and grandmother were simple paint bunshin, illusionary clones that were reinforced with the chakra of the Kurama young man. The jutsu could be used by anyone in the Kurama clan. It was more detailed than normal bunshin but not much stronger or durable. The general area around the paint illusions was also distorted to make the animations more realistic. When he was done with the older members, he began shaping how his sister was perceived by the rest of the world, not physically touching her but warping her body and clothes to suit that of the teenage girl currently in Wave. The chakra paint from his hands utterly shifted how she looked. He finished and changed his form to that of the boy. Amara smirked, impressed that even she was fooled. Auntie, turns out we'll need your help, Carrot said, wiping her brow as she finished the seal. Fuinjutsu didn't come to her as easily as her Uzumaki friend. She brought out a small scroll and tapped it onto the seal. Kushina's chakra escaped and merged with the seal, linking itself with the one in Wave Country. The woman clapped her hands and rubbed them, eager. What do you want me to do, kiddo? Long-range body switches carry a lot of energy. The 23-year-old orange-haired Root Kunoichi began, finding her mask in her backpack and sliding it onto the top of her head. The range for a standard long switch seal like the one she and Kushina had drawn was exactly 16.5 miles, she explained quickly, to form some sort of base knowledge for her aunt, who wasn't as knowledgeable of sealing like her. The longer the switch, that is, within the 16.5-mile range, then the more energy used for whatever it is coming from the other side will be shot out. Ah, I see what you're talking about. Precisely, long switch seals are mostly used for traps and ambushing, but seeing as this seal is made to specifically carry living beings, the people coming from the other side will come out really, really fast. Like. She snapped her fingers, trying to think of a good way to describe the sheer speed and power of the human beings that were going to be blasted out from the seal. The seal might have normally been used for traps, but it wasn't commonly used because both the short and long-range switch seals were easily level 8 Fuinjutsu. Carrot, disguised as a girl teenager, turned to Onion, who was putting on the finishing touches on his boy teenager illusion. Think of this seal as a cannon and the people as cannonballs. The girl snapped and pointed at her brother. Yes, that. At point-blank range nonetheless. They'll be coming out stupid fast. Don't worry, I'll catch them. Amara promised as the headset buzzed, the sound of Kisame telling the family to come over one at a time wafted over. They'll be safe. All right. Onion said and gave his aunt a thumb up. Underneath the illusion he was sliding on his plain white mask, as did his sister. The paint illusion didn't follow their motion, as the genjutsu also extended from their bodies at about 3 feet. He placed his hand on the trunk of the tree the seal was drawn on, and slowly allowed his chakra to seep into the seal, coming out on the other side and mingling with Kushina's own. The Uzumaki chakra gave Onion's chakra passage and the man turned to Amara. 1 dash. Boom! The girl teen tore out of the seal in a blur and burst of chakra smoke, and Amara spread out her arms, digging her feet into the ground and stealing over her eyes. She caught the girl safely, her thin, hidden muscles flexing, her heels skidding back a single feet in the ground and her teeth ground strongly. Her combat kimono billowed as the speedy wind finally caught up to the girl in her arms. She placed the girl down when Onion reminded her of the 3-second interval, sparing 2 seconds to check the girl teen for injuries before she turned back to the seal. Carrot entered the seal as soon as the girl flew out, coming out on the other side and allowing Kushina to catch her, only fractionally slowed down by the 4th and 5th short-range switch seals. The redhead visibly put effort into now showing how much strength was needed to catch her. She also didn't comment on how the little girl teen's weight didn't match how she looked. Onion said, 2 dash. Boom! Onion fed the image of the teen he was impersonating into the seal and the teen shot out. This time Kushina had to mimic carrying a person, while in reality she held nothing. Amara kept her feet anchored to the ground with chakra and caught the boy. 3 dash. Boom! 4 dash. Boom! The same illusionary clones of the parents went to wave through the seal, while the real ones arrived, in a quick blur of speed from the seal, to the entrance of the root base. Kurama clanmates rushed out, not wearing their root masks, and smiled gently to the frazzled family, leading them into the tunnel where they would rest, eat and prepare to move to darkness the next day. 5 dash. Boom! Onion slipped through the seal, the image of the grandmother over his image of the teen boy. The image of the old lady moved away from him, and the image of the male teen remained, staying over him like a second skin, and Kushina grabbed his hand and Carrot's, proceeding on the walk. Back on the other side of the seal, the Kurama clan members soothed the nervous woman's nerves by showing them the sign of dark country. Kurono. It was also intuition and recognizing the Kurama clan's orange hair that calmed her down. A majority of the Kurama clan were now living in the root base all the way back in Konoha's Forest of Death, and they had been able to arrive in this smaller root base because there was a tunnel connecting the main base to the branch base. To not arouse suspicion in Konoha, some of the clan of painters remained back and set up a painting illusion to make the village believe that they were all still there. Amara was still refusing to become Konoha ninjas and Hiruzen still refused to give them money to live on. The lady and her clan were being sustained from the weekly funds sent to them from darkness as well as small painting jobs Fire Lady Wakono requested of them. Amara's daughter, the holder of mania, was also in the root base in Konoha. The Kurama clan was now the main people dominating root, while the original members were dying out ever so slowly. Flashback end. Wave country. That illusion was very complicated, Mikoto said, displeased that she had been drawn into the trap as well. The informant had told them that nothing was amiss, even after they used the switch seal. Her red eyes looked up over their masks for their hair, searching for any signs of orange, but only seeing the black hoods over their heads and connected to their masks. Only a Kurama can do that. Or Kurianai. The female answered, Her voice was distorted as she spoke to her Uchiha friend. She might be able to do it, but Kurenai is no traitor. Minato said firmly. The Yuhi was already an infamous genjutsu mistress. He didn't question how they knew of her prowess. Believe whatever you want, Kushina said, cracking her fists. I just want to fight. Onion shook his head and spread out his arms, his palms facing the 4 alarmed ninjas. Allow me to put you all to sleep. He paused and tilted his head to the side as a voice buzzed in his ear. Yes, sir, I understand. Master wants to see how we fare against some of Konoha's best. He looked over the group and pointed. I'll take the Hyuga, I guess, Onion said, deliberately and intentionally choosing the person worst suited for him to battle. It wouldn't be the first time he had fought a Hyuga. Root used to have dozens of them. Displaying his skill against his natural enemy would certainly raise his master's opinion of him. It seemed an excited Carrot also thought so too. Carrot whirred to him, forgetting about the 4 dangerous ninjas before her. You mean he's here? She waited for not reply and barked. Dibs on Mikoto. Carrot called and meshed her hands together, shooting her wind affinity chakra onto her leg muscles for the quickest of moments, and bounding across the plain to the wide-eyed Uchiha lady. The wind enhancement could only last 3 seconds, and 3 seconds was what it took to get to Mikoto. The Uchiha raised her forearms and hid her face from the straight punch, still unable to see under the white mask because of the glasses on her opponent's eye holes. The blow tossed her back and Carrot diligently followed. The other 3 Konoha ninjas suppressed their shock at the speed and bent away from her. Hayashi slid aside from a hail of shuriken and hissed under his breath when the illusion on the ninja stars warped away before his Byakugan, showing the explosive tags dangerously fizzling. That was too close. The man yelled in his head as he fled the explosions, separated from his team. He almost didn't see the bombs, and that thought sent tendrils of fear down his spine. His Byakugan could certainly see past the genjutsu of the ring-palmed man, but only on the last second. This person, a Kurama, doesn't have this kind of power. Kisame chuckled, a rumbling sound that reverberated through the earth. Fugaku, turning back to face where the dark ninjas and suspected Kurama were, rolled aside as the large shark man reached over his shoulder and brought down his bandaged sword. The smash shattered the ground, and the Uchiha, his Sharingan working on overtime predicting the next sequence of attacks, back-flipped over a side swipe, bending and contorting his back away from the white-covered sword. Then Kisame shot down a mental command to his sentient sword, and the purple scales of the previously silent sword rose up, wiggling and squealing. Fugaku saw this coming and, still in the air, could not possibly dodge, so he performed a basic body switch jutsu and exchanged himself with a clump of earth that had formerly been jutting out of the ground after the explosion from the root-masked onion. The Uchiha crouched down on the ground and warily kept his spinning red eyes on the dark ninja as he miraculously hefted the massive purple sword, even as the shredding scales flailed and wriggled wildly. Kisame perched Samehada on his shoulder, his hand holding the gray handle of the sword, and the purple scales did nothing to tear his shinobi uniform. The man smirked truthfully, showing his serrated teeth, and an evil glint shot through his eyes. Damn amateur! Fugaku cursed his aged mate, his copy wheels whirring in his orbs. Almost nicked my arm. I'll take your sword for that. How about I shave off your arms and legs? The blue-skinned ninja licked his lips, bloodthirsty and itching for gore after 2 agonizing weeks of nothing. It's been a long time since Samehada last had a full meal. Don't be afraid to scream. To punctuate his point, the terrifying sword hissed and a long, pointed, dark purple tongue slipped out and licked what the Uchiha could only assume was his lips. Kisame bent down and bolted to Fugaku. The man leaped to his adversary, pulling out a pair of kunai from his pouch and spinning them in his palms. The owner of the sentient sword, in a feat of impossible flexibility, dropped the purple sword from his shoulder and swung it upwards with one arm, carving a path through the ground as his weapon tore through it like butter. Fugaku predicted the maneuver coming 13 whole seconds ago, sword through the air, over the swing, and his ninja blades poised to dig into Kisame's face. Fugaku saw Samehada bending backwards, and its saw-toothed maw wide open, aiming for his back, almost too late. An undisclosed location in the Forest of Death. Konoha. Fire Country. My Lady Amara, I didn't think of you as someone so nefarious. Orochimaru hissed gleefully, collecting a scroll of dead bodies handed to him. The bodies were fresh and were from the few remaining original Root operatives. To be an accomplice to this old man's dirty deals, I could have never guessed. The clan head raised a slender eyebrow. I do what we must for my clan to survive. Your clan's money problems will all blow away once you agree to spare a few able-bodied ninjas for the war cause. The Snake Man answered, sounding diplomatic. A Kurama or two will push the war more in our favor. I'd prefer not to aid the village that stole us out of our home. Amara answered, glancing down to the comatose old man on the bed. Danzo, clothed in clean white clothing, an oxygen mask strapped to his face and an array of tubes and wires connected to his body, remained still and silent in his deep slumber. But you, Orochimaru, gave me scumbag vibes from the very first day. She eyed him up and down, a terse frown twitching on her lips. You still do? The man touched his chest, faux offended. My lady, you hurt me with your words. At least your disgusting habits are putting something in my pocket. I'd hardly think that my medical services and monetary compensation is enough payment for covering up my activities and providing me healthy test subjects. He stashed the scroll into his lab coat and crossed his arms. Still, if you were to throw in a few of your clanmates' dash. Amara looked up at him, her eyes silently narrowed. Orochimaru held up his hands in surrender, tittering nervously. I understand. I'm pushing my welcome. My apologies. You should leave. The man smirked and bowed politely. Of course. Call me if you need anything else. The man slinked out of the underground hospital room. Hate that guy. Amara spat. 3 of her clanmates, dressed as nurses, entered the room. They started touching Danzo's forehead with a wet sponge and checking his vitals. They daintily touched the growing would-release arm the Snake Man had planted to replace the one that was fatally injured by Naruto during the Second War. The tendons of his right arm became useless, and he had to amputate it to prevent any medical problems from coming up. This amputation took place long before Danzo sent the Root Ninja to bomb Darkness during the Sand Alliance. The man had gotten into this mess after more and more of his Root Ninjas were being slaughtered by the prodigious blonde. He had lost 50 or so of the ninjas to the boy's hand, and this was before Minato was 17, and the man had gone by himself to deal with the matter once and for all. That time, Jiraiya could safely leave Minato by himself, and Tsukumo had killed himself out of shame, canceling that past option. The smoke demon clone didn't have the original Naruto's strength, it used the chakra and body of the person it possessed. Danzo barely fled with his life. He had fallen into a coma once he was in the safety of the Root base, and Orochimaru had been tending to his unconscious form ever since. The agreement Danzo had with the Snake Sannin was that in exchange for Orochimaru's unrestrained scientific knowledge and assistance, Danzo would provide living and dead test subjects and help in covering up the Snake Summoner's kidnappings, which was now getting the attention of the daimyo. This meant that any study Orochimaru conducted, or wanted to conduct, then Danzo could request for the findings and the man couldn't reply negatively. The Sannin's best bet was to hide the research, though this was unlikely, not with how Root ninjas went back and forth between them. There were plans to deepen the agreement. The old man wanted to get his fingers deep into Orochimaru's matter, so much so that the other man couldn't hide anything from him. It would give Root leverage on Orochimaru and vice versa, keeping both on a balanced beam of trust that would destroy both of their lives if the other was to slide off. It was becoming more and more of a necessity to have someone within active shinobi ranks in his hands. Danzo was badly injured since the Second War, lost his arm and most functionality of his body, and the Sannin were seen to be in the thick of affairs in Konoha, within their respective fields. Personally going after Minato while he was in such a state was an oversight on his part. This shaky alliance, for both sides even, was like dining with the devil. They needed to use long spoons and never once look away from the person on the other side of the table. Until Danzo fell into the coma. The chaos from the fight had drawn in most of Konoha's ninjas. They had questioned Minato on the identity of the person, and the blonde couldn't answer, for Danzo was in a disguise. Hiruzen, knowing the culprit, visited the empty Shimura clan compound and left a note for Danzo, warning him to not cause such a commotion in his village again. The Sandaime might have hated Minato, but he was always so soft when it came to his bitter rival. Amara Kurama became the head of the illegal Konoha organization just as Danzo slipped into the coma. 5 years ago, the war broke out and the Kurama clan moved to the root base, using a grand illusion to hide the fact that their allocated clan compound was now nearly empty. The Hokage was the only one allowed in, so they couldn't be found out any time soon. The Leaf Village was becoming increasingly unsafe for them and the leader hadn't ordered for them to return back to darkness, so Amara ordered for Root to become their second clan base. The clan met up with Onion and Carrot, who were being trained by veteran Root shinobi, and gradually began to dominate the Shadow organization. Later in the future, historians, history books and novels would say that from the beginning of the Third Great Ninja War onwards, Root changed from being a Konoha-centric organization to being a Konoha-based, Kurama-dominated branch of the covert dark country organization known as Bileke. Root stopped being the roots of the Great Tree and became the spies of the Great Tree. When they got wind of any plan against darkness, they would relay it to their home country and go about dismantling whatever machinations set up to destroy or destabilize their home, all while respecting the order of their precious leader to not actually tear down the Leaf Village. The organization continued its reprehensible operations, though this time the profit wasn't funneled into Konoha but rather was split between going back to their home country, and also to maintaining their clan. Naruto, the real one, insisted that they keep all the money. He also whittled down the dark missions they went on, limiting them to information gathering across the globe, subterfuge in the Leaf Village and dismantling any problem posed on them, or their country. Naruto didn't want their hands anywhere near the terrible things Danzo initially had for the rest of the world, like the Shadow invasion he was planning to overrun Snow Country. They already had their hands full reporting to him when the grand schemes Konoha was concocting for his country. Naruto also told them to leave Minato be. If he found the chance, he would look into his blonde look-alike. Wave country. Seems I have to settle for you, Kushina said tiredly, cracking his fists again and flexing her hands, hopping on her heels like a kickboxer. Her purple eyes distractedly searched the empty field of small hills for any sign of her teacher, whether it was a blip of his chakra or his physical being. She wasn't even sure how he could hide his presence from her at all, not when she had her sensory abilities amplified by the QB sealed in her gut. She murmured under her breath, "Where are you, uncle? You sound like that's a bad thing." Minato laughed with a small smile. His expression was easy despite the battles being waged around him. "I'm curious, is it true that your coward leader is scared the war would break his country? That's why he's hiding and not helping in the war effort." "Nah, he's just not into picking sides, so he made his own side," Kushina answered, forcing her gaze back on the blonde across from her. "I'm sorry, you said something about him being a coward? I wasn't paying attention." "The ghost," Minato spat, his lips shaking and struggling not to frown too deeply, "isn't as strong as he was back in the Second War, admit it." Kushina scoffed and lowered her face, peering up at the leaf ninja through her bangs. Her purple eyes rippled and shone from the darkness, and her smirk widened to show her sharp canines. "If you're trying to piss me off, it's not working," the man hummed pleasantly. "I beg to differ." "Oh, this?" She motioned to her dark, malicious face. "This is my sleepy face. I want to get this fight over with and go and for a nap. So," she motioned for the man to come, "can we get this over with? Whatever the lady wants." Minato lowered himself into his fighting style of choice, hummingbird fist, and Kushina stayed in the simple kickboxing stance. Someplace nearby, close enough to clearly see the fighting and yet remained undetected, Naruto tapped his chin in thought. And that concludes the third part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Silent Night, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Foy the Snooze Button, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.